Welcome to Books and More Audio. Today, we dive into A Little History of Economics by Niall Kishtani, a fascinating journey through thousands of years of human thought about wealth, work, and society. From the wisdom of ancient Greece to Adam Smith's invisible hand, from Marx's revolution to the challenges of globalization, this book reveals that economics is not just about money, it's about people, power, and purpose. It shows how every choice we make shapes the world we live in. So, sit back, relax, and let's explore how economics tells the story of life itself. From life philosophy to economics philosophy. Economics, from its very beginning, has never been just about numbers or charts. It's a story about human beings, how we live, choose, and strive for a better life. The first part of A Little History of Economics unfolds like a journey through time, from the questions of ancient Greek philosophers to the first thinkers who laid the foundations for modern economic reasoning. These 5 chapters reveal the birth of a discipline born not from cold calculation, but from the union of intellect, ethics, and compassion. It begins with a cool head and a warm heart, where economics emerges as a new way of seeing scarcity, the challenge of living well in a world of limited resources. As Lionel Robbins said, economics is the art of choice, of deciding between a hospital and a football stadium, a new watch, or a full meal. Yet what makes economics profound is not only logic, but empathy. Alfred Marshall believed that a true economist needs both a cool head to analyze and a warm heart to understand suffering. Economics, therefore, is not a science of money, but a science of humanity, rational and emotional, rigorous yet compassionate. From there, the swans take flight brings us back to ancient Greece, where Plato and Aristotle first asked, where does wealth come from and what makes a just society? Plato envisioned an ideal city where people lived for the common good rather than personal gain. Aristotle, more pragmatic, accepted that wealth was necessary, but warned against greed. He distinguished natural wealth meant to satisfy real needs from unnatural wealth born of endless accumulation. He also explored the role of money, not as an idol, but as a tool to facilitate exchange. In their reflections, we see that economics was born not from commerce, but from moral inquiry. Then came the economy of God, when Christianity spread across Europe. Thinkers like St. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas examined wealth and labor through the lens of faith. Work, they believed, was both a punishment for sin and a path to redemption. In the medieval world, riches were viewed as gifts from God, but the love of money was condemned as a sin. Aquinas emphasized the idea of a just price, a price rooted in honesty and fairness, not mere profit. He fiercely opposed usury, declaring that money cannot breed money. For centuries, this moral vision shaped Europe's view of commerce and fairness. History then moves to In Search of Gold, the age of mercantilism, when European powers set sail to conquer and trade. Gold became the measure of national strength, and wealth was seen as finite, something to be hoarded. Figures like Thomas Munn and Gerard de Melenis argued that a nation prospers by exporting more than it imports, keeping gold within its borders. It was a time of protectionism, empire, and exploitation, but also the dawn of global trade, the first glimpse of what would become a world economy. Finally, nature's reward transports us to 18th century France, where the physiocrats, led by François Quesnay and Turgot, believed that true wealth came from the land. To them, agriculture was the only productive sector. Commerce and industry merely redistributed value. Quesnay's tableau économique depicted the circulation of wealth like the flow of blood in a living body, an early attempt to model the economy as a system. Although they underestimated the power of industry, their idea of natural order paved the way for future economic thought, that the economy, like nature, has its own rules which humans must understand rather than resist. These first 5 chapters invite us into the origins of economic thought, a world where philosophy, theology, and daily life intertwine. From Aristotle to Quesnay, humanity has wrestled with questions of value, fairness, and survival. Economics was born as a mirror of society, a way to understand the world and a hope that through knowledge and compassion, we might build a better one. Part 2. The Invisible Hand and the Engine of Capitalism. While the first part of the story told of the moral and philosophical roots of economics, this second part marks the moment when economics steps out of theology's shadow and becomes an independent science. Here, the great thinkers Adam Smith, David Ricardo, Thomas Malthus, and Karl Marx reshape how humanity understands wealth, labor, and power. These 5 chapters trace the birth of classical economics and the rise of capitalism, where human ambition and inequality grow side by side. It begins with the invisible hand, the symbol of Adam Smith's vision. In The Wealth of Nations, Smith argued that when individuals pursue their own interests, they unintentionally promote the common good, as if guided by an invisible hand. To him, the market was a self-regulating mechanism in which supply, demand, and price naturally found balance. Wealth, Smith said, did not come from gold or land, but from labor and specialization. The division of labor multiplied productivity, and voluntary exchange bound people together in mutual benefit. He saw freedom not as chaos, but as order born of human cooperation. Smith thus laid the foundation for modern capitalism, a system fueled by self-interest yet capable of creating collective prosperity. Then comes Corn Meets Iron, where David Ricardo transforms Smith's insights into mathematical precision. Ricardo viewed the economy as a machine driven by the interaction of classes: landlords, capitalists, and workers. He formulated the law of diminishing returns, showing how as land becomes scarce, rents rise while profits fall. He also introduced the theory of comparative advantage, proving that even nations less productive in every field can still benefit from trade by specializing in what they do best. Ricardo's logic was cold but clear. Trade and competition, not protectionism, create wealth. His work turned economics into a discipline of laws and equations, beautiful in its simplicity, yet indifferent to human suffering. In an ideal world, the tone shifts from logic to hope. Thinkers like St. Simon and Robert Owen dreamt of reorganizing society around cooperation instead of competition. They imagined communities where workers shared ownership and no one lived in deprivation. Their visions were dismissed as utopian, but they revealed a yearning for justice within the industrial age. Factories and machines had made nations rich, but also enslaved laborers to endless toil. The question now was not how to create wealth, but how to share it. That leads naturally to too many mouths to feed, the grim prophecy of Thomas Malthus. In his view, population grows faster than food supply, and unless checked by famine, disease, or moral restraint, humanity would sink into poverty. His ideas cast a shadow over the optimism of his time. For Malthus, poverty was not a failure of society, but an inevitable law of nature. While cruel, his insight laid the groundwork for later studies of resources, growth, and sustainability, questions that still haunt modern economics. Finally comes Workers of the World, where Karl Marx steps onto the stage. Building on and rebelling against the ideas of Smith and Ricardo, Marx saw capitalism as both creative and destructive, a system that generates immense wealth by exploiting those who produce it. He introduced the concept of surplus value, the difference between what workers create and what they are paid, which becomes profit for the capitalist. For Marx, capitalism was a dynamic but doomed system, destined to collapse under its own contradictions. His Communist Manifesto became a rallying cry for the working class and a challenge to the moral legitimacy of free markets. Part 2 ends with 2 opposing hands shaping history: Adam Smith's invisible hand of freedom and Karl Marx's iron hand of revolution. Between them lies the truth of the modern economy, where reason drives progress, but inequality and conflict never disappear.
economics, now a science, has grown powerful enough to explain the world and dangerous enough to change it.
Part 3. Between Reason and Chaos. After the rise of capitalism and the great clash between Smith's optimism and Marx's revolution, economics entered a new age, one obsessed with equilibrium, prediction, and control. The third part of A Little History of Economics tells the story of how thinkers tried to transform the chaos of real life into the order of mathematics, and how every attempt to find perfect balance eventually collided with the unpredictable nature of human behavior. It is the age when economics became modern, scientific, ambitious, and sometimes dangerously confident. It begins with perfect balance, the dream of the late 19th century. Economists like Leon Walras and Alfred Marshall imagined the market as a delicate machine in which every force, supply, demand, wages, and profits moved toward harmony. Prices acted like signals that guided millions of individual decisions into a state of collective balance. The economy, they believed, was a self-regulating organism. It was an era of faith in reason. If one could measure and model everything, stability and prosperity would follow. But the world soon proved otherwise. Then came darkening skies, when the Great Depression shattered that dream. The collapse of 1929 destroyed jobs, savings, and the belief that markets could heal themselves. Out of this despair rose John Maynard Keynes, the man who redefined the relationship between government and the economy. Keynes saw that people are not always rational. They are ruled by fear, hope, and herd mentality. When businesses stop investing and citizens stop spending, only the state can intervene to restore confidence. He urged governments to spend during recessions and save during booms, turning public policy into a tool for economic stability. Keynesianism became the new gospel of recovery and full employment. Profit from war shows how this theory became reality. The world wars, though catastrophic, transformed economies into engines of production and innovation. Governments mobilized factories, resources, and people with unprecedented efficiency. Economics became planners and advisors, helping design systems that would rebuild nations. After the wars, Keynes's ideas inspired the welfare state and the long post-war boom known as the Golden Age. Economics was no longer a passive science. It had become an instrument of power, capable of steering the destiny of entire countries. Yet harmony was short-lived. The noisy trumpet player symbolizes the growing tension between order and creativity. Joseph Schumpeter argued that capitalism thrives not because it is stable, but because it is restless. Innovation, he said, is creative destruction. Each new idea destroys the old. Each breakthrough creates turmoil before progress. The entrepreneur became the hero of modern economics, the one who dares to disrupt. Schumpeter admired capitalism's vitality but foresaw its downfall. Once corporations grew too large, innovation would wither and bureaucracy would take over. His vision was both a celebration and a warning about the system's self-destructive energy. Finally, Coca or Pepsi captures a world where competition shifts from factories to feelings. When products became similar and markets saturated, companies learned to sell emotions instead of goods, identity, status, belonging. Economics, once about material needs, entered the realm of psychology and marketing. Consumers no longer bought with reason, but with desire. This was the birth of behavioral economics long before it had a name, a recognition that human choices cannot be explained by logic alone. Part 3 closes with a humbling realization. The economy is not a machine, and people are not equations. For every model of balance, there is a shock. For every law of reason, an outbreak of chaos. Yet within that tension lies the soul of economics, a science forever caught between what can be calculated and what can only be felt. Part 4. When the state enters the market. After the Second World War, the world emerged from ruins with a new faith in reason and organization. Economists and politicians believed they could finally design prosperity, control inflation, eliminate unemployment, and plan a future of stability. Part 4 of A Little History of Economics tells the story of this grand experiment, how governments took the steering wheel of the economy and how that power later slipped from their hands. It is the era of Keynesian triumph, the birth of modern macroeconomics, and the inevitable backlash that followed. It begins with The Man with a Plan, a portrait of John Maynard Keynes, the architect of modern economic policy. Before Keynes, most economists believed that markets naturally returned to balance and that recessions were temporary. But the Great Depression shattered that illusion. Keynes argued that when people stop spending and businesses stop investing, the market will not fix itself. Only government spending on public works, jobs, and welfare can revive demand. His theory turned the state into an active player, the doctor of the capitalist system. Through fiscal policy, governments learned not just to react to crises, but to prevent them. The post-war decades became the golden age of Keynesian economics, a time of growth, jobs, and optimism. Then comes the glamour of money. As the world grew richer, attention shifted from production to finance. Milton Friedman, a leading figure of the monetarist school, challenged Keynesian ideas. He claimed that the key to stability was not government spending, but control over the money supply. Too much money in circulation, he warned, would always lead to inflation. Friedman believed that the economy was best left to the discipline of markets and that central banks should follow clear, limited rules. His vision of free markets and small government became the foundation of neoliberalism. The debate between Keynes and Friedman, the balance between intervention and freedom, defined the second half of the 20th century. The Whole of Consumption explores the paradox of abundance. As consumer culture exploded, economist John Kenneth Galbraith saw a society drowning in products but starving for purpose. He argued that corporations manipulate desire, creating artificial needs to fuel endless consumption. The result was a rich world with crumbling public services and eroding community life. Galbraith urged governments to redirect wealth toward education, infrastructure, and equality. His critique was not against prosperity itself, but against its blindness. A call to remember that growth should serve humanity, not the other way around. In Creative Destruction, Joseph Schumpeter returns with his powerful metaphor of capitalism as a living, self-destructive organism. Innovation, he said, is both a blessing and a curse. Every invention, steam engines, electricity, computers, destroys the old order and gives birth to the new. Entrepreneurs are the true heroes of progress, but their success also breeds monopolies that stifle creativity. Schumpeter's insight captured the restless pulse of modern capitalism. Progress demands sacrifice, and no system can remain stable forever. The section ends with The Prisoner's Dilemma, a concept that reshaped how economists understood cooperation and conflict. Two prisoners are questioned separately. If both stay silent, they receive light sentences. If one betrays, he goes free while the other suffers. Rational self-interest pushes them to betray each other, even though cooperation would be better for both. John Nash and other game theorists used this logic to explain markets, politics, and war, showing that in a world of competition, trust is fragile but essential. The dilemma revealed that pure self-interest does not always lead to the common good, a quiet challenge to the legacy of Adam Smith. Part 4 closes with a sobering truth. Neither the state nor the market can rule alone. The economy is not a machine that can be programmed, but a living system shaped by choices, incentives, and emotions. The dream of perfect control faded, leaving behind a deeper wisdom. That prosperity requires both freedom and responsibility, both logic and humanity. Part 5. From Nations to the World. After the golden age of Keynesian economics, the mid-20th century brought a new question that would define global politics. If some nations could achieve prosperity, why couldn't others? Part 5 of A Little History of Economics traces humanity's struggle to create shared development, from the optimism of post-war planning to the sobering reality of global inequality. It is a story of ambition, dependency, and the limits of economic theory when faced with the power of history and politics. It begins with The Tyranny of Government, a reflection on the growing belief that the state could design prosperity. In the decades after World War II, many countries adopted central planning, convinced that economic growth could be engineered from above. Yet critics such as Friedrich Hayek warned that too much control would suffocate freedom and innovation. He argued that the economy was too complex to be managed by any bureaucracy, that spontaneous order, not command, was the true source of progress. Thus began the tension between planning and liberty, between the promise of equality and the danger of control. Next comes the Big Push, a phrase that captured the spirit of the 1950s and 60s, when economists believed poor nations could leap forward with enough investment and ambition. Paul Rosenstein-Rodin and W. Arthur Lewis envisioned grand industrial projects, infrastructure, and education systems that could trigger self-sustaining growth. Lewis described the dual economy, a traditional rural sector with surplus labor and a modern industrial one that could absorb it. If governments invested wisely, he said, productivity would rise and poverty would fade. It was an era of optimism. Development seemed only a matter of planning and will. But reality proved harsher. Many of these big pushes left countries in debt, corruption, and disappointment. In The Economics of Everything, the reach of economics expanded beyond factories and trade to every corner of human life. Thinkers such as Gary Becker applied economic logic to marriage, crime, education, and family decisions. Every choice, he said, could be understood through costs and benefits. While his ideas revealed the power of rational analysis, critics feared that economics was losing its soul, that by turning all behavior into numbers, it forgot the moral and cultural dimensions of life. Growing Up shifts the focus to technology and long-term progress. Robert Solow's growth model showed that innovation, more than labor or capital, drives prosperity. Yet even as economies grew, inequality deepened. The rich world advanced rapidly, while poorer nations struggled to keep pace. Growth, it seemed, did not guarantee happiness or justice. As global trade expanded, many developing countries found themselves trapped in cycles of debt and dependency, chasing the prosperity of the West without ever catching it. Finally, The Sweet Harmony examines the fading dream of global balance. Economists like Andre Gunder Frank and Raoul Prebisch challenged the optimism of free trade, arguing that the global system favored the wealthy center at the expense of the poor periphery. The so-called dependency theory claimed that the development of rich nations relied on the underdevelopment of others. Even as globalization promised harmony, it deepened inequality, a melody that sounded sweet but left many unheard. Part 5 ends with a hard-won lesson. Development is not just about economics, but about power, history, and justice. The global market binds humanity together, yet it also divides. And while growth remains the modern god, it raises an ancient question. Can prosperity ever be truly shared, or will wealth always flow toward those who already have it? Part 6. The Illusions of Freedom. After decades of faith in progress and globalization, the late 20th century revealed a painful truth. Freedom in the market can also create new chains. Part 6 of A Little History of Economics tells the story of how the world's pursuit of economic freedom led to crisis, inequality, and self-doubt. It is a chronicle of rising hopes and shattered illusions, a time when the market became both savior and destroyer. It begins with a divided world, where the planet splits into two rival systems, capitalism in the West and socialism in the East. The Cold War was not only a military contest, but also an ideological battle about how to organize economies and societies. Central planning promised equality but stifled creativity. Free markets fostered innovation but bred inequality. Both sides were driven by faith in their own perfection. Yet as decades passed, cracks began to show. Planned economies grew rigid, while capitalist nations wrestled with inflation and discontent. Humanity discovered that no system could claim absolute truth.
Then comes filling the bathtub, an image for the turbulent economy of the 1970s. Oil crises, rising prices, and stagnation left policymakers helpless. Keynesian spending, once the cure for recession, now only fed inflation. Economists like Milton Friedman and the monetarists argued that governments had gone too far, that pouring money into the system only made the bathtub overflow. They insisted that the economy needed discipline, stable money, limited state power, and trust in market forces. Their message resonated in a world weary of bureaucracy, paving the way for a new faith in free markets and the ideology of neoliberalism. Led by Clowns paints a satirical yet tragic picture of the political turn that followed. In the 1980s, leaders such as Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher embraced the creed of deregulation, privatization, and tax cuts. "The government is the problem," Reagan declared. At first, the results seemed miraculous. Inflation fell, markets soared, and confidence returned. But beneath the surface, inequality widened and public welfare eroded. The clowns here are not fools but performers, leaders who turned economic policy into theater, masking the social cost of their revolution. Their legacy was a world more dynamic yet more divided than ever. Next, The Money Illusion explores the era when finance replaced production as the engine of capitalism. Banks and traders turned risk into profit, creating layers of speculation far removed from the real economy. The efficient market hypothesis proclaimed that prices always reflected all available information, that markets were rational, self-correcting, and wise. But behind the elegance of equations lay human greed, fear, and self-deception. As bubbles grew and burst, the illusion of perfect markets collapsed. The economy, once driven by work and innovation, now revolved around credit and hope, fragile things that vanish overnight. Then, looking to the future reflects the soul-searching that followed. Economists began to ask new questions. What if people aren't rational? What if endless growth destroys the planet? What if happiness, not GDP, should be our measure of success? From behavioral economics to environmental and development studies, the field began to rediscover its human heart. The goal was no longer to predict the future perfectly, but to understand it humbly and to shape it wisely. Part 6 ends with a realization both sobering and hopeful. Economic freedom brought prosperity, but also imbalance. The market left alone could not guarantee fairness or meaning. True freedom, the author suggests, is not the absence of control, it is the presence of wisdom. Economics at its best must not only count profits, but also confront the illusions that wealth creates.
Part 7. The Limits of Reason. After centuries of believing that humans are rational and predictable, economics finally faced its greatest revelation, that people are emotional, inconsistent, and profoundly human. Part 7 of A Little History of Economics marks a turning point where the discipline turns its gaze inward, from the grand systems of markets and nations to the intricate world of the human mind. This is the era of behavioral economics, when economists learned that understanding the economy means first understanding ourselves. It begins with the fall of the rational man. For generations, economists assumed that people act logically, always choosing what maximizes their benefit. But psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky shattered that illusion. Through experiments and data, they showed that people are guided by biases and emotions, overestimating small risks, fearing losses more than valuing gains, and often choosing instinctively rather than logically. The economic man of theory, calm, calculating, and precise, was replaced by the real human being, anxious, impulsive, and deeply imperfect. Then comes the psychologists in the trading room. Financial markets, long thought to be driven by rational expectations, turned out to be arenas of collective emotion. Richard Thaler and others demonstrated that investors often act irrationally, driven by herd behavior, greed, and fear. Booms and crashes are not anomalies, but natural products of human psychology.
Thaler argued that markets are not efficient reflections of truth. They are mirrors of our hopes and delusions. In recognizing this, economics became more honest, embracing the chaos it had once tried to ignore. In The Stick and the Carrot, economists began to explore how small nudges could guide people toward better decisions without restricting freedom. Richard Thaler and Cass Sunstein proposed that governments and institutions could design choices in smarter ways, for example, making retirement savings automatic or placing healthy foods at eye level in cafeterias. This approach, called libertarian paternalism, respected human freedom while acknowledging human weakness. It was a quiet revolution, policy informed not by ideology, but by empathy and psychology. The world of foolish decisions widens this insight to everyday life. From buying a lottery ticket to procrastinating on work, humans consistently make choices that defy logic. These mistakes, however, are not mere flaws. They are windows into how people truly think and feel. By studying them, economics began to reconnect with life as it is actually lived. It stopped being the science of perfection and became the science of reality, messy, unpredictable, and deeply human. Finally, when emotions become data, captures the new frontier. Economists started to measure happiness, well-being, and social connection alongside income and output. Scholars like Paul Dolan asked, what really makes us flourish? The answer was not more consumption, but meaning, belonging, and emotional security. Economics began to rediscover its moral purpose, not just to increase wealth, but to improve lives. Part 7 closes on a quiet yet profound realization. Reason alone cannot explain the human story. Behind every price, every choice, and every market lies a beating heart. The true challenge of economics is not to eliminate emotion, but to understand it. Because only when we see people as they are, not as we wish them to be, can we hope to build an economy that serves humanity.
Part 8. Economics in a New Era. As humanity entered the 21st century, it carried both the wisdom and the wounds of the past. The world had grown richer, faster, and more connected than ever before, yet also more fragile and uncertain. Part 8 of A Little History of Economics looks at this modern age, where globalization, technology, and climate change challenge the very purpose of economics. It is the story of a discipline rediscovering its conscience, seeking meaning in an age ruled by data, finance, and algorithms. It opens with economics in the real world, where theory collides with reality. The global financial crisis of 2008 exposed the limits of elegant models and blind faith in markets. Complex financial products, supposedly safe, collapsed overnight, plunging millions into unemployment and despair. Economists, once seen as the guardians of prosperity, faced a reckoning. How could they have missed the storm? The crisis forced the field to step down from its pedestal and confront life as it is, unpredictable, emotional, and deeply human. Economics had to return to its original question: how can we create a world that works for everyone? Then comes The Excited Bankers, a cautionary tale about the intoxication of money and power. Banks and financial institutions, fueled by greed and mathematical arrogance, built a system that seemed unstoppable, until it wasn't. The pursuit of endless profit turned finance into a casino where risk was hidden and responsibility forgotten. When the bubble burst, ordinary people bore the pain. This chapter is not just an indictment of capitalism's excesses, but a reminder that morality, not mathematics, must anchor the economy. In Giants in the Sky, the focus shifts to the rise of technology empires, companies like Google, Amazon, and Facebook that now shape not only markets, but also human behavior. Data has become the new gold, algorithms the new rulers. These digital giants know what we want before we do, guiding our choices with invisible precision. The question of ownership has changed.
It's no longer about who controls factories, but who controls information. Economics must now grapple with issues of privacy, power, and the ethics of artificial intelligence, challenges far beyond the imagination of Adam Smith or Karl Marx. The Vanished Women brings gender into the center of economic thought. For centuries, women's labor, both paid and unpaid, was ignored or undervalued. But modern economists like Amartya Sen and Esther Duflo have shown that empowering women is not just a moral issue, but an economic necessity. When women have access to education, healthcare, and decision-making, entire societies grow stronger and more prosperous. The invisible half of the economy finally steps into the light, reminding us that true progress must include everyone. Finally, Why You Should Be an Economist closes the book with a hopeful invitation. To study economics is not merely to learn about money or markets, but to understand the human story, the trade-offs, ambitions, and moral choices that shape our lives. In a world of uncertainty, economics offers a compass, not a map. It teaches us how to think critically, act responsibly, and imagine new possibilities for the future. Part 8 and the book end with a gentle truth. Economics is not the science of wealth, but the science of life. From ancient philosophers to modern data scientists, the quest has always been the same: to understand how people can live together, prosper, and care for one another. The new era of economics, therefore, is not about predicting the future, but about shaping it with wisdom, compassion, and humanity.
Welcome to Books and More, where we explore the ideas that shape our world and challenge the way we think about society, power, and progress. In today's episode, we dive into Capital in the 21st Century by Thomas Piketty, a groundbreaking work that redefines how we understand wealth, inequality, and the forces driving them. Through history, data, and moral insight, Piketty reveals how money shapes our future and what we must do to reclaim fairness and democracy. Stay tuned and let's uncover the truths behind modern capitalism together. Income and capital. In the opening part of Capital in the 21st Century, Thomas Piketty lays the foundation for understanding how income and capital have evolved throughout history and how their relationship defines the structure of inequality in modern societies. Speaking as both an economist and historian, Piketty insists that economics cannot be separated from politics, culture, or time. To understand wealth and inequality, one must look at centuries, not decades, at data, not ideology. The first part of the book introduces his core analytical tools, income, output, and capital, and reveals the long-term mechanisms that drive economic divergence. Piketty begins by defining income as the total flow of goods and services produced and distributed within a given year, and capital as the stock of all assets, real estate, financial holdings, industrial equipment, and intellectual property that generate wealth over time. He uses the term national income to describe the total annual income of a nation's citizens, including both labor income, wages and salaries, and capital income, profits, dividends, rents, and interest. This distinction is crucial because it shows how societies divide their wealth between those who work and those who own. He reminds us that while short-term fluctuations in GDP dominate public debate, the real story of economic inequality unfolds over centuries. From the 18th to the early 20th century, most Western societies were dominated by inherited wealth. The return on capital, symbolized by the formula R greater than G, meaning the rate of return on capital, R, exceeds the rate of economic growth, G, ensured that the rich grew richer faster than the economy expanded. Over time, this dynamic concentrated wealth in fewer hands, creating a self-reinforcing system of privilege.
The Industrial Revolution did not fundamentally break this pattern, it merely changed its form. While production and technology expanded rapidly, ownership of capital remained concentrated. The bourgeois and aristocratic classes who owned factories, land, and financial institutions continued to accumulate wealth much faster than workers could through labor. Piketty explains that even when wages rose, they never matched the compounding power of capital returns. The rich, through investment and inheritance, perpetuated their advantage across generations. However, the 20th century brought disruption. The two world wars, economic depressions, and waves of nationalization destroyed much of the old wealth, temporarily reducing inequality. Taxation, inflation, and the expansion of welfare states redistributed income on an unprecedented scale. For the first time, societies like France, Britain, and the United States saw a decline in inherited wealth's dominance. Merit, education, and innovation seemed to replace birth as the main drivers of success. Yet, as Piketty warns, this period, roughly from 1945 to 1975, was an exception, not a rule. It was the product of extraordinary historical circumstances, not a permanent transformation of capitalism. In the chapter on growth, illusions, and realities, Piketty examines why growth alone cannot solve inequality. He dismantles the myth that modern economies naturally evolve toward equality. Instead, he argues that growth is an anomaly, historically slow, rarely exceeding 1 to 2% per year over long periods. Population growth has historically been the main driver of expansion, not productivity or technology. When population stabilizes, as in many advanced countries today, the rate of growth slows further, making it almost inevitable that R greater than G reasserts itself. This imbalance allows the owners of capital to accumulate wealth faster than society can produce new income, leading once again to a concentration of economic power. Piketty uses extensive historical data to support his argument, comparing national accounts from France, the United Kingdom, and the United States from the 18th century onward. His meticulous analysis reveals striking similarities. Wherever the return on capital outpaces growth, inequality deepens. Even in different cultural and political contexts, the laws of accumulation remain consistent. The wealthiest 1%, he shows, consistently capture a disproportionate share of income, not because they work harder or innovate more, but because the structure of capital allows wealth to reproduce itself. This leads to one of Piketty's central insights. Capitalism, left to its own devices, does not tend toward balance, but toward divergence. The system inherently favors capital over labor, ownership over effort, and inheritance over innovation. The result is not meritocracy, but a form of patrimonial capitalism where economic power is transmitted across generations like hereditary titles once were. In such a system, democracy itself is endangered, as economic inequality translates into political influence. To make this dynamic clear, Piketty introduces two key ratios. The capital/income ratio, beta, equals K over Y, representing the total value of a society's capital, K, relative to its annual income, Y. When this ratio is high, wealth dominates production, signaling a capital-heavy economy. The rate of return on capital, R, showing how fast wealth grows compared to the economy as a whole. When R greater than G, the concentration of wealth accelerates. Historically, the capital/income ratio hovered around 6 or 7 before World War I, meaning national wealth equaled roughly 6 to 7 years of national income. After the wars, it fell to about 2 or 3, but by the early 21st century, it had returned to its old levels. This resurgence marks the return of the rentier society, where those who own assets earn more than those who work. Piketty's tone throughout this section is analytical but tinged with moral urgency. He does not condemn wealth itself, but the unchecked accumulation that erodes social cohesion. The dominance of capital over labor, he argues, is not the product of fate, but of policy. Taxation, inheritance laws, education systems, and financial regulation all determine how inequality evolves. Capitalism is not inherently unjust, but without deliberate intervention, it drifts toward oligarchy. He also challenges the optimistic belief that technological innovation can offset inequality. While innovation increases productivity, it rarely redistributes ownership. The digital age, for instance, has created vast new fortunes but also intensified concentration, as global tech giants command unprecedented influence over both markets and information. The same logic of R greater than G applies. Wealth begets more wealth, especially when capital takes intangible forms like data and algorithms. In conclusion, Piketty's first part establishes the central theme of his work, that the relationship between income and capital determines the fate of societies. The 20th century's relative equality was an exception, born of crisis, not a sustainable equilibrium. In the long run, unless structural reforms are implemented, capitalism will revert to its natural tendency toward inequality. To prevent this, nations must rethink fiscal policy, inheritance taxation, and education, not to destroy wealth, but to prevent it from devouring democracy. This section leaves the reader with a sobering realization. Inequality is not an accident, nor is it inevitable. It is a choice, a political and institutional outcome shaped by how societies decide to distribute the fruits of growth. By uncovering the mechanisms that link income and capital, Piketty sets the stage for the rest of the book, a global inquiry into how humanity can balance prosperity with justice in the 21st century.
The dynamics of the capital/income ratio. In the second part of Capital in the 21st Century, Thomas Piketty takes the reader deep into the mechanics of wealth accumulation and the long-term dynamics that govern the relationship between capital and income. Here, his focus shifts from simple inequality to the structural forces that make inequality persistent and self-reinforcing. He traces the historical metamorphosis of capital, showing how its form, function, and ownership have evolved from the feudal age to the present. Through meticulous data and moral reflection, Piketty paints a portrait of capitalism as a system that, without regulation, naturally drives societies back toward high levels of inequality, much like those that existed before the 20th century's great disruptions. The section opens with the metamorphosis of capital, where Piketty explains that capital has always existed, but its composition has changed dramatically. In pre-industrial societies, land was the dominant form of wealth, tying economic power to hereditary privilege. With industrialization came machinery, infrastructure, and later financial assets, forms of capital that could be accumulated, traded, and multiplied faster than land. Yet the underlying principle remained: capital generates income, and those who own it can reinvest and compound their advantage. The story of modern capitalism, in Piketty's view, is not one of liberation from old hierarchies, but of their transformation into more sophisticated, financialized forms. He emphasizes that the illusion of meritocracy conceals a deep continuity between the old aristocracies and today's elite. The bourgeois industrialists and financial magnates who replaced the landed nobility did not dismantle the logic of capital, they perfected it. Ownership shifted from castles and estates to stocks and portfolios, but the concentration of wealth persisted. Even as societies proclaimed equality of opportunity, the fundamental inequality of capital ownership endured, passed not through bloodlines, but through inheritance, education, and access to financial markets. In From Old Europe to the New World, Piketty compares the evolution of capital across continents. Europe, with its ancient aristocracies, experienced centuries of concentrated wealth before wars and revolutions disrupted it. The United States, by contrast, began as a society of settlers with less inherited inequality. For a time, the New World seemed to embody opportunity and social mobility. Yet, as Piketty shows, this was only temporary. As industrial and financial capital accumulated, wealth concentration in America rose rapidly, creating its own dynasties, the Rockefellers, Carnegies, and modern-day billionaires, whose influence now rivals the old European elites.
Capital, in essence, reproduces the same inequalities wherever it goes, adapting to local institutions but obeying universal laws of accumulation. The core of Part 2 lies in the chapter The Capital/Income Ratio over the Long Run, where Piketty introduces one of his most powerful analytical tools, the ratio of total capital, K, to annual national income, Y. This ratio, beta equals K over Y, measures how much wealth a society has relative to its production. A high beta indicates that capital plays a dominant role in generating income. In other words, that the rich control more of the economy's output simply because they own its assets. Historically, Piketty demonstrates beta was extremely high in 18th and 19th century Europe, around 6 to 7, fell sharply after the World Wars and the Great Depression to around 2 or 3, and has since climbed back to its former levels in the 21st century. This rebound signifies the return of patrimonial capitalism, where wealth inherited from the past outweighs the income earned through labor. Why did this happen? Piketty attributes it to the slowdown in population and economic growth. When growth, G, is low, but the return on capital, R, remains high, wealth accumulates faster than income expands, the famous inequality R greater than G. This simple but devastating inequality explains why inequality intensifies over time. In periods of strong growth, such as the post-war boom, this effect is mitigated because income rises broadly, but when growth slows, the concentration of wealth accelerates. Today's combination of sluggish growth and booming financial markets, Piketty warns, mirrors the conditions of the 19th century, a time when inherited wealth ruled and social mobility was minimal.
The chapter, The Capital-Labor Split in the 21st Century, explores how income is divided between labor, wages, and capital, profits. Piketty dismantles the comforting belief that technological progress and education naturally increase labor's share. Instead, he shows that the share of capital income has been steadily rising for decades, even in advanced economies. Globalization, automation, and the weakening of labor institutions have tilted the balance toward capital owners. In a world where robots replace workers and corporations move capital freely across borders, the bargaining power of labor diminishes. The result is a structural drift back toward rentier capitalism, a system where income increasingly derives from ownership rather than work. Piketty provides concrete evidence for this shift. In countries like the United States, the share of income from capital, dividends, rents, and capital gains has surged since the 1980s, while median wages stagnated. The same pattern holds in Europe and Japan. The global rise of supermanagers, corporate executives whose salaries are tied to stock performance, further blurs the line between labor and capital, creating a hybrid elite that captures both forms of income. Yet, as Piketty notes, this apparent meritocracy often disguises rent-seeking behavior. High executive pay reflects control over corporate governance, not superior productivity. The outcome is the same as in the past. Wealth reproduces itself, insulated from the moral justification of work. Throughout Part 2, Piketty integrates quantitative rigor with moral clarity. He is not content to describe economic laws. He asks what kind of society they produce. The return of high capital/income ratios, he warns, threatens to undermine the democratic ideals that emerged in the 20th century. When the rate of return on wealth systematically exceeds the rate of growth, inherited fortunes dominate and opportunity declines. This is not merely an economic issue, but a political one. When capital becomes too powerful, it captures institutions, shapes laws, and dictates policy. The invisible hand of the market becomes the iron grip of the wealthy. Piketty's historical perspective is central to his argument. He demonstrates that the egalitarian era following World War II was not the product of capitalism's natural evolution, but of violent shocks, wars, inflation, and progressive taxation that destroyed large fortunes. Once stability returned, inequality began to rise again,
proving that without continued intervention, capitalism reverts to concentration. The apparent equilibrium of the mid-20th century was thus a historical anomaly, not a sustainable model. Today's globalized digital capitalism has restored the logic of accumulation, but with a new twist. Wealth is no longer confined within national borders. Capital now moves instantaneously across the planet, seeking the highest returns, while governments struggle to tax or regulate it. This mobility makes inequality harder to control and more dangerous than ever. Piketty also highlights how the shift from physical to financial and intangible assets changes the nature of inequality. In the past, land and factories tied wealth to specific locations, making it visible and taxable. Modern wealth, stocks, patents, data, offshore accounts, is abstract and mobile, evading national laws and democratic oversight. The concentration of such assets creates an economy that is globalized at the top but fragmented below. The ultra-wealthy live in a borderless world of capital flows, while ordinary citizens remain bound by national economies and stagnant wages. The result is a deepening disconnect between the rich and the rest, between the global and the local. In his conclusion to Part 2, Piketty makes a crucial observation. Capitalism contains within it the seeds of its own destabilization. The logic of R greater than G is not only economically unsustainable, but socially explosive. As wealth piles up in the hands of a small elite, the legitimacy of the system erodes. History shows that such imbalances eventually lead to political upheaval, revolutions, wars, or crises. Piketty's warning is not apocalyptic but analytical. If societies fail to address the structural forces driving inequality, they will face instability far greater than any market correction. He ends with a moral reflection that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Economic growth and innovation are valuable, but they are not sufficient. Without mechanisms to ensure that wealth serves society rather than dominating it, democracy itself is at risk. The dynamics of the capital/income ratio, he concludes, are not immutable laws of nature. They are the product of human institutions, tax systems, educational policies, social norms, and can therefore be changed. But to change them, societies must first see them clearly. Part 2 thus transforms abstract equations into a vivid moral narrative, the struggle between growth and accumulation, between democracy and patrimony, between the future and the past. It is not simply a lesson in economics, but a meditation on power, how it shifts, hides, and endures through capital. And it sets the stage for Piketty's deeper exploration in the following parts: how inequality takes shape, how it corrodes societies, and what can be done to reclaim the promise of equality in the 21st century.
The structure of inequality. In Part 3 of Capital in the 21st Century, Thomas Piketty turns from the macroeconomic mechanisms of growth and accumulation to the anatomy of inequality itself, how wealth and income are distributed among individuals, and how these structures evolve. Speaking with the measured authority of both a historian and moral economist, Piketty dissects inequality into its two fundamental forms: inequality of labor income and inequality of capital ownership. He argues that understanding these two dimensions and how they interact over time is essential to grasping the future of modern capitalism. The section begins with inequality and concentration, preliminary bearings. Here, Piketty sets out to define the architecture of inequality. He distinguishes between functional inequality, the division between labor and capital, and individual inequality, the differences between people within those groups. Even when the share of labor income in national output remains stable, individual disparities within labor can widen sharply. Thus, one must look beyond aggregate statistics to the distributional layers underneath. Piketty notes that the top decile, and especially the top 1%, have consistently captured a disproportionate share of income in most societies. This pattern is not random, but structural, arising from institutional, fiscal, and cultural choices that favor capital accumulation and high compensation at the top. In Two Worlds, Piketty explores the contrast between the societies of labor and those of capital, between people who live from wages and those who live from wealth. In the 19th century, these worlds were almost separate. Today, they overlap, but only partially.
The globalization of markets and the expansion of education have blurred boundaries, creating the illusion of meritocracy. Yet, he shows that in both Europe and the United States, wealth inequality has reached levels reminiscent of pre-war societies. While a small share of the population controls vast fortunes, the middle class, which emerged briefly in the mid-20th century, faces stagnation. The two worlds of income and wealth have reappeared, and with them the old social hierarchies that democracy once sought to dissolve. The following chapters, Inequality of Labor Income and Inequality of Capital Ownership, form the analytical core of this part. In the former, Piketty traces the evolution of wage inequality since the Industrial Revolution. For most of history, wages were compressed by both technological limits and social constraints. Productivity gains were slow and mobility was rare. The 20th century, however, brought a dramatic transformation. The rise of mass education, unionization, and progressive taxation narrowed income gaps in the mid-century decades, creating the illusion that capitalism could sustain equality through growth. But since the 1980s, that trend has reversed. Globalization, automation, and the weakening of collective bargaining have driven up income at the top while leaving median wages stagnant. In the United States, the share of total income earned by the top 10% returned to pre-World War I levels by 2010. The supermanager phenomenon, where corporate executives capture enormous compensation tied to stock performance, symbolizes this shift. These incomes are often justified as rewards for merit, yet Piketty argues that they largely reflect power within firms rather than productivity. The next chapter, Inequality of Capital Ownership, reveals the far deeper inequality that lies in the distribution of wealth. Capital ownership is vastly more concentrated than labor income and changes more slowly over time. Piketty shows that in every country with sufficient data, the top 10% own between 60 and 90% of all wealth, while the bottom half own almost nothing. This imbalance is self-perpetuating. Capital generates income, which can be reinvested, amplifying disparities across generations. In contrast to wages, which fluctuate with labor markets, wealth compounds. Thus, even if income inequality were stable, wealth inequality would keep rising. Piketty argues that this dynamic explains the resilience of patrimonial capitalism, a system where economic power flows not from effort or innovation, but from ownership and inheritance.
In Merit and Inheritance in the Long Run, Piketty delves into the moral and historical dimensions of this phenomenon. He revisits the 19th century world depicted by Balzac and Austen, a society where inheritance determined destiny. In that era, the annual flow of inherited wealth often equaled or exceeded national savings, meaning that more wealth came from the dead than from the living. The 20th century briefly disrupted this inheritance society through war, inflation, and taxation, but by the early 21st century, inheritance flows in Europe had rebounded to levels approaching those of 1900. Piketty calls this the return of patrimonial capitalism. He argues that the dream of a merit-based society, where success comes from skill and effort, is being eroded by the quiet resurgence of inheritance as the main determinant of wealth. He examines the forces behind this return: slower population growth, lower economic growth, and high returns on capital. When fewer new fortunes are created through entrepreneurship and growth, old fortunes persist. Even in the United States, once thought to be a nation of self-made individuals, inherited wealth has regained importance. While some billionaires are entrepreneurs, many are heirs of previous generations, and the line between innovation and inheritance has blurred. The meritocratic extremism of modern society, the belief that all inequality is deserved, thus conceals the reality of inherited privilege. Piketty warns that without strong policy intervention, the 21st century will look increasingly like the 19th, with economic elites dominating through accumulated wealth rather than productive contribution. The final chapter of Part 3, Global Inequality of Wealth in the 21st Century, extends the analysis beyond national borders. Piketty argues that globalization has not reduced inequality but reshaped it. While global growth has lifted millions out of poverty, wealth has become increasingly concentrated among the global elite.
The richest individuals, corporations, and sovereign wealth funds hold assets across borders, blurring distinctions between nations. A French billionaire may own factories in China. A Saudi fund may hold vast shares in American companies. Capital has become global while regulation remains national. This asymmetry allows wealth to escape taxation and accountability, accelerating the concentration of power. Piketty also introduces the idea of unequal returns on capital. Wealthy investors with access to better information and financial tools consistently earn higher returns than small savers. Thus, even if everyone saved at the same rate, inequality would still grow. Financial globalization amplifies this by rewarding scale and mobility. The rich can diversify, arbitrage, and shelter assets across jurisdictions, while ordinary citizens cannot. The consequence is a self-reinforcing global hierarchy where the top decile gains not only from ownership, but from superior returns on their wealth. He examines two other dimensions of global inequality, between countries and within them. While emerging economies like China have grown rapidly, reducing the income gap with the West, internal inequalities have surged. A small elite captures much of the new wealth, mirroring patterns in developed economies. Piketty foresees a future where the world's richest, regardless of nationality, share more in common with each other than with their fellow citizens. The global financial elite forms a transnational class, united by assets, not allegiance. Throughout Part 3, Piketty's tone alternates between analytical precision and moral urgency. He insists that inequality is not an accident, but a logical outcome of capitalist dynamics. The forces that once compressed inequality, high growth, progressive taxation, and social democracy, are weakening, while the engines of concentration are roaring back to life. He rejects both fatalism and complacency. Inequality is not the price of progress, but a distortion of it. A society that allows wealth to compound without check eventually sacrifices merit, mobility, and democracy itself. The section concludes by framing inequality as both an economic and ethical challenge. Piketty reminds us that distribution is not merely a matter of efficiency, but of justice. When wealth becomes too concentrated, it distorts politics, erodes trust, and undermines the social contract. The promise of capitalism, that hard work leads to prosperity, collapses when returns to capital far exceed returns to labor. The structure of inequality thus reveals the moral paradox of modern capitalism, a system that creates immense wealth but distributes it ever more unevenly. In essence, Part 3 transforms Piketty's theory of R over G into human terms, into stories of inheritance, privilege, and lost opportunity. It portrays a world where the mechanisms of inequality have become more complex, more global, and more deeply rooted in the very structure of the economy. Yet it also implies that these mechanisms are human creations and therefore subject to human reform. By exposing the hidden architecture of inequality, Piketty invites his readers not only to understand it, but to question the legitimacy of the system that sustains it. His voice is that of both scholar and citizen, rigorous in analysis, yet guided by a belief that knowledge can still lead to justice. Part 3, then, is not merely a diagnosis. It is a moral map of our time, a mirror reflecting how far the modern world has drifted from its democratic ideals, and a warning that without deliberate correction, the 21st century may become a new golden age for inherited wealth and a dark age for equality.
Regulating capital in the 21st century. In the final part of Capital in the 21st Century, Thomas Piketty turns from diagnosis to prescription, from describing how inequality emerges to confronting the question of what can be done about it. After tracing centuries of wealth concentration and explaining the mechanics of RIE, the tendency for capital to grow faster than income, Piketty argues that unregulated capitalism inevitably undermines democracy. The fourth part, Regulating Capital in the 21st Century, is therefore a call to action, a blueprint for restoring balance between markets, the state, and social justice. Through a blend of economic history, data, and moral reasoning, Piketty outlines how taxation, education, and global cooperation can prevent the return of a hereditary aristocratic of wealth.
The section begins with Chapter 13, A Social State for the 21st Century, where Piketty re-examines the role of the modern welfare state. He argues that the great social achievements of the 20th century, public education, healthcare, pensions, and income redistribution, were not accidents or temporary reliefs, but the foundation of democratic capitalism. These institutions transformed the industrial world into a more equal society and fueled both economic growth and social stability. The welfare state, in his view, was the most effective response to the crises of the early 1900s, 2 world wars and the Great Depression, which exposed the dangers of unrestrained capital. However, Piketty insists that the social state must evolve rather than stagnate. The challenges of the 21st century, globalization, aging populations, and technological disruption demand new forms of redistribution. He envisions a social state of knowledge, one that invests heavily in education and lifelong learning as the modern equivalent of land reform or industrial policy. For him, equality of opportunity begins not with charity, but with public investment in human capital. A well-educated citizenry, protected by social safety nets, creates a more productive and fair economy. The question, then, is not whether we can afford a strong welfare state, but whether we can afford to lose it. Without collective investment in people, inequality will only deepen, eroding the foundations of democracy itself. In Chapter 14, Rethinking the Progressive Income Tax, Piketty revisits one of the most powerful instruments of equality, progressive taxation. He recounts how the progressive tax emerged during the early 20th century as a response to war and social upheaval. In the United States and Europe, top income tax rates once exceeded 70 or even 90%, curbing excessive accumulation and financing public goods. Far from harming growth, these taxes coincided with the most prosperous decades in history. But since the 1980s, tax competition among nations and the ideological rise of neoliberalism have dismantled this system. Top tax rates have fallen dramatically, while capital gains and corporate income often go untaxed or hidden in havens. Piketty dismantles the myth that low taxes on the wealthy promote innovation or efficiency. Instead, he argues, they encourage rent-seeking, speculation, and political capture. When executives and financiers accumulate fortunes not through productivity, but through favorable tax treatment, meritocracy collapses. The explosion of executive pay since the 1980s, particularly in the United States, illustrates this perverse dynamic. Piketty urges a return to steeply progressive taxes on very high incomes, not out of envy, but out of necessity. Such taxes, he says, are a democratic institution. They prevent the domination of politics by wealth and reaffirm that prosperity must serve the common good. The ideal society, he writes, is not one where entrepreneurs disappear, but one where they can exist without turning into oligarchs. Building on this, Chapter 15, A Global Tax on Capital, presents Piketty's most ambitious and controversial idea, a worldwide progressive tax on wealth. He calls it both a useful utopia and the only realistic solution to global inequality. The idea is simple but revolutionary. In a world where capital moves freely across borders, regulation must also be global. A progressive annual tax on net wealth, starting modestly at 0.1 or 0.5% for small fortunes and rising to several percent for billionaires, would serve not only to redistribute wealth, but to make it visible. Piketty emphasizes transparency as the moral foundation of his proposal. Without knowledge of who owns what, democracy cannot function. A global registry of assets, combined with automatic exchange of banking information, would expose the hidden architecture of wealth that now evades taxation. He concedes that such a system would require unprecedented cooperation, but he argues that history proves it is possible. Just as the nation-state once imposed rules on local markets, the global community must now regulate global capital. Europe, he suggests, could lead by example, creating a regional wealth tax that could later expand worldwide. The goal is not to punish wealth, but to prevent its concentration from reaching destructive levels. Piketty draws a parallel with environmental regulation. Just as unchecked industrial activity destroys the planet, unchecked financial accumulation corrodes society. Both require collective action and moral clarity. At the heart of this vision lies the conviction that economic knowledge must serve democracy. Piketty believes that inequality thrives in secrecy. Tax havens, opaque corporate structures, and financial derivatives allow capital to hide and multiply without accountability. By making wealth transparent, societies can reclaim control over their destinies. The global capital tax, then, is not merely an economic instrument, but a political one, a way to reassert democratic sovereignty over the market. Finally, Chapter 16, The Question of the Public Debt, addresses one of the great obsessions of modern politics: the fear of government debt. Piketty argues that this fear is often exaggerated and misused to justify austerity policies that hurt the poor while protecting the wealthy. Public debt, he explains, is not inherently bad. What matters is who owns it and how it is financed. When governments borrow from the rich, they transfer wealth upward through interest payments. When they tax the rich instead, they redistribute wealth downward, reducing inequality. He reminds readers that much of the debt accumulated by European nations and the United States after World War II was effectively eroded by inflation and growth, not by austerity, but by investment and expansion. Piketty challenges the orthodoxy that insists on balanced budgets at all costs. He advocates for moderate public debt as a tool for social investment in education, infrastructure, and green technologies. Instead of cutting spending, societies should ensure that those who benefit most from globalization contribute their fair share. Progressive taxation on wealth and inheritance can fund these investments, creating a virtuous cycle of growth and equity. In his view, the real danger is not fiscal irresponsibility, but moral irresponsibility, a politics that sacrifices the future to protect the privileges of the few. Throughout Part 4, Piketty's voice is both rational and visionary. He does not imagine a utopia without markets or private property, but a capitalism disciplined by democracy. His solutions are bold, but grounded in historical precedent. Progressive taxation, public education, social insurance, and global cooperation have all worked before. The challenge is to renew them for the digital, financialized, and globalized world of today. He insists that inequality is not the natural outcome of economics, but the result of political choices, and that better choices are possible.
In conclusion, regulating capital in the 21st century is a manifesto for the moral renewal of capitalism. Piketty envisions a world where wealth serves humanity rather than enslaves it, where transparency replaces secrecy, and where democratic societies reclaim their right to shape the economy. He acknowledges that these reforms will face resistance from entrenched interests, but he argues that the alternative, rising inequality, social unrest, and democratic decay, is far more dangerous. The tone of the final pages is one of cautious hope. Piketty does not claim that history guarantees progress, only that it offers lessons. The great social advances of the past, from the abolition of slavery to universal suffrage and social welfare, were once dismissed as impossible. So too, he suggests, will future generations view global taxation, economic transparency, and the end of patrimonial capitalism as milestones in the long struggle for justice. The task of the 21st century is to make capitalism compatible with democracy once again, and for that, knowledge, courage, and collective will are humanity's greatest tools. Welcome to Books and More, a channel for curious minds who love ideas that change the way we see the world. In this episode, we explore Creative Destruction, a brilliant book that reveals how innovation drives progress by constantly renewing and reshaping our world. Inspired by Joseph Schumpeter's timeless concept, it shows that every act of creation carries within it an act of destruction. Through powerful insights and real-world examples, this book helps us understand why disruption isn't the end, but the beginning of something greater.
Join us and let's discover the power of creative renewal together. Introduction: The power of creative destruction. The introduction of creative destruction begins by presenting one of the most powerful and enduring ideas in modern economics, the concept of creative destruction, popularized by the Austrian economist Joseph Schumpeter. This idea is not just a theoretical model, but a way of understanding how the modern world truly evolves, through a constant process of renewal where creation and destruction coexist. Schumpeter saw capitalism not as a stable or predictable system, but as a living force, a restless engine that moves forward precisely by tearing down its old foundations. Every innovation, he argued, is both an act of creation and an act of destruction. It gives birth to something new while sweeping away what came before. Unlike Schumpeter's original academic writings, which were often dense and abstract, this book aims to make his central idea accessible to everyone. The author explains creative destruction not as a cold economic law, but as a human drama, a story about how societies progress, how individuals adapt, and how the price of advancement is often the end of what once felt permanent. Innovation, in this sense, is not only about machines, factories, or profits. It is about the human spirit, our ability to imagine, to rebuild, and to transform the world around us. The author revisits the context in which Schumpeter developed his theory, a Europe in upheaval, where industrialization was reshaping every aspect of life. In that turbulent age, Schumpeter realized that economic systems were not static equations, but dynamic organisms. Just as living beings renew themselves through growth and decay, capitalism renews itself through cycles of innovation and obsolescence. He famously described this process as the perennial gale of creative destruction, a storm that sweeps through the economy, destroying outdated structures to make room for the new. To Schumpeter, this was not chaos, but vitality, the very heartbeat of progress. The introduction emphasizes that this process cannot be understood without looking at human agency. Behind every wave of innovation are people, inventors, entrepreneurs, thinkers, dreamers, who dare to challenge the existing order. Their creations bring prosperity, but they also unsettle society. When technology evolves, jobs disappear. When new industries rise, old ones vanish. Yet Schumpeter believed that this disruption is the price of progress. He saw capitalism as a creative revolution in motion, constantly reshaping itself through the courage and imagination of individuals. At the same time, the author does not ignore the human cost of this transformation. Every leap forward in history leaves some behind. Entire professions disappear. Cities built on old industries fall silent. But instead of mourning these losses, Schumpeter urged us to see them as part of a larger pattern, the rhythm of renewal that drives civilization. Progress, he argued, is not gentle. It is turbulent, sometimes painful, yet ultimately life-giving. The introduction concludes with a clear statement of purpose. This book is not written to praise or condemn capitalism, but to understand it more deeply. Creative destruction is not simply an economic mechanism. It is a philosophy of change, a lens through which we can see how societies evolve and why innovation matters. Once we accept that every act of creation carries within it an act of destruction, we can begin to see progress not as a series of losses, but as a continuous process of rebirth. Through this lens, the author invites readers to embrace the dynamism of the modern world rather than fear it. Change is inevitable, but it need not be destructive in the human sense. It can be guided, managed, and even celebrated, because, as Schumpeter taught, civilization advances only when it dares to destroy what no longer works in order to create what might.
Chapter 1: Schumpeter's Big Idea. Joseph Schumpeter, one of the most visionary economists of the 20th century, gave the world an idea that changed the way we understand capitalism: creative destruction. To him, capitalism was not a system of stability or equilibrium, but a living organism, always in motion, always transforming itself from within. Every act of creation, he argued, carries within it the seed of destruction. Each innovation that gives birth to something new inevitably renders something else obsolete. This cycle of renewal and decay, of birth and death in economic life, is what Schumpeter called the perennial gale of creative destruction, the fundamental truth of capitalism. The chapter opens by illustrating this idea with a familiar story, the evolution of the music industry. From Edison's phonograph to vinyl to cassette tapes to compact discs and finally to digital streaming, each wave of innovation reshaped how people experienced music. Record stores closed, artists adapted, and consumers gained unprecedented freedom to listen to whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted. Yet behind this progress lay countless small destructions, jobs lost, industries displaced, habits abandoned. Schumpeter's insight was that progress is not a gentle process. It is disruptive, often painful, but also deeply creative. To truly understand this dynamic, the author takes us back to the world in which Schumpeter formed his ideas, late 19th century Vienna. It was a place bursting with intellect and change, the beating heart of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and a laboratory of modernity. The city was transforming before his eyes. Old aristocratic structures were giving way to a new industrial and intellectual order. Streets were rebuilt, art was reborn, and science was reimagined. Vienna was living proof of what Schumpeter would later call the dynamism of capitalism, where destruction was not an end but a necessary stage of creation. Schumpeter himself lived a life that reflected his philosophy. Born into a modest family and educated among Europe's brightest minds, he was ambitious, daring, and unafraid to stand apart. He studied under leading figures of the Austrian School of Economics, like Bohm-Bawerk and Weiser, but he broke from them by rejecting the idea of a perfectly balanced market. Instead, he saw the economy as a constant process of innovation-driven evolution. To Schumpeter, the entrepreneur was not merely a profit seeker, but a revolutionary, someone who transforms the economy by doing something radically new, someone who destabilizes the old in order to bring forth the new. The author paints Schumpeter as both a thinker and a romantic. He famously joked that he wanted to be the world's greatest economist, the best horseman in Austria, and the greatest lover in Vienna, and he only failed at the second. Beneath the humor lies the essence of his thought, a belief in vitality, ambition, and human daring. Just as individuals strive to outdo themselves, so does capitalism. It is a system propelled not by equilibrium, but by restless creativity, a perpetual contest of ideas, courage, and reinvention. This chapter also highlights the tension that Schumpeter saw within capitalism. While innovation drives growth and prosperity, it also generates instability and loss. Factories close, workers are displaced, and entire industries vanish. Yet Schumpeter did not mourn these losses. He saw them as the necessary cost of progress. A healthy economy, he believed, is one that continuously renews itself, one that allows the old to pass so the new can flourish. Without this capacity for destruction, society would stagnate. The true enemy of progress, in Schumpeter's view, is not chaos, but complacency. By the end of the chapter, the author draws a powerful conclusion. Creative destruction is not merely an economic concept, it is a way of understanding human advancement. Every technological revolution, every artistic movement, every cultural shift follows this same rhythm of replacement and renewal. What Schumpeter offered was not just a model of capitalism, but a philosophy of life itself. To move forward, we must let go. To create, we must be willing to destroy. And to survive in a world defined by change, we must embrace it rather than resist it. Schumpeter's big idea, then, is not only about how markets evolve, but about how societies and individuals must learn to live within the storm of transformation. In his eyes, capitalism is not a machine that seeks balance. It is a living force, pulsing with the human drive to imagine, to build, and to begin again. This insight remains as relevant today as ever. In every moment of collapse lies the spark of creation, and in every act of innovation, the whisper of destruction.
Chapter 2. It is hard to think about anything else. Economic growth, that simple phrase conceals the most transformative force in human history. Once you begin to think seriously about it, as economist Robert Lucas once said, it is hard to think about anything else. This chapter explores why. Growth is not just about numbers or statistics, it is about what makes human life flourish. It is the difference between hunger and abundance, between survival and prosperity, between stagnation and possibility. And behind that growth, as Joseph Schumpeter argued, lies the restless engine of creative destruction, the ongoing process of innovation that continuously reshapes our world. The author begins by reminding us that for most of human history, life barely changed. For thousands of years, people lived in a state of what economists call the Malthusian trap. Every small increase in wealth was swallowed by population growth. Then, suddenly, in just a few centuries, everything changed. The line that had been flat for millennia shot upward like a hockey stick. Income soared, lifespans lengthened, literacy spread, and entire societies transformed. This miraculous escape from stagnation, known as the Great Enrichment, is one of the most remarkable events in all of history. And to understand it, we must understand what fuels it, the continuous cycle of innovation and disruption that Schumpeter saw as the heartbeat of capitalism. Growth, as the author explains, is more than producing more goods or services. It is the steady increase in productivity, in doing more with less, in finding new ways to create value from the same amount of effort. Economists measure it through GDP, but GDP is only the shadow of something deeper, human ingenuity. Every percentage point of growth represents countless acts of invention, risk-taking, and adaptation. A new technology, a new business model, a new idea. Each contributes a small spark to the great fire of progress. Over time, those sparks merge into a blaze that reshapes civilization. To make this idea tangible, the author contrasts two types of growth. The first is Smithian growth, named after Adam Smith, which arises from better organization, from trade, specialization, and cooperation. It is about improving the efficiency of what already exists. The second is Schumpeterian growth, which comes from disruption, from doing things that have never been done before. It is about replacing old ideas, industries, and technologies with new ones. Both types of growth matter, but it is Schumpeterian growth, the growth of innovation, that propels societies forward in great leaps. Without it, humanity would still be plowing fields with wooden tools. Schumpeter saw innovation as the true engine of capitalism. Capital accumulation, labor, and resources are important, but they are secondary. What truly changes the world are moments of insight, when someone dares to break the rules, to try a new way, to imagine a future others cannot yet see. The invention of the steam engine, the electric light, the computer, and the internet each set off waves of creative destruction that transformed not only industries but also human life itself. Each innovation created new wealth, but also destroyed old ways of working, producing, and thinking. Progress, Schumpeter insisted, is not smooth or gentle. It is disruptive, uneven, and deeply human. The author emphasizes that growth is not guaranteed. It depends on maintaining a culture that embraces experimentation and tolerates failure. When societies become complacent, when they fear change more than stagnation, they begin to decay. This is the paradox of prosperity. The richer a society becomes, the more it seeks to preserve the status quo, and the less capable it becomes of renewing itself. Schumpeter warned that capitalism's greatest threat would not come from external enemies, but from its own success, from the comfort and security that dull the spirit of innovation. To illustrate this, the author asks us to imagine the difference between two futures. In one, people cling to what they know, protecting existing industries, resisting automation, fearing new technologies. In the other, people adapt and reinvent, using creativity to solve problems and seize opportunities. The gap between these worlds, he notes, is enormous, not just in wealth, but in possibility. A nation that grows at 1% per year will double its income in 70 years. A nation that grows at 7% will do so in 10. Growth compounds, like interest, and its effects ripple through generations. That is why Lucas was right. Once you grasp the power of growth, it is hard to think about anything else. The chapter closes with a reminder that creative destruction is not merely an economic mechanism, it is a human story. It is about imagination overcoming inertia, about courage defeating fear. Growth, in Schumpeter's sense, is the collective expression of humanity's desire to improve its condition, to live better, think deeper, and dream bigger. It is the process by which ordinary people, driven by curiosity and necessity, build extraordinary worlds. And while it often leaves behind ruins, those ruins are the foundations of what comes next. Progress, like life itself, depends on renewal. To grow is to change, and to change is, inevitably, to destroy.
Chapter 3. A Vision for a Dynamic World. In this chapter, the author leads us to the heart of Schumpeter's philosophy, his vision of the world as a constantly moving, evolving system, where stability is the exception, not the rule. To understand capitalism, Schumpeter argued, one must first understand that it is not a machine seeking equilibrium, but a living organism driven by change. The essence of capitalism is not balance, but motion, the ceaseless rhythm of creation and destruction that propels society forward. Every industry, every invention, and even every institution exists within this cycle of renewal. What makes capitalism thrive is not its ability to stay steady, but its capacity to reinvent itself again and again. The author begins by contrasting Schumpeter's worldview with that of traditional economics. Classical economics believed in a kind of order, that markets tend naturally toward equilibrium, that disruptions are temporary deviations from stability. Schumpeter saw the opposite. For him, disruption is not a flaw of the system, but its heartbeat. Innovation breaks equilibrium, and through that disruption, the economy grows stronger. The entrepreneur, then, becomes the hero of this story, not merely a manager or producer, but a revolutionary. Entrepreneurs are the ones who tear down the old order to make room for the new. They are both creators and destroyers, driven by ambition, imagination, and the desire to leave a mark on the world. Schumpeter believes that innovation does not come from calm or predictability. It emerges from tension, risk, and experimentation, from individuals who are willing to defy convention. A true innovator, he argued, is not a passive participant in the market, but a disruptor of it. These are people who look at the familiar and see potential for transformation. They are the reason the economy never stands still. Every great leap in history, from the steam engine to the microchip, was born from such restlessness. It is this human impulse to innovate, to reimagine the possible, that makes the capitalist world so dynamic. But Schumpeter's vision went far beyond economics. He saw creative destruction as a philosophy of life itself, a recognition that all progress requires the courage to let go of what once worked. A society that embraces change grows. A society that fears it decays. The author reminds us that dynamism is not just about technology or industry, but about mindset. Dynamic societies encourage experimentation, accept failure, and allow individuals to try, fall, and try again. Stagnant societies, by contrast, cling to security, over-regulate, and punish risk-taking until the spirit of innovation slowly dies out. In this sense, Schumpeter's theory is not just an economic model, but a defense of human freedom, because only free people can create, and only through creation can progress endure. Yet Schumpeter also foresaw a paradox within capitalism. The very success of the system might one day undermine its vitality. As societies become wealthier, they often grow comfortable, even complacent. Large corporations, once founded by bold innovators, transform into bureaucracies focused on maintaining their position rather than challenging the status quo. Governments expand regulation, citizens demand protection from uncertainty, and culture begins to value security over dynamism. Slowly, the same forces that once fueled growth become obstacles to it. Schumpeter warned that capitalism could eventually die from its own success, not through revolution, but through the gradual suffocation of its creative spirit. The author draws a striking picture of this danger.
Imagine a world where every risk is minimized, every outcome controlled, every new idea forced through endless approval processes. A world safe but stagnant. Such a world, Schumpeter feared, would lose the essence of what makes it human, the drive to explore, to invent, to push boundaries. For him, the future depended on keeping capitalism dynamic, not by preserving old forms, but by protecting the freedom to create new ones. That requires societies to value curiosity over comfort, adaptability over certainty, and creativity over control. By the end of the chapter, the author brings Schumpeter's vision into focus as more than just an economic insight. It is a way of understanding history itself. Civilizations rise and fall according to their capacity for renewal. Empires collapse not because they are conquered from without, but because they stop reinventing from within. Innovation is not just an economic mechanism, it is a cultural necessity. A dynamic world is one in which people accept uncertainty as the price of progress. Schumpeter's message is both a warning and a call to courage. Do not fear the winds of change, for they are the breath of life itself. Every act of creation carries destruction within it, but without destruction, creation cannot exist. The challenge of the modern world is not to resist that cycle, but to steer it, to make the storm of innovation serve human purpose rather than overwhelm it. As the author concludes, the future belongs to the dynamic, to those who understand that progress is not something to be managed, but something to be lived.
Chapter 4. Innovation creates even as it destroys. In this chapter, the author turns to the central paradox of capitalism, the idea that every act of creation also contains an act of destruction. This is the heartbeat of Schumpeter's vision. Innovation does not emerge in harmony, it erupts through disruption. It dismantles old systems even as it builds new ones. The same forces that bring progress also bring pain, dislocation, and loss. Yet, Schumpeter saw this duality not as a flaw of capitalism, but as its defining strength. To him, creative destruction was not chaos. It was the natural rhythm of progress, the storm that clears away decay so that new life can grow. The author opens with vivid examples of technological revolutions: the steam engine, electricity, the automobile, and more recently, digital technology. Each of these breakthroughs changed the world profoundly, creating entire industries while erasing others. When the automobile appeared, it didn't just improve transportation, it destroyed the horse and carriage economy, reshaped cities, and rewrote how people lived. The invention of the personal computer did not merely make work faster, it rendered entire professions obsolete while birthing entirely new ones. These are not isolated disruptions, but part of an ongoing process, a perpetual cycle of rebirth through destruction. Schumpeter understood that innovation is not an abstract concept, it is a deeply human process. Behind every invention is a person willing to take a risk, to challenge convention, and to endure uncertainty. Entrepreneurs are the true agents of creative destruction. They are not only builders, but also disruptors, people who see what others cannot and are willing to destroy what exists in order to create what might be. Schumpeter called them the heroes of capitalism, not because they are perfect, but because they embody the restless energy that keeps the system alive. Without entrepreneurs, capitalism would calcify. Without destruction, creation would stagnate. The author explains that innovation rarely happens in isolation. It spreads through networks of imitation and adaptation, setting off waves of transformation that reach far beyond their origin. The smartphone, for instance, was not invented from nothing. It emerged from decades of accumulated ideas, technologies, and failed experiments. But once it appeared, it redefined how people communicate, work, and think. That is the nature of innovation. It begins as a single spark, but grows into a wildfire that reshapes the entire landscape. However, the chapter does not romanticize the process. The author acknowledges that every wave of innovation carries human costs. Factories close, workers lose their jobs, and communities built around old industries collapse.
The transition is rarely fair or painless. Schumpeter never denied this. He simply argued that progress cannot be separated from upheaval. Trying to prevent creative destruction, he warned, would be like trying to stop evolution. To eliminate risk is to eliminate growth. A society that values comfort over change may avoid short-term pain, but it will also forfeit long-term vitality. The author explores how modern societies grapple with this dilemma. Governments and institutions often try to cushion the impact of innovation, and rightly so. But too much protection can suffocate the very energy that drives progress. The balance, Schumpeter believed, lies in allowing innovation to flourish while helping people adapt to its consequences. The role of policy, therefore, is not to stop creative destruction, but to channel it, to ensure that those displaced by change have paths toward new opportunities. A healthy economy, he argued, must be flexible enough to absorb shocks and dynamic enough to keep moving forward. The chapter also delves into the moral dimension of innovation. Progress, after all, is not neutral. Technology reflects human values and choices. The same innovations that can liberate us can also divide us. Automation can free workers from drudgery, or it can deepen inequality. The internet can connect humanity or polarize it. Schumpeter's insight reminds us that creative destruction is not destiny, it is direction. We shape it through our institutions, our ethics, and our collective imagination. In closing, the author reflects on the emotional complexity of progress. To build the new, we must often say goodbye to what we know, to the familiar, the stable, even the comforting. That loss can feel personal. Yet history shows that humanity's greatest leaps forward have always come from those who dared to destroy in order to create. The fall of Blockbuster made way for streaming. The decline of film cameras gave rise to digital photography. The disappearance of typewriters opened the door to computing. Each ending carries within it a beginning. Schumpeter's message, the author concludes, is both sobering and empowering. Destruction is not the enemy of creation, it is its condition. The world is built on cycles of renewal. What matters is not whether change will come, it always does, but whether we will face it with fear or imagination. Innovation, in all its disruptive power, is humanity's way of reinventing itself. It destroys, yes, but only so that something more vibrant, more alive, and more human can take its place.
Chapter 5. The fall of Blockbuster and the rise of Uber teach us different lessons. This chapter brings Schumpeter's theory of creative destruction to life through two vivid modern examples: the downfall of Blockbuster and the meteoric rise of Uber. Though both stories spring from the same process of innovation and disruption, they reveal different sides of capitalism's restless energy. One illustrates the cost of resisting change, the other the power and controversy of embracing it. Together, they show how the forces of creation and destruction continue to shape our world, not as distant abstractions, but as realities that touch our daily lives. The story of Blockbuster begins with triumph. In the late 1990s, it was a cultural institution, a symbol of weekend leisure and middle-class entertainment. Its blue and yellow stores stood in every city. Its late fees were a shared annoyance, and its brand was synonymous with movies themselves. For a time, Blockbuster seemed untouchable. Yet beneath that confidence lay the seeds of its collapse. The company's business model depended on physical stores, predictable habits, and the limits of pre-digital technology. When innovation arrived, first through DVD by mail, then through streaming, Blockbuster didn't see an opportunity, it saw a threat. That threat came in the form of a small, unproven company, Netflix. What began as a simple mail-order DVD service soon evolved into a revolutionary idea. Movies delivered directly to your home, without late fees, without shelves, without the need to leave the couch. Netflix bet on the future of digital convenience, while Blockbuster clung to the comfort of the physical world. Even when offered a chance to buy Netflix early on, Blockbuster declined.
It was, in Schumpeter's terms, a victim of its own success. Too comfortable, too bureaucratic, too afraid to destroy what had made it powerful. Within a decade, its empire crumbled. Blockbuster's collapse, the author explains, is a textbook case of creative destruction. The company didn't die because people stopped watching movies. It died because people found a better way to experience them. Innovation doesn't wait for permission. It simply moves forward, and those who fail to move with it are left behind. The lesson, however, is not that technology is cruel or that big companies are doomed. It's that stability is temporary. In a dynamic world, survival depends not on size, but on adaptability, on the willingness to question one's own success before the world does it for you. Then comes Uber, a very different story, one that shows not the victims of disruption, but its agents. Uber began with a simple frustration, the difficulty of finding a reliable taxi. Its founders saw what others ignored, the potential of smartphones, GPS, and digital payments to connect drivers and passengers directly. What they built was not just an app, but an entirely new marketplace, one that challenged long-standing norms and regulations. Uber didn't just compete with the taxi industry, it redefined what it meant to provide transportation. Yet Uber's rise also exposed the tensions within creative destruction. The convenience it offered to consumers and the opportunities it created for drivers came at a cost. Protests, lawsuits, and debates about labor, fairness, and accountability. Cities struggled to regulate this new model, while traditional taxi systems collapsed under the weight of change. The author uses this case to highlight a deeper truth. Innovation always collides with existing institutions. Progress is disruptive by nature, and even when it brings undeniable benefits, it also challenges our sense of order and justice. The contrast between Blockbuster and Uber reveals two lessons at the heart of Schumpeter's theory. The first is that failure to adapt is fatal. The second is that success through innovation brings its own moral and social complexities. The same creative forces that build can also divide, unsettle, and destabilize. Uber's triumph is not just about technology. It's about how societies respond to change. Do we embrace it, regulate it, or resist it? Schumpeter would say that the question is not whether disruption should happen, but how we guide it. The author reminds us that creative destruction is neither good nor bad. It is neutral, like fire. It can illuminate or burn, depending on how we use it. The fall of Blockbuster teaches humbleness. The rise of Uber demands responsibility. Both are parts of the same process, a process that defines modern capitalism. Schumpeter understood that we cannot freeze progress without freezing life itself. The challenge is not to stop innovation, but to ensure that its benefits are shared, its costs mitigated, and its energy directed toward human flourishing. The chapter ends on a reflective note. Innovation is not a distant force beyond our control. It is the sum of human decisions, of visionaries daring to create, and societies learning to adapt. Some businesses fall, others rise, but the cycle continues, carrying the world forward. In that sense, the stories of Blockbuster and Uber are not opposites, but chapters in the same narrative, the eternal rhythm of capitalism that destroys and creates, breaks and rebuilds, forgets and renews. As Schumpeter might have said, progress is never painful, but it is always necessary.
Chapter 6. The cultural, social, and political consequences are as profound as the economic. In the final chapter, the author widens the lens beyond economics to explore a central insight of Schumpeter's vision. Creative destruction does not only transform markets, it reshapes culture, society, and politics. The forces of innovation and disruption that power capitalism also alter the way people think, connect, and organize their lives. Every technological revolution changes not only what we produce, but who we are.
The chapter argues that the effects of creative destruction reach deeper than profit or productivity. They redefine the very fabric of human civilization. The author begins by tracing this pattern throughout history. The invention of the printing press, for instance, did not merely revolutionize communication. It transformed the structure of power. It weakened monarchies and churches, spread literacy, and gave birth to new ideas about freedom and individuality. Centuries later, the internet would play a similar role, democratizing access to information while simultaneously fragmenting it, connecting billions of people while polarizing their beliefs. Every wave of innovation, Schumpeter would say, carries both liberation and disruption. It expands human possibility, yet it also unsettles the social order. Schumpeter understood that capitalism is not just an economic system, it is a cultural engine. It rewards imagination, independence, and ambition, values that drive societies forward, but also erode traditional forms of stability. The family, the community, the nation, all must adapt to the relentless pace of change. When industries rise and fall, so too do the ways people work, relate, and find meaning. The author explains that this constant transformation generates a dual experience, a sense of empowerment and a sense of dislocation. We gain freedom, but we lose certainty. We gain choice, but we lose cohesion. In that paradox lies the psychological cost of modern progress. The chapter turns to the social implications of this tension. As innovation accelerates, it reshapes the structure of opportunity, creating new winners and new losers. Education, geography, and adaptability become the dividing lines of prosperity. Those able to ride the waves of change thrive, while those anchored to fading industries fall behind. Schumpeter saw this as inevitable but dangerous. Capitalism's strength, its dynamism, also makes it fragile. A society that fails to help its displaced citizens risks turning the energy of creative destruction into bitterness and backlash. The unease we see in many modern democracies, the author suggests, is not a rejection of progress itself, but of its uneven consequences. Politics, too, becomes entangled in this dynamic. Technological and economic transformations often outpace the institutions meant to govern them. The rise of digital platforms, social media, and artificial intelligence has created new forms of influence and inequality that traditional laws struggle to address. Information spreads faster than truth can catch up. Populism grows in the gaps between the beneficiaries of change and those left behind. Schumpeter predicted something like this long ago, that capitalism might one day be undermined not by its failures, but by its success. As societies become more prosperous, people grow skeptical of the very system that made them so. Intellectuals and elites, nurtured by capitalism's wealth, begin to critique its excesses, eroding the cultural faith that sustains it. The author uses this insight to ask a difficult question. Can creative destruction sustain not only economic growth, but social harmony? The answer, he suggests, depends on whether we can balance freedom with responsibility, innovation with empathy. A dynamic society must learn to absorb disruption without losing its sense of shared purpose. That requires strong institutions, education systems that foster adaptability, safety nets that protect dignity without stifling initiative, and political frameworks that encourage experimentation rather than fear it. The goal is not to stop change, but to humanize it, to make innovation serve people rather than the other way around. As the chapter moves toward its conclusion, the author reflects on the deeper meaning of Schumpeter's work. Creative destruction is more than an economic theory. It is a philosophy of existence. It mirrors the pattern of life itself: growth, decay, renewal. Every civilization, like every organism, must change or die. The true challenge is not to escape the cycle, but to guide it consciously, to make sure that what we build from the ashes of the old is wiser, fairer, and more humane. The final message is both humbling and hopeful. Progress always comes at a cost, but stagnation costs more. The same forces that disrupt also empower. The same technologies that divide also connect. The same innovations that destroy jobs also create new possibilities. Our task, the author concludes, is to preserve the human spirit amid the storm, to recognize that creative destruction is not merely a force of economics, but the pulse of civilization. It is the process through which humanity renews itself again and again, learning with each cycle not just how to make better machines, but how to become better stewards of our own creation.
Conclusion: Creative Destruction, the philosophy of a new era. In the conclusion of Creative Destruction, the author brings the entire journey of the book to its most profound point: the realization that creative destruction is not merely an economic process, but a philosophy for understanding the modern world. It is the rhythm of progress itself, the pulse of human advancement, and the story of how civilizations are reborn. Every great transformation in technology, culture, or thought follows this same law. Creation and destruction are inseparable. One cannot exist without the other, and in that tension lies the beauty and power of progress. The author begins by reflecting on the paradox at the heart of Schumpeter's insight. Capitalism, for all its turbulence, is the most dynamic force humanity has ever unleashed. It thrives not through balance or stability, but through restless renewal. Every new idea, every innovation, every daring act of imagination adds to a cycle of reinvention that propels humanity forward. But this same cycle is also what dismantles the old. Industries collapse, institutions fade, and traditions crumble. Schumpeter understood that what looks like destruction from one perspective is actually the beginning of something greater. The old must make room for the new, just as winter gives way to spring. The author reminds us that this truth is not confined to economics. It applies to all human endeavors. Art, science, politics, and even personal growth all move through patterns of creation and loss. Progress is never smooth or painless, but it is always essential. The lesson of creative destruction is not to fear change, but to understand it, to see beyond the chaos of the moment and recognize the deeper order beneath it. What seems like instability is often the groundwork for renewal. As Schumpeter would say, stability is the illusion, transformation is the reality. The chapter then turns to the question of responsibility. If creative destruction is inevitable, what is the role of humanity within it? The author argues that while we cannot stop change, we can guide it. The challenge of the modern world is not to resist the storm, but to steer it wisely. Innovation, if left unchecked, can divide society, deepen inequality, and erode meaning. But when directed with vision and compassion, it becomes a force for inclusion, progress, and human dignity. The goal, then, is to shape an economy and a culture where creativity serves humanity, not the other way around. At the same time, the author warns of Schumpeter's great fear, that capitalism might one day destroy the very spirit that sustains it. When societies grow rich and comfortable, they often lose the daring energy that created their wealth in the first place. Bureaucracy replaces imagination, protection replaces ambition. As Schumpeter predicted, capitalism may not end with a crash, but with a sigh, a slow fading of its creative fire. To prevent that fate, the author calls for a renewal of the entrepreneurial spirit, not just in business, but in every domain of life. The willingness to experiment, to fail, to rebuild, that is what keeps a society alive. As the conclusion unfolds, the author draws a powerful parallel between creative destruction and the cycle of life itself. Every living thing must grow, decay, and regenerate. Every civilization, too, must confront its own mortality in order to be reborn. Creative destruction, in this sense, is not just an economic principle, it is a universal truth. It tells us that endings are not failures, but transitions. What matters is not how long something lasts, but whether it continues to evolve. To live, as individuals, as societies, is to accept change as the price of vitality. In the final passages, the tone turns reflective, almost poetic.
the author invites us to see creative destruction as a call to courage, a reminder that progress depends on our capacity to imagine a better future, even when the present is uncertain. Every generation faces its own storms of change, technological revolutions, political upheavals, cultural shifts. Yet through each one, humanity has found ways to adapt, to rebuild, and to rise again. This resilience, this endless renewal, is what makes civilization possible. The conclusion closes with a hopeful affirmation. Creative destruction is not something to fear, but to embrace with wisdom. It is the essence of how we grow, as individuals, as economies, and as a species. The task before us is to ensure that in destroying, we also create wisely, that in advancing, we remember our humanity. For in the end, as Schumpeter understood so well, every act of destruction carries within it the seed of creation, and every act of creation begins with the courage to let go of what no longer serves.
Welcome to Books and More Audio, the place where we explore the great ideas that have shaped human history and the world we live in. Today, we'll dive into the timeless classic The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers by Paul Kennedy, a sweeping journey across 5 centuries that reveals the deep connection between economic strength, military power, and the destiny of nations. This is not just a story about wars or wealth, but a profound reflection on ambition, strategy, and the inevitable limits of empire in the ever-shifting balance of global history. Introduction: The Law of the Rise and Fall of Great Powers. In The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers, I seek to tell the long story of how nations rise to greatness and then decline, a recurring pattern that has shaped world history for centuries. This is not merely a chronicle of wars, but an exploration of how economic strength, technological innovation, and social organization form the foundation of military and political power. History shows that no empire, however glorious, can endure if its military ambitions outpace its economic capacity. Around 1500, the world entered a new era. Europe, once fragmented and backward, began to surge ahead through competition, trade, and discovery. The European miracle was not born of unity, but of diversity and rivalry. Each state, forced to survive amid constant conflict, learned to innovate, to build better ships, develop new weapons, and manage finance more effectively. Meanwhile, the great Eastern empires, Ming China, the Ottomans, and the Mughals, stagnated under rigid hierarchies and a fear of change. The result was a profound shift. The center of power moved from the east to the west. From this point on, the fate of nations would be determined by how well they could balance economic growth and strategic ambition. Those who mastered the art of financial management, such as Britain in the 18th century, could sustain long wars and emerge victorious. Those who overextended, like the Habsburgs or Napoleon's France, ultimately collapsed under the weight of their own empires. With the Industrial Revolution, this process accelerated dramatically. Technology and productivity became the new weapons of dominance. Britain reigned supreme for a time, but soon faced challenges from Germany, the United States, Russia, and Japan, each using industrial power to assert their place in the global order. The 2 world wars of the 20th century were not just military conflicts, they were battles of production and endurance, where victory went to the nations that could mobilize their economies most effectively. The concept I call imperial overstretch emerges from this historical cycle. Whenever a great power expands its commitments beyond what its economy can sustain, decline becomes inevitable. Spain in the 17th century, Britain in the 19th, and America in the 20th all faced this same dilemma: how to maintain global influence without exhausting their resources.
As the 20th century unfolded, the balance of power began to shift again. The United States and the Soviet Union rose to dominate, only to find themselves trapped in a costly arms race and global responsibilities that strained their economies. Meanwhile, new centers of strength, Europe, Japan, and the emerging nations of Asia began to reshape the economic landscape. Ultimately, the lesson of history is clear. Power is never permanent. It belongs to those who can adapt, innovate, and maintain equilibrium between wealth and ambition. Empires fall not because they are conquered, but because they spend beyond their means, forgetting that true strength comes not from armies, but from the enduring vitality of their economies and societies. Thus, the story of the rise and fall of the great powers is not one of fate, but of choice, a reflection of how nations manage the delicate balance between prosperity and power, ambition and restraint in their relentless pursuit of greatness.
Chapter 1: The Rise of the Western World. Around the year 1500, the world stood at the edge of transformation. To the east lay vast empires, China under the Ming, the Ottomans, and the Mughals, magnificent, populous, and rich in culture and technology. To the west, Europe appeared fragmented, backward, and consumed by endless wars. Yet, paradoxically, it was from this divided and restless continent that global power would soon emerge. I view this as one of history's greatest paradoxes. Europe triumphed not because of unity, but because of competition, innovation, and diversity. In the early 16th century, Ming China possessed the most advanced economy and bureaucracy on Earth. Its shipyards built immense vessels, and its scholars mastered science, art, and administration. But its rulers, fearing disorder and foreign influence, turned inward, banning ocean voyages, closing trade, and suppressing private enterprise. This self-imposed isolation would later cost China the chance to lead the world. The Islamic empires, Ottoman, Safavid, and Mughal, also seemed destined to dominate. The Ottomans ruled from the gates of Vienna to the Red Sea, commanding armies and resources that dwarfed those of any European kingdom. Yet their power rested on conquest and tribute, not on innovation. Bureaucracy became rigid, and religion stifled scientific curiosity. Over time, these empires lost their dynamism and fell behind in technology and finance. By contrast, Europe's weakness became its greatest strength. Lacking a single emperor or unified faith, European nations competed fiercely with one another in trade, science, and war. Every discovery or weapon developed by one power quickly forced others to improve or perish. This relentless rivalry drove progress. In Venice, banking and maritime insurance emerged. In the Netherlands, joint stock companies revolutionized investment. And in Portugal and Spain, explorers pushed the boundaries of the known world. The age of exploration was born not from peace, but from ambition and competition. Geography and necessity combined to make Europeans restless innovators. With limited resources and constant pressure from neighbors, they sought wealth abroad. Naval technology, improved maps, and the use of gunpowder turned small kingdoms into global empires. When Columbus crossed the Atlantic and Vasco da Gama rounded the Cape of Good Hope, the balance of world power began to tilt decisively westward. The key to Europe's rise, as I see it, lies in its unique combination of fragmentation and interaction. Dozens of states shared a single cultural sphere, yet remained politically divided. This structure prevented stagnation. No ruler could crush innovation everywhere, and success in one region quickly inspired imitation elsewhere. Europe's political and intellectual pluralism became the seedbed of capitalism, science, and modern warfare. By the end of the 17th century, the transformation was complete. The East, once dominant, had turned inward. The West, once peripheral, now spanned the globe. The ships, cannons, and merchants of Europe connected continents and reshaped civilizations. What began as a contest for survival among small states had evolved into a global system of power rooted in finance, technology, and restless human desire to explore and create. Chapter 2. The Habsburg Bid for Mastery, 1519–1659. In the century following 1519, the Habsburg dynasty stood at the heart of Europe's destiny. Under Charles V and his successors, they ruled over a vast realm stretching from Spain to Austria, from the Americas to the Philippines. On the surface, the Habsburgs appeared to have achieved what no other power had done since Rome, the dream of universal monarchy. Yet behind this splendor lay the seeds of exhaustion. I see in their story a timeless lesson. When a state's ambitions grow faster than its economic capacity, decline becomes inevitable. The early 16th century was an age of extraordinary opportunity. The New World opened its riches to Spain. Trade with Asia flourished. Gold and silver flowed into Europe. The Habsburgs, controlling both the Spanish and Austrian thrones, commanded unmatched military and political might. Yet their empire was too vast, too complex, and too dependent on borrowed wealth. The costs of maintaining armies, navies, and fortresses across continents quickly outstripped their revenues. The flood of silver from the Americas, rather than bringing stability, fueled inflation, speculation, and corruption. At the same time, religious and political divisions tore Europe apart. The Reformation shattered Christian unity, and the Habsburgs cast themselves as defenders of Catholic orthodoxy. This moral mission bound their prestige to an endless series of wars in Germany, the Netherlands, and Italy that consumed their wealth and manpower. The 30 Years' War epitomized the contradiction of their empire: enormous military effort with diminishing returns. Spain's once invincible armadas decayed, its industries declined, and its population shrank under the weight of taxation. While the Habsburgs fought to preserve unity, their rivals, England, France, and the Dutch Republic, grew stronger by embracing finance, trade, and maritime expansion. The Dutch, in particular, demonstrated how economic ingenuity could outmatch feudal grandeur. With a small population and little land, they built the world's most advanced shipping and banking systems. Amsterdam became the financial center of Europe, financing wars that Spain could no longer afford. Thus, the balance of power began to shift, from imperial land empires to commercial maritime powers built on credit and productivity. The geography of Europe also worked against the Habsburgs. Their territories were scattered, their communication lines long and vulnerable, and their enemies surrounded them on all sides. To maintain such an empire required constant military mobilization, a burden that even vast silver mines could not sustain. Every victory only led to new commitments. Every province demanded more defense. The empire became what I call overstretched, magnificent in reach but fragile at its core. By 1659, after more than a century of war, the dream of Habsburg supremacy had vanished. The Treaty of the Pyrenees marked the triumph of France under Cardinal Mazarin and the emergence of a new power balance in Europe. The once glorious empire was left drained of wealth and confidence, its global might reduced to scattered possessions and fading prestige. Yet, from its decline arose a new model of power, one based not on dynastic inheritance, but on economic strength, innovation, and state efficiency. The Habsburg experience revealed a fundamental truth of history. Military power is sustainable only rooted in economic vitality. When rulers mistake territory for wealth and faith for strategy, they risk burning their resources in the name of glory. The Habsburgs' fall was not a failure of courage or will, but of proportion. They tried to command the world without first mastering the means to pay for it. Thus, between 1519 and 1659, Europe witnessed the first great modern lesson in the limits of empire. From its ashes would rise a new generation of powers, smaller perhaps, but far more adaptable, that understood the enduring law of history, that greatness belongs not to those who conquer the most, but to those who can balance ambition with capacity, power with prudence. Chapter 3: Finance, Geography, and the Winning of Wars, 1660 to 1815. From the mid-17th to the early 19th century, Europe entered an age of relentless conflict. Wars that were not only fought on battlefields, but also in banks, shipyards, and treasuries. I believe this era revealed one of the most crucial truths in history. The outcome of wars depends less on courage or strategy than on economic power, financial management, and geography. The states that learned how to harness credit, logistics, and industry became the true victors of the modern age. After the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, no single empire dominated Europe. Instead, the continent became a system of rival powers: France, Britain, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, each seeking advantage through alliances, trade, and colonial expansion. But military strength now required enormous and sustained resources. Armies grew from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of men. Navies required advanced ships and global supply networks. To maintain such forces, monarchs could no longer rely on plunder or silver. They needed efficient taxation and reliable credit. This was the age of the financial revolution. In England, after the Glorious Revolution of 1688, Parliament established the Bank of England, secured state borrowing through public debt, and tied the interest of financiers to the stability of government. This system allowed Britain to borrow vast sums at low interest, funding long wars without bankrupting itself. France, by contrast, relied on inefficient taxation and private financiers, often defaulting on loans. Thus, even when France possessed larger armies, Britain's superior credit and naval logistics ensured its endurance. Geography amplified this advantage. As an island nation with easy access to the sea, Britain could defend itself while projecting power overseas. Its navy became both shield and sword, protecting commerce, blockading enemies, and expanding colonial markets. France, though richer in land and population, faced constant threats on its borders and could never fully commit to maritime dominance. Meanwhile, the continental powers, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, were drawn into endless land wars that drained their resources and prevented global expansion. The wars of the 18th century, from the War of Spanish Succession to the Seven Years' War, confirmed that financial and naval superiority outweighed sheer numbers. Britain's ability to sustain coalitions through subsidies, supply its armies abroad, and control trade routes turned it into the first truly global power. By 1763, after defeating France in North America and India, Britain had laid the foundations of its empire. Yet the balance of power never remained static. The late 18th century saw the rise of revolutionary France, fueled by the energy of a mobilized citizenry and reformed administration. The Napoleonic Wars brought Europe to the edge of exhaustion. Napoleon's genius in warfare could not compensate for the economic might of his enemies. His continental system, designed to blockade Britain, only backfired, strangling European trade, while Britain, sustained by its navy and industry, grew stronger. Ultimately, it was the integration of economic strength and strategic patience that allowed Britain, along with Russia, Prussia, and Austria, to defeat him in 1815. By the end of this era, the lesson was clear. Victory belonged not to the boldest commander, but to the most resilient economy. The states that built institutions of credit, taxation, and production could fight long wars without collapse. Those that did not fell into ruin regardless of early triumphs. The Industrial Revolution, already stirring in Britain, promised to magnify this dynamic even further, linking technology, wealth, and war in ways that would define the modern world. Thus, between 1660 and 1815, Europe completed its transformation from feudal kingdoms to fiscal military states. Power was no longer measured in acres or dynasties, but in ships, factories, and balance sheets. From this foundation, the age of industrial and global empires was about to begin, and the laws of economic strength over military ambition would shape the next 2 centuries of human history.
Chapter 4: Industrialization and the Shifting Global Balances,
1815–1885. After Napoleon's defeat and the Congress of Vienna, Europe entered a rare period of peace and reconstruction. Yet beneath this calm surface, a far greater revolution was unfolding, the Industrial Revolution, which would transform not only economies, but the very nature of power itself. I see this period as the beginning of a new world order, where machines, capital, and productivity replaced armies and land as the true foundations of national strength. Between 1815 and 1885, the balance of global power shifted decisively toward those nations that mastered industry, science, and finance. Britain stood at the forefront of this transformation. In the early 19th century, it became the world's workshop and banker, producing half of the planet's manufactured goods. Steam engines powered its factories, railways and telegraphs connected its empire, and London emerged as the financial heart of global trade. The British Navy protected shipping lanes that linked India, Africa, and the Americas, ensuring a steady flow of raw materials and markets. But Britain's power did not rely on conquest alone. It rested on a sophisticated system of credit, technology, and free trade, which spread its influence across continents without the need for direct rule. The Industrial Revolution, however, did not stop at Britain's shores. Its innovations, coal, steel, machinery, and new financial institutions quickly spread across Europe and North America. France, after the Napoleonic Wars, rebuilt its industries and modernized its infrastructure. Prussia, through educational and administrative reforms, laid the groundwork for a new German powerhouse. Russia, though still agrarian and burdened by serfdom, began constructing railways and expanding eastward. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the United States harnessed its vast resources and immigrant labor to become an emerging industrial giant. The Civil War, 1861 to 1865, though devastating, accelerated its technological and economic development, preparing it for global leadership. In contrast, the non-European world entered a period of decline. China's Qing dynasty, trapped in conservatism and bureaucratic rigidity, failed to adapt to industrial change and suffered humiliation in the Opium Wars. India fell under direct British rule, transformed into both colony and market for European goods. The great Muslim empires, Ottoman, Persian, and Mughal, fragmented under internal weakness and external pressure. For the first time in history, the West ruled the world, not merely through armies, but through factories, banks, and trade. During this period, Britain appeared to hold undisputed supremacy, its navy unmatched, its capital global, and its empire vast. Yet even in its zenith, the seeds of future competition were sown. Industrialization was not a monopoly, it was contagious. Germany and the United States soon adopted British methods, improving upon them with scientific precision and large-scale organization. Germany's unification in 1871 unleashed enormous industrial and military potential, while America's vast natural resources and entrepreneurial energy propelled it toward economic dominance. The world was entering an age of rising challengers, where Britain's relative power would inevitably wane. The new industrial economy also brought profound social and political transformations. Cities expanded rapidly, new social classes emerged, and the demands of labor began to challenge traditional hierarchies. Governments were forced to adapt, creating systems of administration and welfare capable of managing industrial societies. Meanwhile, the appetite for raw materials and markets spurred imperial expansion. Africa and Asia became arenas for economic conquest as European powers carved up territories to feed their factories and protect their trade routes. By the late 19th century, the map of global power had been redrawn. Economic might, not aristocratic lineage, now defined greatness. The center of gravity had shifted from the Mediterranean to the North Atlantic, from agrarian economies to industrial giants. The ability to produce steel, coal, and machinery became the ultimate measure of strength. In my view, the years 1815 to 1885 marked the great turning point in human history, when technology and finance replaced bloodlines and empires as the engines of dominance.
The industrial world created unprecedented prosperity, but also set the stage for new rivalries. As nations raced to industrialize and expand, the old European balance of power began to crumble. The world was moving irresistibly toward an age of industrial competition, global empires, and eventually, industrial warfare. A new phase in the eternal struggle between wealth, power, and ambition.
Chapter 5: The Coming of a Bipolar World and the Crisis of the Middle Powers, Part 1, 1885 to 1918. By the late 19th century, the global balance of power was shifting once again. Industrialization had created new centers of strength, and the world was moving from a relatively stable, British-dominated order toward a multipolar and increasingly unstable system. From 1885 to 1918, the rivalries between industrial powers, Britain, Germany, France, Russia, Japan, and the United States, intensified in every domain: economic, military, and imperial. This was the age when modern technology, nationalism, and global competition fused into one explosive force, ultimately leading humanity into the catastrophe of the First World War. Britain still stood at the peak of its imperial power, ruling over a vast global network of colonies and trade routes. Yet, its dominance was no longer absolute. Germany, newly unified in 1871, quickly became an industrial and scientific powerhouse. Its steel production, chemical industry, and military technology rivaled and even surpassed Britain's. The United States, with its enormous territory, resources, and population, was rapidly rising as an economic giant. Japan, after the Meiji Restoration, had transformed from a feudal society into a modern industrial state, asserting itself in Asia through victories over China and Russia. In contrast, the Middle Powers, France, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire, struggled to adapt to this new world of machines, credit, and mass production. Industrialization brought immense prosperity, but also fierce competition. The quest for raw materials and markets led to a global scramble for colonies. Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific were carved up by European empires seeking economic advantage and national prestige. This imperial race was not driven by moral purpose, but by the belief that power required expansion, that a great nation must own territory, control trade, and project strength abroad. The result was a world divided between the haves and the have-nots, where every gain by one power threatened the security of another. As industrial capabilities grew, so did the scale and cost of warfare. The new engines of power, railways, steamships, machine guns, and telegraphs allowed for rapid mobilization and mass destruction. But maintaining these enormous armies and navies demanded unprecedented financial and administrative efficiency. Only nations with strong economies and effective governments could sustain modern war. Britain and Germany competed in a naval arms race, France fortified its alliances, and Russia sought modernization while suppressing internal dissent. By the turn of the century, Europe had become a continent armed to the teeth, bound by a web of alliances that made peace fragile. On one side stood the Triple Alliance of Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. On the other, the Triple Entente of Britain, France, and Russia. These alliances, meant to preserve security, instead ensured that a conflict between any two nations would engulf them all. Nationalism inflamed the masses, the press glorified militarism, and governments, fearing weakness, doubled down on arms production. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 1914 was merely the spark that ignited this powder keg. The First World War that followed was unlike any conflict in human history. A total war of economies and societies, not just armies. Each nation mobilized its industry, labor, and science for destruction. Trench warfare on the Western Front symbolized the grim reality. Millions died, yet neither side could prevail quickly. Ultimately, victory went not to the bravest soldiers, but to those nations with the deepest industrial and financial reserves: Britain, France, and the United States.
Germany, though technologically advanced, collapsed under blockade, hunger, and exhaustion. The war's end in 1918 marked the death of an era. The great continental empires, Austria-Hungary, Ottoman, and Tsarist Russia, disintegrated. Britain and France emerged as victors, but their economies were drained and their people disillusioned. The United States, by contrast, had become the world's creditor and industrial leader, while the Soviet Union rose from the ruins of revolution as a new ideological power. The old European order, which had dominated since the Renaissance, was shattered forever. Looking back, I see the years 1885 to 1918 as the turning point of modern history. It was the moment when industrial civilization, in its arrogance and momentum, overreached itself. The same technologies that had promised progress and prosperity instead delivered devastation. The balance of power that Europe had carefully maintained for centuries collapsed under the weight of ambition, nationalism, and economic rivalry. Out of the ashes of that war would emerge a new and uncertain world, one dominated by two great forces, capitalism and communism, setting the stage for the next, even more profound global struggle.
Chapter 6: The Coming of a Bipolar World and the Crisis of the Middle Powers, Part 2, 1919-1942. When the First World War ended, the victors believed they had secured a lasting peace. Yet beneath the surface of triumph, Europe was exhausted, its finances shattered, its empires crumbling, and its people disillusioned. The Treaty of Versailles, 1919, sought to impose order, but instead it created instability. The old world of empires was gone, yet no new equilibrium had emerged. The years between 1919 and 1942 became a time of transition and turmoil, when the center of global power shifted from Europe to two rising giants, the United States and the Soviet Union. Britain and France, though victorious, were nations in decline. Their treasuries were empty, their industries weakened, and their societies weary of war. Britain tried to maintain its empire and the balance of power, but its global reach now exceeded its economic strength. France, haunted by memories of invasion, focused on defense rather than renewal. Meanwhile, Germany, humiliated by defeat and burdened with reparations, became fertile ground for resentment and extremism. The Versailles system, instead of stabilizing Europe, turned Germany into a nation bent on revenge. To the east, Russia had undergone a revolutionary transformation. The collapse of the Tsarist regime gave birth to the Soviet Union, an entirely new kind of power, ideologically driven, centralized, and determined to spread its model across the world. The Bolsheviks rejected the capitalist system altogether, seeking instead to inspire revolution abroad while rebuilding their economy at home. At the same time, the United States, now the world's largest economy, withdrew into isolation. It possessed the resources to shape global peace, but lacked the political will to do so. This absence of leadership left Europe adrift. The 1920s briefly seemed to promise recovery. Economic growth returned, new technologies flourished, and diplomacy appeared to work through disarmament and cooperation. Yet this was a fragile prosperity, built on American loans and speculation. When the Great Depression of 1929 struck, the entire system collapsed. Banks failed, trade shrank, and millions were thrown into unemployment. Across the world, confidence in democracy and free markets eroded. Desperation paved the way for authoritarian regimes that promised order, strength, and renewal. In this climate, fascist Italy, Nazi Germany, and militarist Japan rose to prominence. Each shared a belief in expansion as a solution to internal weakness. Hitler rebuilt Germany's economy through rearmament, propaganda, and territorial ambition. Mussolini dreamed of a revived Roman Empire. Japan, driven by population pressure and resource scarcity, invaded Manchuria and set its sights on Asia.
These regimes transformed the tools of industrial civilization, steel, oil, and mass production into instruments of conquest. Meanwhile, the democracies hesitated. Britain and France, economically weak and fearful of another war, adopted a policy of appeasement, hoping to satisfy aggressors through compromise. But the dictators only grew bolder. The invasion of Ethiopia, the reoccupation of the Rhineland, the annexation of Austria, and the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia revealed the moral and strategic paralysis of the West. By the time Germany invaded Poland in 1939, the fragile peace had collapsed completely. The Second World War that followed was the ultimate expression of industrial power. It was fought not only with armies, but with entire societies, through factories, science, and mass mobilization. Germany and Japan sought to build vast empires through speed and brutality, while the Allied powers relied on production capacity and economic endurance. The United States, once isolationist, entered the conflict after the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, unleashing its full industrial and technological might. By 1942, the outlines of a new world order were already visible. Europe, once the center of global power, was devastated. Britain and France were exhausted beyond recovery. The Soviet Union, though scarred by invasion, had become a military and ideological superpower. The United States emerged as the new economic and industrial leader of the world. The old multipolar system that had defined international politics for centuries was gone, replaced by a bipolar structure dominated by Washington and Moscow. Looking back, I see this period as the final act in the decline of Europe's supremacy. The two world wars were not separate conflicts, but parts of a single historical process, the collapse of the European-centered order that had ruled since the 16th century. Economic imbalance, imperial overstretch, and political arrogance had finally taken their toll. Out of Europe's ruins rose a new reality, a world divided not by empires and monarchies, but by ideology and industry, capitalism and communism, the twin heirs of modernity. From 1919 to 1942, the stage was set for the modern era, an age defined not by the struggle for colonies, but by the competition of systems. And once again, history affirmed its enduring law, that military power without economic foundation cannot last, and that no civilization, however mighty, can escape the limits of its own ambition.
Chapter 7: Stability and Change in a Bipolar World, 1943-1980. As the Second World War drew to a close, the balance of global power shifted irreversibly. Europe, once the center of civilization and empire, lay in ruins. In its place rose two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, each embodying opposing visions of order, freedom, and progress. From this dual dominance emerged the defining feature of the modern era, a bipolar world, held together not by cooperation, but by deterrence, ideology, and fear. After 1945, the United States possessed unmatched industrial and financial strength. It produced half the world's goods, controlled the oceans, and backed its influence with the dollar, technology, and a powerful navy. Through the Marshall Plan, it rebuilt Western Europe, turning former enemies into allies. It forged a network of institutions, the IMF, World Bank, NATO, and the United Nations, that extended American influence across the globe. In contrast, the Soviet Union, though devastated by war, wielded immense manpower and military power. It imposed communist regimes throughout Eastern Europe and presented itself as the leader of a revolutionary alternative to capitalism. Thus began the Cold War, a contest for dominance waged not through open war, but through proxy conflicts, ideology, and science. For more than 3 decades, peace was maintained through nuclear deterrence, the balance of terror. Both sides built vast arsenals, enough to destroy the world many times over.
Yet the real contest was economic and technological. The United States led in innovation, consumer production, and global trade. The Soviet Union led in military scale and territorial control. Each sought allies among newly independent nations in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, using aid, ideology, and coercion to win loyalty. The world became a vast chessboard of influence, from Korea to Vietnam, from Cuba to the Middle East, where local wars masked a global rivalry. Still, within both camps, change was brewing. In the West, the economic miracle of Western Europe and Japan gradually eroded American supremacy. The Marshall Plan and post-war Reconstruction had given rise to new industrial powers, West Germany, France, Italy, and Japan, whose prosperity now challenged U.S. dominance. In Asia, Japan's disciplined work ethic and technological prowess transformed it into an economic powerhouse, while South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore began their own rapid ascent. Power was subtly shifting from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from political to economic strength. Within the Soviet bloc, success carried its own decay. The planned economy that had powered Soviet recovery now became a trap. Bureaucracy stifled innovation, inefficiency spread, and living standards stagnated. Maintaining military parity with the West demanded unsustainable spending. At the same time, nationalist movements simmered within the satellite states, while the rift between Moscow and Beijing shattered the communist unity. What appeared as a solid empire was in fact beginning to crack under its own weight. Meanwhile, the so-called Third World, newly freed from colonialism, became both the battleground and the prize of the Cold War. Many nations sought neutrality, forming the non-aligned movement, yet found themselves dependent on aid, loans, or weapons from one side or the other. The Cold War was not only a military standoff, but also a competition for models of development. Capitalism promising prosperity through markets, socialism offering equality through planning. Yet neither system could fully deliver on its ideals. By the 1970s, cracks appeared in both camps. In the West, the Vietnam War, oil crises, and inflation exposed the limits of U.S. power. In the East, Soviet stagnation deepened even as it expanded militarily. The rigid bipolar order that had dominated for decades began to loosen. Japan, Western Europe, and China, now re-emerging under Deng Xiaoping, introduced new poles of influence, suggesting a multipolar economic future beneath the surface of political dualism. From 1943 to 1980, the world experienced both stability and transformation. Stability because nuclear deterrence prevented global war. Transformation because the economic and technological centers of power continued to shift. The Cold War preserved a tense peace, but it also masked deep structural changes that would, in time, undermine both superpowers. Looking back, the period illustrates a recurring truth of history. Hegemony carries within it the seeds of decline. Both the United States and the Soviet Union reached unprecedented power, yet both became overextended, burdened by commitments they could no longer sustain. As in centuries past, the balance between economic strength and strategic ambition once again determined the fate of nations. By 1980, the old bipolar world was beginning to dissolve, opening the way for a new era, one defined not by ideology, by technology, productivity, and the emerging competition of a truly global economy.
Chapter 8: Toward the 21st Century. As the 20th century neared its end, the post-war order built by the United States and the Soviet Union began to erode. The two superpowers that had dominated the globe since 1945 were showing unmistakable signs of fatigue. Their military might remained vast, but their economic foundations were weakening, and new centers of power, Western Europe, Japan, China, and the emerging Asian economies, were beginning to rise. History, once again, was shifting its axis. For the United States, the 1970s brought a moment of reckoning. Though still wealthy and technologically advanced, America's share of world production had declined sharply.
Trade deficits, inflation, and military commitments from Vietnam to the Persian Gulf strained its resources. The same problem that had undone previous empires, what I call imperial overstretch, began to take shape. The U.S. was trying to sustain global leadership with an economy increasingly dependent on debt and foreign capital. Yet, unlike its predecessors, it possessed one decisive advantage: an unmatched capacity for technological innovation, from computers to aerospace, which would later help it renew its strength. The Soviet Union, by contrast, faced a different but equally fatal dilemma. Its planned economy had once fueled rapid industrialization, but by the late 1970s it was mired in inefficiency and stagnation. Enormous military spending drained resources from civilian life, and the technological gap with the West widened. The Soviet model, focused on control rather than creativity, began to crack under its own rigidity. The invasion of Afghanistan in 1979 symbolized the overreach of a superpower unable to reconcile its ambitions with its economic reality. While the old giants faltered, new powers emerged. Japan rose as an economic miracle, demonstrating that global influence no longer required military conquest. Its disciplined workforce, high savings rate, and focus on innovation turned it into the world's second-largest economy. Western Europe, through the growing European Economic Community, EEC, began its long process of integration, transforming old rivals into partners bound by trade and shared prosperity. Together, these developments pointed toward a future in which power would be shared rather than monopolized. At the same time, China began a quiet but momentous transformation. After decades of isolation, Deng Xiaoping's reforms opened the country to global markets, introducing capitalism within a socialist framework. This hybrid model promised both dynamism and stability, a balance that could, if maintained, propel China into the ranks of the great powers once more. Across Asia, smaller economies such as South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore followed similar paths, proving that industrialization was no longer the privilege of the West. The late 20th century also witnessed the rise of what I call global interdependence. Technology, communication, and trade created an integrated world economy where no nation, however strong, could act in isolation. The traditional markers of power, territory, armies, colonies, gave way to new ones: productivity, innovation, and financial control. Multinational corporations and global markets began to wield influence once reserved for empires. The stage was being set for a new kind of competition, not for land or ideology, but for efficiency, creativity, and control of information. Yet, history's warning remained constant. Every great power, from Habsburg Spain to Imperial Britain, had overextended itself when its ambitions outran its economic base. The same danger now loomed over the modern giants. For the United States, the challenge lay in managing global commitments without undermining domestic prosperity. For the Soviet Union, it was the question of reform or collapse. For Europe and Japan, the test was unity and adaptation in a rapidly changing world. As I look toward the 21st century, I see not a single dominant empire, but a complex and shifting balance of powers: economic rather than military, cooperative yet competitive. The world's fate will depend on which nations can sustain growth, invest in knowledge, and adapt to technological change without falling into the traps of arrogance or overreach.
Welcome to Books and More, the channel where ideas come alive through the world's most inspiring books. Here, we explore powerful stories, timeless lessons, and groundbreaking ideas that change how we see the world. In today's video, we dive into Why Nations Fail by Daron Acemoglu and James A. Robinson, a masterpiece that uncovers the true reason behind prosperity and poverty. This book reveals how political and economic institutions shape the destiny of nations, and why freedom, fairness, and inclusion are the real engines of progress. Stay tuned and discover the power of knowledge.
Chapter 1. So close and yet so different. History is filled with striking contrasts. Nations that share geography, culture, even ancestry, yet end up living completely different destinies. Chapter 1 of Why Nations Fail begins with one of the most powerful examples, the city of Nogales, divided in half by a border. To the north, Nogales, Arizona, is part of the United States, prosperous, orderly, and democratic. To the south, Nogales, Sonora, in Mexico, is poorer, less secure, and marked by corruption. The people are the same, the climate identical, but their lives could not be more different. The question is, why? The authors argue that the answer lies not in geography, culture, or the intelligence of its people, but in institutions, the rules that govern how power is distributed and how wealth is created. In the U.S., citizens live under inclusive institutions. Property rights are protected, laws apply equally, and individuals are free to innovate, trade, and build businesses without fear of confiscation. These systems encourage creativity and allow anyone to prosper through effort and talent. Meanwhile, Mexico has long suffered under extractive institutions, a system in which political and economic power is concentrated in the hands of elites who exploit the majority for their own benefit. The chapter traces this divide back to the colonial era. When Europeans arrived in the Americas, they established different types of colonies. In places like the Caribbean or Latin America, where native populations were large and resources abundant, colonizers created systems of forced labor and monopolies, the foundation of extractive institutions. But in North America, where population was sparse and resources had to be developed by settlers themselves, more equal and participatory systems gradually emerged. Over centuries, these initial differences deepened, creating the enormous gap we see today between the North and the South. The authors emphasize that this pattern repeats throughout history. Where power is shared and opportunity is open, societies flourish. Where power is hoarded, nations decline. Geography or culture may shape the environment, but they do not determine destiny. Even countries with similar natural advantages can diverge sharply if one builds inclusive institutions while the other reinforces extraction and inequality. In the end, Chapter 1 introduces the central thesis of the book. Prosperity is not a gift of nature, but a product of human design. Nations fail not because their people are lazy or their lands infertile, but because their leaders choose systems that favor control over creativity and privilege over participation. The fate of a country, therefore, depends on its institutions, on whether they open doors for everyone or close them for all but a few. Chapter 2: Theories that don't work. Throughout history, countless explanations have been offered for why some nations prosper while others remain poor, from geography and culture to ignorance and luck. In Chapter 2, the authors dismantle these traditional theories one by one, arguing that none of them truly explain the roots of prosperity or failure. The real difference, they assert, lies in how societies organize political and economic power, in their institutions, not their location, beliefs, or intelligence. First, they challenge the geography hypothesis, which claims that countries in tropical regions are poor because of unfavorable climates or diseases. The authors counter this idea with clear examples. Singapore, once a swampy island with few resources, became one of the world's richest nations thanks to strong institutions and open markets. Meanwhile, parts of Africa and South America with fertile land and abundant resources remain impoverished under corrupt regimes. Geography can influence agriculture or health, but it cannot explain why two neighboring nations, like North and South Korea, share the same landscape yet live entirely different economic realities. Next, they refute the culture hypothesis, the idea that certain beliefs or religions encourage hard work and innovation, while others breed laziness or corruption. If culture determined destiny, China or the Middle East, centers of ancient learning and technology, would not have fallen behind Europe. Moreover, cultures evolve when institutions change. For instance, South Koreans and North Koreans share the same culture, yet one thrives under democracy while the other suffers under dictatorship. Thus, culture is more an outcome of institutions than their cause. The authors also dismantle the ignorance hypothesis, which argues that nations fail because their leaders do not understand how to run an economy. In reality, most leaders of poor countries are not ignorant, they are self-interested. They design systems that keep themselves in power, even if it means destroying long-term prosperity. Zimbabwe under Robert Mugabe and North Korea under the Kim dynasty are not poor because their rulers don't know better, but because they deliberately choose to maintain control at the expense of progress. The chapter highlights a crucial insight. Poverty persists not by accident, but by design. When political and economic institutions are extractive, concentrating power and wealth in the hands of a few, they suffocate innovation, investment, and productivity. People lose motivation to work or create because they know their success can be seized. Over time, these nations fall into a self-reinforcing trap of inequality and stagnation. By contrast, countries with inclusive institutions where power is checked and opportunity is open continuously renew themselves. The rule of law protects property, competition fuels growth, and creativity thrives. This is why some societies advance and others decay, even when they begin from similar starting points. In closing, Chapter 2 establishes a vital foundation for the book's argument. Prosperity is political. Nations fail not because of nature or culture, but because of the choices their leaders make. Choices about who holds power, who benefits from growth, and who gets to shape the rules of the game.
Chapter 3: The Making of Prosperity and Poverty. Chapter 3 delves into the heart of the book's central argument that the wealth or poverty of nations is created by human choices, not predetermined by fate. Prosperity is born where political and economic institutions are inclusive, distributing power broadly and rewarding innovation. Conversely, poverty takes root where institutions are extractive, concentrating control in the hands of a few who exploit the many. The story of humanity's uneven development, the authors argue, is the story of how these two types of systems have evolved and clashed throughout history. The chapter begins by tracing how institutions shape incentives, the invisible force that drives progress or decline. In societies with inclusive institutions, individuals are free to pursue ideas, build businesses, and keep the fruits of their labor. This freedom creates a cycle of innovation and competition, pushing the economy forward. But under extractive regimes, people know that success invites expropriation. The more they create, the more they risk losing. As a result, creativity is stifled and the economy stagnates. The authors use vivid historical contrasts to illustrate this principle. In medieval Venice, early republican institutions empowered merchants and allowed broad participation in trade and governance. This inclusiveness fueled an economic boom that made Venice one of the richest cities in the world. But as elites began to fear losing their privilege, they gradually restricted political access and monopolized trade. Once open and dynamic, Venice became rigid and hierarchical, and its prosperity withered. The lesson is clear. When power becomes concentrated, growth inevitably slows. The same dynamic can be seen in the divergence between North and South America. Spanish colonizers in the South created extractive systems based on forced labor and resource exploitation, enriching a few while impoverishing the rest. In contrast, English settlers in the North, unable to rely on abundant native labor, were forced to work and govern more equitably. Over time, this gave rise to participatory institutions that protected rights and encouraged enterprise, laying the groundwork for the United States. The authors emphasize that inclusive political institutions are the foundation of inclusive economies. Political pluralism, the ability of different groups to share power and influence decisions, is what ensures fair laws, secure property rights, and open markets. Without political inclusion, any economic reform remains fragile because elites can easily reverse it once threatened.
This is why some nations experience short-term booms under extractive systems but never sustain long-term growth. A key insight of the chapter is that institutions are path-dependent. Once a society sets down a political or economic structure, it tends to follow that trajectory for generations. Yet history also shows that change is possible, often triggered by what the authors call critical junctures, moments when crises or revolutions disrupt the status quo and open the door to new arrangements. Whether a nation moves toward inclusion or deeper extraction depends on how it responds to these moments. In conclusion, Chapter 3 lays out the core logic that underpins the entire book. Nations are not poor because of ignorance or destiny, but because of their institutions, and those institutions are shaped by who holds power. Prosperity is a political choice. When power is shared and opportunity is open, people create, economies flourish, and societies rise.
Chapter 4: Small Differences and Critical Junctures. History does not move in a straight line. Nations rise and fall not by chance, but through critical junctures, turning points where societies are forced to make defining choices. In Chapter 4, the authors explain how small institutional differences, when amplified by major historical events, can set countries on entirely opposite paths of prosperity or failure. The chapter begins with the Atlantic trade revolution of the 17th century. As European powers expanded overseas, England, France, and Spain all faced the same opportunity: vast new markets and wealth. Yet the results were strikingly different. In Spain and France, monarchs monopolized trade, enriching the crown and tightening their control. In England, however, royal authority was already limited, allowing merchants to gain power and wealth independently. These new economic elites began to challenge the monarchy, eventually leading to the English Civil War and the Glorious Revolution. The outcome was a shift of power from king to parliament and the birth of inclusive political institutions that protected property rights, encouraged competition, and laid the foundation for the Industrial Revolution. In contrast, Spain and France remained trapped in systems where power and wealth were concentrated. The same global opportunity, trade, produced growth in one country and stagnation in another, because the underlying institutions shaped how that opportunity was used. Small initial differences in political power distribution led to massive divergence over time. The authors extend this logic to other critical moments, such as the Black Death in 14th century Europe. The plague wiped out nearly half the population, creating a severe labor shortage. In Western Europe, where peasants already enjoyed some autonomy, this forced nobles to grant higher wages and freedoms, accelerating the decline of feudalism. But in Eastern Europe, where elites had total control, the opposite occurred. Nobles tightened their grip, imposing harsher labor conditions and reinforcing second serfdom. The same event, but two radically different outcomes, one paving the way to freedom and capitalism, the other deepening exploitation and poverty. The authors call this the institutional feedback loop. Inclusive institutions respond to shocks with adaptation and reform, becoming even more resilient. Extractive institutions, by contrast, respond with repression, perpetuating decline. Once these paths diverge, they tend to reinforce themselves, making reversal increasingly difficult. The chapter also explores how the slave trade in Africa exemplified a destructive critical juncture. European traders seeking profit empowered local elites who captured and sold their own people. This not only devastated populations, but also entrenched political systems based on coercion and violence. The trade created wealth for a few while undermining the development of inclusive states, leaving a legacy of weak governance and inequality that persists today. Ultimately, Chapter 4 reveals that history's turning points are not what determine a nation's fate. It is how societies respond to them. When crises strike, inclusive institutions adapt and innovate, extractive ones tighten control and implode. Over centuries, these small choices compound, creating the enormous disparities we see between nations that once stood side by side.
In the author's words, prosperity is not the product of fortune, but of how societies choose to use their moments of crisis. A minor difference in freedom, representation, or fairness at one moment in history can, through time, become the defining line between prosperity and poverty.
Chapter 5. I've Seen the Future, and It Works. In this chapter, the authors examine a fascinating paradox. Can nations with extractive institutions achieve rapid growth? History shows that they can, but only temporarily and always at a devastating long-term cost. Chapter 5 explores how authoritarian regimes can create bursts of development through coercion and control, yet inevitably collapse because such systems destroy the very foundations of innovation and sustainability. The chapter opens with the example of the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin. Through brutal industrialization policies, forced collectivization, and centralized planning, the USSR transformed from a backward agrarian state into an industrial superpower within a few decades. It sent the first man into space and rivaled the United States militarily. But beneath the facade of success lay fear, repression, and inefficiency. Millions died in famines and purges, and because innovation was dictated from above rather than inspired from below, the system could not adapt. Once the pressure of coercion weakened, the Soviet economy collapsed, revealing that growth built on fear is never sustainable. The authors generalize this lesson. Extractive growth is a short-term illusion. Such systems can mobilize resources and labor, but they cannot foster creativity or self-sustaining progress. Innovation, the true engine of long-term prosperity, only thrives under freedom, when individuals are safe to experiment, fail, and try again without fear of punishment. In extractive regimes, every innovation threatens those in power because it changes the status quo. As a result, leaders suppress change to preserve control, even at the cost of national decline. The authors then turn to modern China, drawing cautious parallels with the Soviet case. China's astonishing growth since the late 20th century has lifted hundreds of millions out of poverty, but it remains a politically extractive system. The Communist Party maintains strict control over political life. Censorship limits freedom of thought, and power remains concentrated. While economic reforms have allowed partial inclusion, the underlying system still prioritizes stability over freedom. The authors warn that as China's economy matures, the same tensions that doomed the Soviet Union between control and creativity may re-emerge. Growth that depends on fear, not freedom, eventually reaches its limit. The chapter also revisits earlier examples, such as the Maya civilization and the Kingdom of Cuba in Central Africa, where early achievements in technology and governance were undone by centralized power. The Maya, despite their astronomical and architectural brilliance, exhausted their environment and descended into warfare because their rulers sought tribute rather than progress. The Kingdom of Cuba, though initially prosperous, stagnated when power became hereditary and innovation was discouraged. Across time and geography, the pattern is the same. Extractive institutions can build, but they cannot renew. The authors conclude with a fundamental insight. Lasting prosperity depends not on how much a nation can produce, but on how much it can innovate. Innovation requires trust, freedom, and security, conditions impossible under repression. Inclusive institutions may grow more slowly at first, but they create the stable foundation for sustained progress. Extractive institutions, no matter how impressive their early gains, are like fires fed by dry wood. They blaze brightly for a moment, then burn themselves out. In the end, Chapter 5 is both a warning and a reminder. The future may seem to work under dictatorship, but it never lasts. Real development is not measured by grand monuments or growth rates, but by whether a society empowers its people to think freely, act boldly, and shape their own destiny. Chapter 6. Drifting Apart. In Chapter 6, the authors explain how nations that once stood on similar ground gradually drifted apart, creating the vast gap between the world's rich and poor countries we see today.
This divergence, they argue, is not the result of geography or luck, but of how small institutional differences, over time, compound into completely different trajectories of development. When a society establishes inclusive institutions, power is distributed broadly, laws protect rights, and individuals are free to participate in both politics and the economy. These conditions generate a virtuous cycle. Economic growth strengthens political representation, and political freedom encourages innovation and investment. Over time, this positive feedback deepens inclusiveness and prosperity. But when societies are built on extractive institutions, where elites monopolize power and wealth, every reform is blocked. The ruling class resists change, fearing the loss of privilege. The result is a vicious cycle of stagnation, inequality, and repression. The authors illustrate this process through historical contrasts. After the Glorious Revolution of 1688, England institutionalized parliamentary power, the rule of law, and property rights. These reforms created a stable foundation for the Industrial Revolution. Meanwhile, countries like Spain and Russia maintained rigid hierarchies where kings and nobles clung to absolute authority. Without freedom or competition, innovation was suppressed, and economic progress lagged far behind. The same pattern appeared across continents. In Africa, the expansion of the Atlantic slave trade in the 17th and 18th centuries presented new economic opportunities. Some African rulers, however, chose to profit from slavery rather than develop trade or industry, creating societies built on violence and exploitation. At the same time, in Europe, commerce fostered new middle classes, merchants, entrepreneurs, and thinkers, who pushed for greater political freedom. Thus, while Europe moved toward inclusion and progress, Africa's institutions grew more extractive and self-destructive. The authors describe this as institutional inertia. Once a pattern of governance is established, it tends to reinforce itself. In extractive systems, elites use power to protect privilege, shape laws, and silence opposition, ensuring that no one can challenge their dominance. Over generations, these small differences between nations, a parliament here, an absolute monarchy there, evolve into enormous disparities in wealth and freedom. Importantly, the authors emphasize that poverty is not a static condition. It is the product of ongoing political choices. Once extractive institutions take root, they are incredibly difficult to dismantle, because those who benefit from them control the very mechanisms of change. This explains why revolutions in many poor countries often replace one elite with another, leaving the underlying system intact. In closing, Chapter 6 highlights the enduring truth that institutions, not culture or climate, determine the destiny of nations. Inclusive systems encourage cooperation, fairness, and creativity, pulling societies forward. Extractive ones breed mistrust, corruption, and decay, dragging them backward. Over time, these opposing forces push nations further apart until the world becomes divided into two realities, one of freedom and prosperity, and the other of oppression and poverty. Thus, the drift between nations is not natural. It is the long shadow cast by centuries of human decisions about who holds power and how it is used.
Chapter 7: The Turning Point. History often hinges on a few decisive moments when nations face a choice: to cling to the past or to build a new future. In Chapter 7, the authors explore one of the most important of these turning points, the Glorious Revolution of 1688 in England, and how it set the country on a path toward inclusive institutions, democracy, and eventually the Industrial Revolution. Before 1688, England was not so different from other European monarchies. The king controlled land, trade, and taxation. Property rights were insecure, and any challenge to royal authority could lead to imprisonment or death. However, a growing merchant and landowning class, enriched by Atlantic trade, began to demand greater political voice and protection for their economic interests. Tensions between the monarchy and parliament escalated into the English Civil War, the execution of Charles I, and, decades later, the Glorious Revolution, when William and Mary accepted the crown under constitutional limits. This event was transformative. For the first time, the monarch's power was constrained by parliament, and the rule of law applied even to the sovereign. The principle of "the king rules but does not govern" emerged, marking the dawn of modern constitutional government. These political changes paved the way for inclusive economic institutions.
Property rights were protected, contracts were enforceable, and individuals could invest, innovate, and trade freely without fear of confiscation. This unleashed a wave of entrepreneurship and invention that would later ignite the Industrial Revolution. The authors contrast this with other European nations. In Spain, France, and Austria, monarchs maintained absolute authority, suppressing dissent and monopolizing economic opportunity. The merchant classes in these countries were either too weak or too dependent on royal favor to push for reform. As a result, the same global forces, exploration, trade, and industrial opportunity that fueled England's rise reinforced stagnation elsewhere. Where power was shared, societies flourished. Where it remained concentrated, they fell behind. Crucially, the authors argue that the Glorious Revolution was not a sudden enlightenment, but the culmination of centuries of social struggle. Institutional change happens when a broad coalition, merchants, gentry, and commoners, becomes strong enough to challenge entrenched elites. When political and economic interests align in favor of reform, a society can break free from extractive systems. In other words, freedom is not granted from above, it is won from below. After 1688, England entered a period of remarkable stability and growth. Inclusive institutions not only encouraged innovation, but also prevented the reemergence of tyranny. Inventors like James Watt and entrepreneurs like Richard Arkwright could prosper because their ideas and property were protected by law. The Industrial Revolution, therefore, was not merely a technological miracle, it was the logical consequence of political inclusion. The authors conclude that the Glorious Revolution illustrates a timeless truth. The key to national prosperity is the balance of power. When no single group dominates, when laws constrain authority, and when opportunity is open to all, a nation can achieve enduring progress. England's success was not due to geography, culture, or luck, but to its ability to transform conflict into reform. In the end, Chapter 7 delivers a profound lesson. One decisive shift in political power, one turning point, can determine the fate of generations. England chose inclusion and flourished, others chose repression and decline. History, therefore, is not destiny. It is the story of choices and of the courage to make them.
Chapter 8. Not on Our Turf: Barriers to Development. Chapter 8 explores one of the most powerful ideas in Why Nations Fail: the fear of creative destruction, the tendency of ruling elites to block progress because it threatens their power. Throughout history, many societies have had the chance to advance, but chose to suppress innovation and knowledge, building walls instead of bridges. The authors call these walls the barriers to development, and they are almost always erected by those who fear losing control. The chapter opens with the story of Johannes Gutenberg's printing press, invented in the 15th century. In Europe, this technology revolutionized communication, education, and thought. Books became cheaper, literacy spread, and the Reformation and Enlightenment took root. But in the Ottoman Empire, printing in Arabic was banned for nearly 3 centuries. The sultans and religious elites feared that widespread literacy and free thought would undermine their authority. By suppressing this transformative innovation, they effectively froze the empire's intellectual and economic progress while Europe surged ahead. This, the authors argue, is not an isolated example. It is a recurring pattern. Extractive institutions resist change not because they fail to see its benefits, but because they understand them too well. Innovation redistributes power. It creates new opportunities and new groups of influence. For entrenched elites, this is a threat. So rather than embracing progress, they often destroy it before it takes root. A similar tragedy unfolded in Ming Dynasty China, which once led the world in technology and exploration. In the early 15th century, Admiral Zhang Hai's fleets sailed across the Indian Ocean, reaching as far as Africa. China had the capacity to dominate global trade centuries before Europe, but the imperial court, fearing that foreign contact would weaken central control, banned overseas voyages and shipbuilding. The result was a self-imposed isolation that turned a once dynamic empire into a stagnant one.
The same logic applied in Austria-Hungary, Russia, and Ethiopia, where ruling classes repeatedly crushed attempts at industrialization and reform. In each case, elites feared that modernization would empower commoners, undermine aristocratic privilege, or invite social unrest. As a result, whenever the door to progress opened, it was swiftly slammed shut. Development, therefore, is not hindered by ignorance, but by deliberate obstruction. The authors emphasize that these barriers persist even in the face of overwhelming evidence. When the status quo benefits those in power, logic and progress are irrelevant. The Ottomans, Chinese emperors, and African kings who collaborated in the slave trade all made rational choices, rational for themselves but disastrous for their societies. By choosing to protect privilege over potential, they condemned their nations to decline. This phenomenon is not just a relic of the past. Even today, many governments restrict free speech, limit education, or control technology, all in the name of stability. But as the authors make clear, stability without freedom is an illusion. It breeds fragility, not strength. Societies that suppress innovation may appear orderly, but they are rotting from within. In conclusion, Chapter 8 delivers one of the book's most important messages. Nations fail not because they lack knowledge, but because those in power fear losing it. Progress is political before it is economic or technological. When ideas are silenced and opportunities blocked, a society cannot grow, no matter how brilliant its people or rich its resources. The true enemy of development is not ignorance, but fear. Fear of change, fear of freedom, and fear of the future itself. Chapter 9. Reversing Development. In Chapter 9, the authors explore one of history's most tragic patterns, how entire regions that were once prosperous fell into decline when extractive institutions took hold. Development, they argue, can move backward just as easily as it can move forward. When political and economic systems are built to exploit rather than empower, progress not only stops, it reverses. The chapter opens with the story of the Moluccas Islands in present-day Indonesia, once known as the Spice Islands. In the 16th century, these islands were among the wealthiest places on Earth, producing cloves and nutmeg, treasures that drove global trade. But when European colonial powers arrived, especially the Dutch East India Company, VOC, everything changed. The Dutch were not interested in free trade. They wanted monopoly. They imposed forced labor, restricted which crops could be grown, and used violence to eliminate competition. On the Banda Islands, they massacred nearly the entire local population to seize control of nutmeg production. The result was devastating. A thriving trading hub turned into a brutal plantation system. This story, the authors explain, represents a broader process they call reversed development. Colonization in many parts of the world did not bring progress, as is often claimed, but destroyed existing prosperity. In Africa, the slave trade wiped out institutions that had supported trade, agriculture, and craftsmanship. Local rulers and warlords, empowered by European demand for slaves, began to raid their neighbors instead of cooperating with them. The economy became based on human capture and export, not production or innovation. This institutionalized violence and corruption, leaving behind political chaos that lasted centuries. Similarly, in South America, extractive systems of forced labor, the encomienda and mita, turned vibrant indigenous societies into colonies of exploitation. The wealth from silver and gold mines flowed to Europe, enriching a few elites while impoverishing millions. Where trade and technology could have spread prosperity, colonialism entrenched inequality and dependency. The authors argue that this pattern has a clear logic. When economic opportunities depend on exploitation, elites have no incentive to build inclusive systems. Instead, they create political orders designed to maintain control, armies to suppress dissent, laws to protect monopolies, and institutions that reward obedience rather than innovation. Over time, these extractive structures reproduce themselves, ensuring that poverty and repression persist even after the colonizers leave. They also challenge the myth that globalization and trade automatically bring prosperity. Trade only fosters growth when it takes place within inclusive institutions, where individuals are free to participate and benefit. Under extractive regimes, however, trade becomes another tool of domination. The slave trade, colonial monopolies, and modern resource exploitation all prove that when power is concentrated, global integration can deepen poverty rather than reduce it. Finally, the authors connect this historical pattern to the present day. Many modern developing countries still suffer from the legacy of reversed development. Their economies rely on exporting raw materials, their governments remain authoritarian, and their political elites mirror the colonial powers they once replaced. Without reforming their institutions, these nations are trapped in the same cycle of exploitation that began centuries ago. In conclusion, Chapter 9 makes a powerful point. Development is not inevitable, it can be undone. Nations do not fail because of bad luck or lack of knowledge, but because of deliberate choices to extract rather than include. When societies allow power to serve privilege instead of people, progress turns backward. The road to prosperity is fragile, and history reminds us that even the richest lands can become poor when greed replaces freedom and fear replaces opportunity.
Chapter 10: The Spread of Prosperity. In Chapter 10, the authors explore how prosperity, once it emerges in one place, can spread beyond its origins, transforming entire regions. Yet, this diffusion is never automatic. The benefits of progress reach only those societies capable of adopting inclusive institutions. Where elites cling to power and resist reform, opportunities pass by, leaving nations trapped in poverty even as their neighbors advance. The story begins with the Industrial Revolution in England, the moment when human productivity soared through innovation and technology. The revolution's impact rippled outward across Europe and eventually the world. However, not all countries were able to harness its power. Nations such as France, the Netherlands, and later the United States adopted industrialization quickly because they already had relatively inclusive political and economic institutions. They protected property rights, encouraged enterprise, and limited the power of monarchs. But others, including Spain, Portugal, and Russia, remained stagnant under rigid hierarchies where privilege and patronage ruled. Even with access to the same machines and ideas, their extractive institutions suffocated creativity and investment. The authors compare Belgium and Austria-Hungary to illustrate this dynamic. Both were located at the heart of Europe and had similar resources. Yet Belgium became one of the first industrialized nations, while Austria-Hungary lagged behind. Why? Because Belgium's constitutional monarchy created political openness and legal protection for entrepreneurs, while Austria-Hungary's aristocracy resisted reform, fearing that industrialization would threaten its control. Small institutional differences turned into vast disparities in wealth and development. This selective spread of progress was not limited to Europe. In Asia, the authors highlight Japan's Meiji Restoration as a striking example of successful institutional reform. By abolishing feudal privileges, investing in education, and encouraging modern industry, Japan broke free from centuries of isolation and became the first non-Western industrial power. Meanwhile, other nations in Asia, including China, India, and much of Southeast Asia, stagnated under colonial domination or feudal systems that preserved elite power. Access to Western technology was not enough. Without inclusive governance, development could not take root. The same pattern unfolded in Africa and Latin America. When global trade expanded in the 19th century, countries with inclusive elements, such as education, property rights, and relative political freedom, used new opportunities to grow. Those ruled by extractive elites simply deepened their dependency, exporting raw materials and importing finished goods, reinforcing inequality instead of overcoming it. The authors call this phenomenon the selective spread of prosperity. Ideas, technologies, and markets can cross borders easily, but institutions cannot. For growth to take hold, a society must have or create the political and social foundations that allow people to use those ideas freely. Without that, external change becomes meaningless or even harmful.
Importantly, the chapter also notes that inclusion itself can spread through imitation and inspiration. The success of early industrializers like Britain and the United States encouraged reformers elsewhere to demand similar rights and freedoms. Political revolutions, social movements, and labor reforms in the 19th and 20th centuries often drew directly from these examples, showing that prosperity can indeed contaminate the world in a positive way when people learn that freedom works. In conclusion, Chapter 10 demonstrates that prosperity spreads only where power is shared. Nations do not become rich simply by importing technology or capital, but by transforming their institutions to empower individuals and protect opportunity. Inclusive systems create a self-reinforcing cycle of growth, innovation, and freedom. Extractive ones create dependency and decline. The global map of wealth, therefore, is not the result of luck or geography, but of how societies chose and continue to choose to govern themselves. Chapter 11: The Virtuous Circle: The Power of Inclusive Institutions. Chapter 11 explains how inclusive institutions sustain themselves over time, creating what the authors call a virtuous circle, a self-reinforcing cycle in which freedom, fairness, and innovation strengthen one another. Once political power is broadly distributed and the rule of law is established, societies gain the ability not only to grow, but also to adapt and renew themselves without violence or revolution. After the Glorious Revolution of 1688, England began to experience this virtuous dynamic. With Parliament now stronger than the monarchy, citizens gained new rights. Property was protected, contracts were honored, and the economy open to all. This balance of power prevented tyranny from returning and created an environment where innovation could flourish. As the economy grew, the middle class expanded and demanded even greater political inclusion, leading to reforms such as voting rights and labor protections. Each step toward equality reinforced stability and prosperity. The authors argue that this positive feedback loop works because inclusive institutions distribute power and create accountability. When many social groups share influence, no single faction can dominate the rest. Checks and balances, an independent judiciary, and a free press ensure that corruption and abuse are exposed. Even when conflicts arise, they are resolved through reform rather than revolution. In contrast, extractive institutions lack this flexibility. Since all power is concentrated, any disturbance can bring collapse. The United States provides another example of this virtuous cycle in action. After independence, the U.S. Constitution established limits on power and protected individual rights. Although the country faced crises from civil war to racial inequality, its institutional framework allowed for gradual correction. Each movement for reform, whether the abolition of slavery or the expansion of civil rights, made the nation's democracy stronger. As the authors note, the strength of inclusive systems lies not in perfection, but in the ability to self-correct. The authors identify three essential conditions for this virtuous circle to emerge. Political competition. The existence of real choices and opposition prevents power from becoming absolute. Rule of law. Laws apply equally to everyone, including the powerful. Civil society. An active, informed public that holds leaders accountable. When these forces interact, they create a political culture that protects inclusion. Citizens become guardians of the system rather than passive subjects. This civic participation ensures that progress, once achieved, is not easily reversed. Yet, the authors caution that even inclusive societies can slip backward if vigilance fades. Throughout history, elites have tried to capture the state and manipulate institutions for their benefit. Democracies erode when inequality grows unchecked, when the media is silenced, or when the public disengages. The virtuous circle survives only when citizens actively defend it. In closing, Chapter 11 delivers an inspiring but realistic message. Freedom and prosperity are not static achievements. They are living systems that must be nurtured. Inclusive institutions thrive because they allow diversity, dialogue, and dissent. They turn conflict into progress rather than destruction. In such societies, power serves people, not the other way around, ensuring that each generation inherits a world slightly freer, fairer, and more prosperous than the one before. Chapter 12. The Vicious Circle. The Grip of Extractive Institutions. Chapter 12 explores the dark mirror of progress, the vicious circle, in which extractive institutions sustain and reproduce themselves. Once power and wealth become concentrated in the hands of a few, those elites use their control to maintain their dominance, suppress reform, and block any challenge to their rule. Over time, this self-perpetuating cycle traps nations in poverty, corruption, and instability. The authors begin with post-colonial Africa, where many newly independent nations started with hope but quickly descended into tyranny and decay. After the end of European rule, power passed to local elites who inherited the same exploitative systems. Instead of dismantling colonial hierarchies, they used them for their own gain. In countries like Congo, Zimbabwe, and Sierra Leone, governments turned into tools of plunder, monopolizing resources, silencing dissent, and enriching a small circle of insiders while the majority remained poor. Freedom from colonialism, in many cases, merely replaced foreign rulers with domestic ones, leaving the same extractive structures intact. The authors explain that this cycle persists because power and wealth feed each other. Political control grants access to resources, and resources strengthen political control. In such systems, loyalty matters more than talent, and obedience is rewarded over innovation. This suffocates creativity, education, and entrepreneurship, the very engines of long-term growth. Instead of producing wealth, the economy becomes a means of distributing favors. Over time, inequality deepens, trust collapses, and society stagnates. The authors then show that this dynamic is not unique to Africa. The Ottoman Empire, once a powerful and advanced civilization, decayed from within because its rulers prioritized control over progress. Innovation was viewed as subversive, and power was hoarded by corrupt officials. To wrest Russia, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Imperial China followed similar paths. Their leaders resisted change, fearing that reform would weaken their grip. When challenges eventually came, their institutions were too brittle to adapt, and collapse was inevitable. Even revolutions, the authors note, often fail to break the vicious circle. The Russian Revolution of 1917, for example, overthrew the Tsar but replaced him with a new elite, the Communist Party, that continued the same extractive logic under a different name. Instead of empowering the people, the Soviet system centralized authority even further, suppressing dissent and innovation. In essence, the faces changed, but the structure of exploitation remained the same. The key mechanism behind this vicious circle is fear. Fear of losing power, fear of change, and fear of freedom. When citizens no longer trust the law or believe reform is possible, they stop resisting. Elites, in turn, use repression and propaganda to keep them passive. The result is a fragile stability built on silence and coercion. The longer it lasts, the harder it becomes to escape, because every institution, from schools to courts to the military, is designed to protect the status quo. The authors conclude that the vicious circle is the greatest obstacle to development. Breaking it requires more than economic reform or foreign aid. It demands a fundamental redistribution of power. Without accountability and participation, no amount of investment can produce real progress. Nations must rebuild their political foundations so that power serves the people, not the other way around. Chapter 12 closes with a sobering truth. Poverty is not destiny, but injustice can make it seem eternal. A country trapped in the vicious circle is like a bird in a golden cage. It may appear stable for a while, but it will never fly. Only when societies have the courage to challenge entrenched power and rebuild institutions on freedom and fairness can they escape the endless cycle of failure.
Chapter 13: Why Nations Fail Today. In Chapter 13, the authors bring their historical analysis into the modern era, showing that the same forces that doomed past empires still determine the fate of nations today.
The world may have advanced technologically, but the root causes of success and failure remain unchanged. Nations fail not because of geography, culture, or ignorance, but because their political and economic institutions are extractive, concentrating power in the hands of a few who exploit the many. The chapter opens with the story of Zimbabwe under Robert Mugabe, a tragic example of how power, when unchecked, destroys prosperity. After independence, Mugabe promised equality and progress. But instead of building inclusive institutions, he consolidated control, expropriated land, silenced opposition, and used violence to maintain authority. Within a few decades, a once promising country, known as Africa's breadbasket, descended into chaos. Inflation skyrocketed, infrastructure collapsed, and millions were plunged into poverty. This, the authors argue, is what happens when rulers prioritize power over people. Similar dynamics appear elsewhere. In Sierra Leone, the struggle over diamond wealth fueled a brutal civil war, as political elites and rebel groups alike fought to capture resources rather than create prosperity. In Colombia, the intertwining of politics, crime, and corruption turned the state into a battleground for competing power networks. Across continents, the story is the same. Extractive institutions are designed to benefit the few and thus perpetuate poverty, violence, and instability. The authors emphasize that modern extractive systems are often disguised as democracies. Many countries hold elections, have parliaments, and even constitutions, but behind this facade, power remains concentrated. Political leaders manipulate laws, control the media, buy loyalty, and suppress dissent. These paper democracies may appear legitimate, but function no differently from the autocracies of the past. The result is stagnation, a form of controlled failure where change is impossible because the system itself is built to resist it. A particularly important point in this chapter is the illusion of progress. Some regimes use temporary economic growth to justify repression. High commodity prices or foreign investment can create short-term booms, but because the underlying institutions are extractive, the gains never reach the people. The economy becomes dependent on resource rents or patronage, not innovation or productivity. When conditions change, collapse follows, just as it did in the Soviet Union or Mugabe's Zimbabwe. The authors also warn that foreign aid and international intervention often reinforce extractive systems. When money flows into corrupt regimes without accountability, it strengthens the very elites who block reform. Instead of empowering citizens, aid sustains oppression. Lasting development, they argue, cannot be imported. It must come from internal political change, from societies reclaiming control of their institutions. Importantly, the chapter reminds readers that even nations with inclusive traditions are not immune. Democracies can decay if inequality grows unchecked and the wealthy begin to manipulate politics for their own benefit. When a small elite captures policymaking, corruption increases and social trust erodes, leading societies toward the same path of extraction that once destroyed empires. In conclusion, Chapter 13 asserts that the causes of national failure today are the continuation of ancient patterns of power and privilege. Modern technology, globalization, or education cannot save a society governed by fear, corruption, and exclusion. Prosperity and freedom arise only when citizens can hold leaders accountable and when institutions protect opportunity for all. The message is clear. Nations fail today for the same reason they always have, because they allow power to serve the few instead of the many. The future, therefore, belongs to those who have the courage to build institutions rooted in inclusion, justice, and trust.
Chapter 14: The Difference Between Success and Failure. In Chapter 14, the authors summarize one of the book's most powerful ideas: the stark contrast between nations that share geography, culture, or history, yet end up on opposite sides of prosperity. This chapter demonstrates that the true dividing line between success and failure is not nature, race, or religion, but institutions, whether they are inclusive or extractive. The authors begin with the most striking example: North and South Korea. One people, one culture, and one history, yet separated by an arbitrary border after World War II.
Today, South Korea is democratic and prosperous, home to global technology and industry. North Korea remains isolated, impoverished, and ruled by tyranny. Geography and culture cannot explain such a contrast. The difference lies entirely in their institutions. South Korea built an inclusive system where people can own property, start businesses, and participate in government. North Korea constructed an extractive system that stifles freedom and innovation to protect the power of a ruling elite. Inclusive institutions, the authors explain, create a positive feedback loop between freedom, innovation, and prosperity. When people can make their own choices and reap the rewards of their work, they invest, invent, and take risks. This unleashes human creativity, driving economic and social progress. In contrast, extractive institutions rely on fear and control. They limit competition, monopolize wealth, and destroy incentives to innovate. Over time, these two systems diverge further, one evolving toward growth and equality, the other sinking into stagnation and oppression. The chapter traces this divergence through history. After the Industrial Revolution, countries like Britain, the United States, and the nations of Northern Europe prospered because they already had inclusive institutions that protected rights and encouraged entrepreneurship. Meanwhile, countries such as Spain, Portugal, and Russia, where monarchs and nobles retained absolute control, fell behind. Even access to the same technology could not save them, because machines cannot replace freedom. Economic progress depends not on what people have, but on what they are allowed to do. The authors use Botswana as a rare modern example of success in Africa. Unlike many post-colonial nations, Botswana established a government based on transparency, law, and shared prosperity. It managed its diamond wealth responsibly, avoided the corruption that plagued its neighbors, and built a foundation for stable growth. In contrast, countries like Zimbabwe and Congo, though rich in natural resources, remain trapped in the resource curse, where elites use wealth to maintain power instead of developing society. These cases show that prosperity is not about what a nation owns, but how it governs. The authors also stress that development is cumulative. Success does not happen overnight. It builds through generations as inclusive institutions reinforce one another. Conversely, decline under extractive systems is often slow but inevitable. Corruption grows, trust erodes, and talent escapes. Over time, the small differences in freedom and accountability become enormous divides in wealth and stability. Importantly, the authors reject the idea that failure is permanent. Nations can change direction when crises or social movements disrupt the old order. The Glorious Revolution in England, the Meiji Restoration in Japan, and the end of apartheid in South Africa all show that when citizens demand inclusion and justice, institutions can transform. However, such change requires collective courage and persistence, because those who benefit from extraction will always resist reform. In conclusion, Chapter 14 reminds us that the destiny of nations is a matter of choice, not fate. Geography sets the stage, but institutions write the script. Where power is shared, laws are fair, and opportunity is open, societies thrive. Where power is hoarded and freedom suppressed, decline follows. The difference between success and failure, the authors insist, lies not in what nations have, but in what they choose to be, inclusive or extractive, open or closed, free or enslaved by their own fear.
Chapter 15: The Building of Inclusive Institutions. In the final chapter of Why Nations Fail, the authors bring their argument full circle with a critical question. How can nations escape the grip of extractive systems and build inclusive institutions? History shows that change is possible, but it is never easy, never quick, and never granted from above. It must be fought for, demanded, and protected by those who refuse to accept oppression as destiny. The authors begin by explaining that institutional change means a redistribution of power, and that is precisely why it is so difficult. Elites who benefit from the current order have no reason to reform it. They control the military, the economy, and the media, allowing them to crush any challenge to their dominance.
Yet, throughout history, there have been moments, what the authors call critical junctures, when crisis, war, or social upheaval weakens the old regime, opening a window for transformation. Examples include the Glorious Revolution in England, 1688, the Meiji Restoration in Japan, 1888, and the end of apartheid in South Africa, 1994. In each case, new coalitions formed, merchants, reformist elites, or popular movements to challenge entrenched power. These groups built systems that limited authority, broadened participation, and established the rule of law. Change did not happen overnight, but once inclusive institutions began to take root, they set off a virtuous circle of accountability and innovation. The authors emphasize that inclusive institutions cannot be imposed from the outside. Foreign aid, economic advice, or international pressure may help at the margins, but sustainable progress must come from within. Nations must develop their own mechanisms for representation, justice, and transparency. When reforms are externally driven, they often fail because they do not alter the underlying balance of power, leaving extractive elites in control. At the same time, the authors highlight the role of leadership and vision. History remembers leaders like Nelson Mandela, who, rather than seeking revenge, chose reconciliation and inclusion. True leadership means understanding that long-term stability requires sharing power, not hoarding it. However, leadership alone is not enough. Inclusive change succeeds only when society itself becomes engaged, when ordinary people demand accountability and refuse to surrender their rights. The chapter also warns that even inclusive systems can erode. When citizens become complacent, when economic inequality widens, or when special interests capture political institutions, democracies can regress toward extraction. The protection of freedom, therefore, is a continuous struggle, not a single victory. As the authors put it, the greatest threat to liberty is not external invasion, but internal decay, when societies forget that institutions survive only through constant vigilance and participation. Ultimately, the authors end on a note of hope. Every nation can change its path. History is full of societies that seemed trapped in tyranny or poverty but managed to reform through collective courage. Small victories, a free press, fair elections, independent courts, or education for all can build momentum that transforms entire systems. Once citizens believe their voices matter, the cycle of inclusion begins. The final message of the book is both simple and profound. Prosperity is a choice. Nations fail because people allow power to remain unchallenged. They succeed when they build systems that empower everyone. Inclusive institutions, grounded in freedom, fairness, and accountability, are the true engines of progress. The future, the authors conclude, is not predetermined by geography or fate, but by the willingness of societies to fight for justice, to share power, and to believe that freedom belongs to all. Welcome to Books and More, the channel where powerful ideas from influential books are transformed into clear, engaging journeys of understanding. Today, we explore World Order by Henry Kissinger, a profound examination of how civilizations shape global stability, why world order is so difficult to achieve, and what challenges define our future. Through Kissinger's unique lens as a historian and statesman, this book uncovers the forces behind today's geopolitical tensions and offers a deeper understanding of the world we live in. Let's dive in. Introduction: The question of world order. From the very first pages, Henry Kissinger raises a question that has haunted him throughout his life. What is world order, and can humanity ever construct a stable system capable of preserving peace amid constant turmoil? He recalls a meeting with former President Harry Truman in 1961, when Truman said his greatest source of pride was not victory over enemies, but America's role in helping defeated nations rise again and rejoin the international community. For Kissinger, this was not merely a story of generosity. It reflected a long-standing American belief that world order could be built on universal principles of freedom and human dignity. Yet, in Kissinger's view, today's world lacks any shared definition of order. Calls for nations to do their part or respect international rules ring out in a landscape where there is little agreement about what those rules actually are. Regions that did not participate in shaping the Western-led international system now question its legitimacy and seek to modify or even replace it. Although the term international community is invoked frequently, there is no clear consensus on its goals, principles, or limits. Historically, Kissinger argues there has never been a genuine global order. What we recognize today largely originates from Europe's Westphalian settlement, forged after a century of religious conflict. But during the same era, civilizations such as China and the Islamic world operated with very different understandings of international relations. Models based not on sovereign equality, but on civilizational centrality or religious mission. Later, the United States introduced yet another perspective, the conviction that peace emerges from the spread of democratic values rather than from traditional balance of power politics. The clash among these competing visions explains why achieving consensus remains difficult. Europe, in its pursuit of borderless integration and reduced military force, risks vulnerability. In the Middle East, many states have fractured as extremist movements reject the modern nation-state. In Asia, historical memories and rising ambitions rekindle strategic rivalry. Meanwhile, the United States, still a central global power, oscillates between sustaining the Westphalian system and advancing a universal moral mission. 3 major wars within 2 generations have left America uncertain about its global role. For a durable world order, Kissinger insists 2 elements must coexist: legitimacy, rules recognized as just, and power, the capacity to uphold those rules. Without legitimacy, power becomes coercion. Without power, legitimacy becomes fragile and ineffectual. The introduction ends with a pressing question. In an age where disruption spread globally at lightning speed, can humanity overcome its historical and cultural divides to form a shared framework for world order? Kissinger believes peace will depend on our ability to balance order and freedom, ideals and realities, an extraordinarily difficult yet unavoidable task.
Chapter 1. Europe, the Pluralistic International Order. In Chapter 1, Henry Kissinger takes the listener back to the origins of the modern international system, a system born not from philosophical insight or deliberate design, but from the harsh and painful realities of European history. He argues that Europe's unique path toward a pluralistic order began with the collapse of the Roman Empire, which left the continent fractured into competing kingdoms, principalities, and religious authorities. Unlike China or the Islamic world, where centralized empires often restored unity after moments of chaos, Europe never returned to a single center of authority. This long-lasting fragmentation shaped a worldview in which no power could achieve lasting dominance, and survival required coexistence amid rivalry. From this environment emerged what Kissinger calls the first truly pluralistic international order. Central to Kissinger's narrative is the 30 Years' War, which raged from 1618 to 1648. What began as a religious conflict between Catholics and Protestants soon transformed into a complex political struggle among Europe's major dynasties. The devastation was unprecedented. Towns burned, populations vanished, and entire regions were left in ruin. Kissinger highlights the lesson Europe learned through suffering, that pursuing absolute victory in the name of faith or empire would only lead to mutual destruction. Exhausted and unable to impose a universal authority, warring states finally recognized the need for rules of coexistence. This recognition laid the foundation for the Peace of Westphalia, the turning point of the chapter. Kissinger presents Westphalia not simply as a treaty, but as a civilizational breakthrough. For the first time, states accepted the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference, ideas that seem obvious today but were revolutionary at the time. These principles allowed diverse societies with competing ideologies to exist side by side without claiming ultimate authority over one another.
The Westphalian system did not ask states to love one another or accept each other's values. It only asked them to restrain their ambitions enough to maintain stability. Kissinger emphasizes that its genius lay in its pragmatism. It relied on what was possible, not on what was ideal. He also underscores the role of Cardinal Richelieu, whose statecraft shaped the birth of modern diplomacy. Richelieu broke with the medieval belief that religion should guide foreign policy. Instead, he placed national interest at the center of decision-making, even allying Catholic France with Protestant forces to contain the Habsburgs. Kissinger sees Richelieu as the first major practitioner of realpolitik, the idea that stability depends on balancing power rather than enforcing moral or religious absolutes. This way of thinking would guide European diplomacy for centuries. Yet Kissinger does not romanticize the Westphalian system. He points out that it was always fragile, always threatened by any single power that sought to dominate the continent. Napoleon's rise, revolutionary ideologies, and later the surge of nationalism all challenged the system's delicate equilibrium. When any actor, whether a monarch, a nation, or an ideology, claimed a monopoly on legitimacy, the balance collapsed. Still, Kissinger notes that despite its failures, the Westphalian order created the first durable framework for managing international relations among sovereign states. Toward the end of the chapter, Kissinger turns to modern Europe and questions whether it still understands the foundations of its own stability. After centuries of conflict, Europe has embraced integration, collective institutions, and a belief that power politics can be transcended through law and cooperation. While admiring this achievement, Kissinger warns that the world outside Europe still operates according to the logic of power. If Europe turns away from the role of force altogether, it risks becoming vulnerable in a world where others have not abandoned traditional geopolitics. In essence, Chapter 1 lays the intellectual foundation for the entire book. Through his exploration of Europe's turbulent past, Kissinger argues that world order is never inherited peacefully. It is forged through conflict, restraint, and the acceptance of diversity. The pluralistic order born in Europe remains the closest model humanity has for managing a world of sovereign states. But its survival depends on nations remembering the lessons of history and resisting the temptation to pursue absolute visions of truth or power.
Chapter 2: The European Balance of Power System and Its End. In Chapter 2, Henry Kissinger traces the rise, refinement, and eventual collapse of Europe's balance of power system, the framework that sustained the continent through the 18th and 19th centuries. He approaches the story as both historian and strategist, showing how Europe once mastered the art of equilibrium only to watch it unravel under the pressures of nationalism, ideology, and modern warfare. Kissinger begins with what he calls the Russian enigma. Russia, despite being a European power by geography and diplomacy, developed within an entirely different cultural and political tradition. Its vast territory, centralized rule, and orthodox identity gave it a worldview unlike that of the Westphalian states. Russia was powerful enough to shape Europe, but never fully comfortable inside Europe's rules. This made it both essential and disruptive to any long-term equilibrium. Kissinger stresses that no European order could ignore Russia, yet none could easily accommodate it. The heart of the chapter lies in the Congress of Vienna, where Europe rebuilt itself after the upheaval of Napoleon. Kissinger describes this period as the golden age of balance of power diplomacy. Under the leadership of Metternich and Castlereagh, the continent managed to temper rivalries not by eliminating them, but by giving each major power a stake in the system. Metternich believed that stability required restraint, the willingness of states to accept limits for the sake of peace. He championed a concept of legitimacy rooted not in ideology, but in continuity and order. Kissinger admires Metternich's subtlety, a statesman who viewed politics as an ongoing effort to prevent catastrophe, not to achieve perfection.
The chapter then turns to Otto von Bismarck, whom Kissinger calls the last great practitioner of classical diplomacy. After forging a unified Germany through war, Bismarck astonishingly shifted to a defensive strategy aimed at calming Europe's anxieties. He knew Germany was too strong to be ignored, but too vulnerable to dominate the continent. With careful alliances, selective restraint, and a deep understanding of other nations' fears, Bismarck preserved peace for 2 decades. Kissinger presents him as a realist who recognized that power must be balanced not only through strength, but through consideration for others' security. But the system Bismarck sustained could not survive the forces transforming Europe. Kissinger emphasizes that nationalism, particularly in multi-ethnic empires like Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire, eroded the traditional foundations of legitimacy. Industrialization intensified competition, enabling rapid shifts in military power. Worse still, new ideologies emerged that rejected compromise, portraying politics as a struggle of absolutes rather than interests. Once Bismarck left the scene, Germany grew confident in its industrial might and pursued policies increasingly detached from the caution that had kept Europe stable. The balance began to wobble. Kissinger argues that by the early 20th century, the Vienna system no longer matched the emotional and political realities of European societies. Leaders lost sight of the principle that had once guided diplomacy, avoiding objectives so sweeping that compromise became impossible. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 1914 triggered the collapse of a system already strained beyond repair. World War I, in Kissinger's view, was not merely a geopolitical clash. It was the breakdown of the very concept of legitimacy that had kept Europe's rivalries in check. The post-war order failed even more dramatically. Kissinger contends that the Treaty of Versailles lacked both justice and pragmatism. It punished Germany without permanently limiting its power and created new states whose borders lacked historical or political coherence. Worse, the League of Nations rested on moral aspirations but lacked the means to enforce them. Europe now had neither a balance of power nor a shared sense of legitimacy. The result was a vacuum, one that totalitarian ideologies quickly filled. In concluding the chapter, Kissinger reflects on the tragedy of the European system. It had once achieved a degree of stability unmatched in history, yet the very forces that made Europe dynamic, nationalism, industrial growth, and mass politics, ultimately destroyed it. For Kissinger, the lesson is clear. Any international order must align ideals with power and ambition with restraint.
Chapter 3: Islamism and the Middle East, a World in Disorder. In Chapter 3, Henry Kissinger guides the listener into a region where the very foundations of the Westphalian system have never fully taken root, the Islamic world and the modern Middle East. He approaches the subject not through headlines or contemporary crises, but through the deeper currents of history, belief, and identity that shape political life in this region. Kissinger argues that the turmoil in the Middle East cannot be understood without appreciating how profoundly its conception of order differs from the Western model. He begins by tracing the origins of the Islamic worldview. Unlike Europe, which built its political order through centuries of fragmentation, Islam emerged as both a faith and a political community under the Prophet Muhammad. Religion and governance were intertwined from the beginning. The ideal Islamic order was not a collection of sovereign states, but a unified ummah governed by divine law. This meant that, historically, legitimacy came from fidelity to revelation, not from territorial sovereignty or diplomatic compromise. Even when the Islamic world fractured into rival dynasties, the memory of unity, the aspiration toward a single religious political community, endured. The Ottoman Empire carried this legacy into the early modern period. As the last great caliphate, it stood at the intersection of a religious identity and an emerging international system shaped by Europe. Kissinger argues that the Ottomans were caught between two incompatible frameworks. To Europeans, they were expected to behave like a modern state, bound by treaties and balance of power logic.
Yet internally, the empire rested on religious pluralism under Islamic authority. As Europe grew stronger and more intrusive, the Ottomans could neither fully adapt to Western principles nor wholly return to their traditional model. Kissinger sees this as the beginning of the structural crisis that still defines the region. The collapse of the Ottoman Empire after World War I, he argues, created an enormous void. European powers attempted to redraw the region with borders that often ignored tribal, ethnic, and religious realities. The new states that emerged lacked the historical legitimacy needed to command loyalty. Citizens identified not as members of a nation-state, but as members of tribes, sects, or broader religious communities. Kissinger stresses that many Middle Eastern states were born with the outer form of sovereignty, but without its inner substance. Into this fragile landscape emerged a wave of ideological movements. Some sought modernization along Western lines, others rejected modernity outright. Kissinger focuses on Islamism, a political movement that aims to restore a religious-based order and challenge the legitimacy of secular states. He argues that Islamism is not simply extremism, but a competing vision of world order, one that denies the moral legitimacy of Westphalian sovereignty. This is why compromise between Islamists and secular actors often fail. They operate from fundamentally different premises. Kissinger also examines the Arab Spring as a tragic illustration of these dynamics. Western observers hoped that popular uprisings would lead to democratic states, but Kissinger argues that democratic institutions cannot flourish where the state lacks deep-rooted legitimacy. When authoritarian regimes fell, the vacuum invited sectarian conflict, civil war, and the rise of groups like ISIS, organizations that weaponize the yearning for a transcendent Islamic order against the fragile modern states of the region. He devotes special attention to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which he sees as both a geopolitical struggle and a clash of narratives about legitimacy. For Israel, survival is a historical imperative. For Palestinians, Israel's existence is tied to dispossession and identity. Kissinger argues that the dispute persists because each side roots its claim in foundational principles, making compromise extraordinarily difficult. In closing, Kissinger emphasizes that the Middle East represents the most intense collision of competing orders: Westphalian sovereignty, religious universalism, and modern ideological movements. None has prevailed and none seems able to fully accommodate the others. The region's disorder, in his view, stems not from the absence of order, but from the presence of multiple, incompatible visions of it. Understanding this is essential for any future attempt to engage with or stabilize the Middle East.
Chapter 4: The United States and Iran: Approaches to Order. In Chapter 4, Henry Kissinger turns to one of the most enduring and complex confrontations of the modern era: the struggle between the United States and Iran. He sees this relationship not merely as a clash of interests, but as a collision between two fundamentally different conceptions of world order. Through his narrative, Kissinger invites the listener to understand Iran not as an ordinary nation-state, but as a civilization with a long memory, a deep sense of mission, and a political identity shaped equally by empire and religion. Kissinger begins with Iran's historical outlook. Long before the rise of Islam, Persia saw itself as a great imperial civilization with a distinct cultural personality. Even after Islamic conquest, Iran maintained a unique religious identity through Shia Islam and a strong centralized state tradition. Unlike the Arab world, Iran never accepted subordination to any external power or religious authority. As Kissinger explains, this makes Iran simultaneously part of the Islamic world and set apart from it. It possesses a confidence rooted in its imperial past and a suspicion born from centuries of geopolitical encirclement. When Iran entered the modern age, it did so with an ambition to reclaim greatness. The Pahlavi dynasty sought rapid modernization, attempting to align Iran with the international system shaped by the West.
But modernization from above created fractures within society, generating resentment among traditional elites, clerics, and parts of the population who felt alienated by the pace of change. Kissinger argues that this tension set the stage for the 1979 revolution, an upheaval that reversed Iran's attempt to integrate into the Western order and replaced it with a radically different vision. The Islamic Republic, led by Ayatollah Khomeini, introduced a model that Kissinger describes as revolutionary universalism. Rather than seeing itself as one state among many, post-revolutionary Iran viewed itself as the vanguard of a transformation meant to reshape the entire Muslim world. Legitimacy no longer came from borders or sovereignty, but from adherence to a divine revolutionary mission. For Iran, political authority was inseparable from theology, and foreign policy was an extension of religious duty. This created an inherent conflict with the Westphalian conception of order, which rests on mutual recognition and non-interference, principles Iran challenged from the outset. From the American perspective, Kissinger explains, Iran became a unique challenge. The United States had grown accustomed to dealing with adversaries who, even when hostile, understood the logic of nation-state diplomacy. Iran, however, approached politics through a framework that blended ideology, religion, and national pride. Its leaders were not simply defending interests, but fulfilling what they believed to be a sacred obligation. For Washington, this made engagement difficult and containment uncertain. One of the central issues Kissinger explores is Iran's pursuit of nuclear capability. He interprets this not merely as a defensive measure, but as a symbol of civilizational prestige and a tool for reshaping the regional balance. Nuclear capability would elevate Iran's status, give weight to its ideological mission, and challenge American influence across the Middle East. Kissinger warns that traditional arms control frameworks struggle to address a country whose motivations extend far beyond strategic calculation. Deterrence works best when both sides share similar assumptions, a condition not fully present in the US-Iran relationship. Kissinger also notes that Iran's strategy extends beyond military power. Through alliances, proxies, and ideological influence, Iran seeks to project authority across the region, in Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. He sees this as part of a larger project, the reconstruction of a sphere of influence grounded in revolutionary Shia identity. To Iran, such actions are expressions of legitimacy. To the United States, they appear as destabilizing challenges to regional order. As the chapter draws to a close, Kissinger reflects on the prospects for coexistence. He believes that while neither the US nor Iran desire direct conflict, their differing worldviews make trust elusive. The United States seeks stability through established norms and predictable behavior. Iran seeks transformation through ideological conviction. Peace, if achievable, would require each side to acknowledge the other's core interests, a task easier to state than to realize. Ultimately, Kissinger portrays the US-Iran relationship as a microcosm of the broader clash between different visions of world order. It raises fundamental questions. Can a revolutionary state coexist with a system based on sovereign equality? Can ideological missions be reconciled with pragmatic diplomacy? Chapter 4 offers no simple answers, but it makes clear that understanding Iran's historical identity and revolutionary purpose is essential to any meaningful engagement with the region.
Chapter 5: The Multiplicity of Asia. In Chapter 5, Henry Kissinger turns from the Middle East to the vast and intricate landscape of Asia, a region he views not as a unified geopolitical system, but as a mosaic of civilizations, each shaped by its own history, philosophy, and sense of destiny. Unlike Europe, Asia never developed a common diplomatic tradition or a shared concept of equilibrium. Its great powers emerged independently, often unaware of one another's strategic logic. For Kissinger, this absence of a unifying framework is the key to understanding Asia's persistent complexity and the challenges it poses to world order. He begins by contrasting Asia with Europe. Europe's balance of power system evolved out of centuries of rivalry among states of roughly comparable strength. But in Asia, power was historically concentrated in a few dominant civilizations, notably China and India, while other societies developed at different paces and under different influences.
This asymmetry prevented the emergence of a shared diplomatic language. China conceived of order through the hierarchical structure of the tributary system. India built its identity on philosophical pluralism. Japan embraced isolation. Southeast Asia developed fluid kingdoms shaped by trade rather than continental rivalry. The result was not a single order, but multiple overlapping ones. Kissinger then focuses on Japan, which he sees as a uniquely successful adapter to Western modernity. Following centuries of isolation under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan's Meiji Restoration created a rapid transformation unmatched elsewhere in Asia. The Japanese adopted Western military, industrial, and political models while preserving a strong national identity. According to Kissinger, this synthesis made Japan both admired and feared. Its rise challenged Western powers, particularly when Japan defeated Russia in 1905, the first time an Asian nation had vanquished a European empire in modern warfare. Yet Japan's drive for recognition and security eventually took on expansionist forms, leading to confrontation with China and ultimately to the Pacific War. Kissinger argues that Japan's dilemma reflected a larger Asian problem: how to modernize without being overwhelmed by foreign influence. India, in contrast, represents a different civilizational path. Kissinger portrays India as introspective, shaped not by imperial ambition, but by spiritual and philosophical diversity. Its modern identity was forged under colonial rule, but rooted in traditions that emphasized ethics and universalism. When India emerged as a modern state, it adopted a foreign policy characterized by strategic autonomy rather than alliance building. Kissinger believes this approach reflects India's civilizational confidence, but also its caution. India seeks influence without domination and stability without rigid blocks, making it both a key player and an unpredictable one in the emerging Asian order. After examining Japan and India, Kissinger broadens his lens to the entire region. He argues that Asia remains defined by unresolved historical memories, territorial disputes, wartime grievances, and competing national narratives. These tensions exist alongside deep economic interdependence, creating a paradoxical environment where rivalry and cooperation coexist. Because Asia lacks the institutional mechanisms that helped Europe navigate its conflicts, small frictions can escalate rapidly. At the same time, Kissinger notes that Asia's diversity also provides a foundation for a new kind of order, one not imposed from above, but negotiated among multiple civilizational centers. A central theme of the chapter is the emergence of China as a dominant force, whose rise compels every Asian nation to reassess its strategic posture. Japan seeks reassurance, India seeks balance, and smaller states seek room to maneuver. The United States, long a stabilizing presence in the region, now faces the challenge of integrating China's rise into a system built on American leadership. Kissinger stresses that Asia's future will depend on whether China and the United States can manage their rivalry without forcing other states into binary choices. In closing, Kissinger poses a critical question: what is an Asian order? Unlike Europe, Asia has no historical model to draw upon. Any future stability will require a delicate blend of traditional sovereignty, regional cooperation, and mutual respect among competing civilizations. For Kissinger, Asia's diversity is both a risk and an opportunity, a source of potential conflict, but also the basis for a richer, more inclusive conception of world order.
Chapter 6: Toward an Asian Order, Rivalry or Coexistence. In Chapter 6, Henry Kissinger shifts his focus to China, the civilization whose resurgence will most profoundly shape Asia's future. He approaches China not simply as a rising power, but as a worldview returning to prominence after a long interruption. To understand China's behavior, Kissinger argues, one must grasp both its ancient sense of centrality and the trauma of its modern collapse. China is driven by two impulses: the memory of having once been the center of a regional order, and the determination never again to be humiliated by foreign powers. These impulses shape Beijing's strategy far more deeply than economic statistics or military figures can reveal. Kissinger begins by examining China's traditional conception of order.
For thousands of years, China viewed the world through the tributary system, a hierarchy in which surrounding states acknowledged Chinese cultural superiority, not necessarily Chinese control. Stability came not from a balance of power, but from recognition of a moral and civilizational center. Unlike Europe, which built its system through competitive states, China saw unity as the natural state of affairs. Even when China was weak, this mental framework endured. Kissinger stresses that this historical memory continues to shape Chinese strategic culture, influencing how the country perceives neighbors, alliances, and threats. Modern China, however, emerged from a period of deep national trauma. The Opium Wars, internal rebellions, and foreign encroachments shattered the old worldview and convinced Chinese leaders that survival required modernization. The communist victory in 1949 provided national unity, while Mao's revolutionary ideology introduced a universalist mission. Yet despite its Marxist vocabulary, China's strategic instincts remained rooted in its civilizational habits, cautious, patient, and attuned to long-term positioning. Kissinger likens Chinese strategy to the game of Weiqi. The goal is not decisive confrontation, but gradual expansion of influence until one's position becomes unassailable. China's economic rise after 1978 fundamentally transformed Asia. Kissinger argues that the country's unprecedented growth restored a sense of historic destiny and gave Beijing the means to pursue regional influence without immediate conflict. Yet this rise also unsettled Asia's fragile equilibrium. Japan, long accustomed to being the region's most advanced power, confronted a new strategic rival. India saw a competitor emerging on its northern frontier. Southeast Asian nations found themselves balancing economic dependence on China with the need to preserve autonomy. All the while, the United States, the guarantor of Asia's post-war stability, faced the challenge of accommodating China's ascent while defending its alliances. Kissinger devotes considerable attention to the U.S.-China relationship. He argues that this relationship will shape the entire future of Asia and possibly the world. The United States approaches order through universal principles, open markets, sovereign equality, and democratic norms. China approaches order through historical experience, hierarchy, gradual adjustment, and respect for spheres of influence. These two visions are not entirely incompatible, but they create constant friction. Each side believes it is acting defensively, yet each interprets the other's actions as expansionist. Kissinger warns that misinterpretation, not deliberate aggression, is the greatest danger. The chapter also explores the role of other Asian states. Japan seeks greater security without provoking confrontation. India pursues strategic autonomy while watching China's moves with caution. Smaller states like Vietnam, Indonesia, and Singapore aim to preserve flexibility, resisting any order that forces them into a single camp. Kissinger sees these nations as crucial actors in shaping a regional balance that neither China nor the United States can control unilaterally. Toward the end of the chapter, Kissinger poses a central question. Can Asia build a stable order without repeating Europe's centuries of conflict? The answer, he suggests, depends on whether China and the United States can coexist without demanding absolute primacy. Asia's diversity means no single model, not China's tributary system, not America's universalism, not Europe's balance of power diplomacy, can govern the region on its own. A viable order must incorporate elements of each, blending power with mutual respect and historical awareness. Kissinger concludes that Asia is at a crossroads. It can drift into rivalry driven by suspicion and historical memory, or it can craft a new framework of coexistence shaped by restraint and dialogue. The future of world order, he argues, may well hinge on which path Asia chooses.
Chapter 7. Acting for All Humanity, the American Concept of Order. In Chapter 7, Henry Kissinger turns inward to examine the United States, a nation whose approach to world order is unlike any other. Unlike Europe, which built its diplomacy through centuries of conflict, or China, which grounded its worldview in ancient hierarchy, the United States emerged with a sense of innocence, optimism, and moral purpose. Kissinger argues that American foreign policy has always been shaped by a profound belief that the nation carries a mission not just for itself, but for all humanity.
This conviction, admirable as it is, creates both the strength and the vulnerability of the American approach to world affairs. Kissinger begins by identifying the duality at the heart of American statecraft. On one side stands the realist tradition, a willingness to use power to defend national interests and maintain stability. On the other stands the idealist tradition, the belief that peace will ultimately come from expanding democracy and universal rights. While most nations separate these realms, America sees them as intertwined. Kissinger warns that this unique blend of moral aspiration and material power often leads the United States to overestimate its ability to shape global outcomes. To illustrate this duality, Kissinger highlights 3 presidents who defined America's conception of order. The first is Theodore Roosevelt, whom he presents as the quintessential realist. Roosevelt believed that stability depended on strength, and that America should act as a responsible great power within a world of competing interests. He managed crises not through moral rhetoric, through careful calibration of power. Kissinger admires Roosevelt's recognition that order requires restraint. He understood that the goal of diplomacy is not perfection, but the prevention of disaster. In sharp contrast stands Woodrow Wilson, the architect of America's universalist vision. Wilson argued that peace could be secured only through the spread of democracy, transparent diplomacy, and collective security. For him, world order must be grounded in moral principles, not in the balance of power. Kissinger observes that Wilson's ideas reshaped global discourse, even though they failed politically in his own time. The League of Nations lacked enforcement mechanisms, but the Wilsonian impulse, the belief that American ideals should guide world affairs, became a permanent feature of U.S. foreign policy. The third figure is Franklin D. Roosevelt, whom Kissinger sees as the bridge between realism and idealism. Facing global catastrophe, FDR used American power to defeat totalitarianism while simultaneously envisioning a cooperative post-war order. The creation of the United Nations reflected his attempt to harmonize power and legitimacy, to ensure the United States would lead not by domination, but by fostering institutions acceptable to other nations. Kissinger regards this synthesis as one of the most ambitious efforts in American diplomatic history. Yet Kissinger argues that America's strengths contain inherent contradictions. The belief in universal principles often leads the United States to underestimate the importance of historical and cultural differences. While America sees itself as promoting freedom, other nations sometimes view its actions as intrusive or destabilizing. Moreover, the American public tends to swing between idealistic crusades and disillusioned withdrawal, especially when outcomes are messy or prolonged. This oscillation, Kissinger suggests, prevents the United States from sustaining steady long-term strategy. Toward the end of the chapter, Kissinger examines how America's self-image as a moral nation affects its global role. Americans often view foreign challenges through the lens of right and wrong, not through the logic of equilibrium. As a result, they are uncomfortable with ambiguous situations or compromises that fall short of moral clarity. Kissinger warns that international order cannot survive on moral conviction alone. It requires the ability to deal with imperfect realities. In his concluding reflections, Kissinger argues that the United States remains indispensable to world order. Its power, ideals, and global reach give it a unique capacity to stabilize international life. But he insists that America must reconcile its dual traditions, the realist recognition of limits and the idealist drive for universal principles. If the United States clings only to power, it risks being seen as imperial. If it clings only to ideals, it risks strategic naivete. America's success and the stability of the world depends on its ability to balance these impulses wisely.
Chapter 8. America in the Age of its Dominance. In Chapter 8, Henry Kissinger explores the United States at the height of its global tower, the post-World War II era through the end of the Cold War and into the early 21st century. He portrays this period as a time of unmatched American influence, yet also a time when the nation struggled to understand the limits of its own strength.
Kissinger argues that America's global mission, born of victory and moral purpose, often collided with the complexities of a world that did not always conform to its ideals. He begins by examining the aftermath of World War II, when the United States became the central pillar of a new international order. American leaders recognized that their security depended on stabilizing Europe and Asia, containing Soviet expansion, and preventing the return of aggressive nationalism. This led to a foreign policy unprecedented in American history: long-term alliances, global deployments, and a willingness to assume burdens far beyond its borders. Kissinger emphasizes that Americans saw this not as imperial expansion, but as a moral responsibility to defend freedom and prevent tyranny. The Cold War, he argues, defined the psychological landscape of American strategy. The confrontation with the Soviet Union forced the United States to balance moral purpose with strategic restraint. Nuclear weapons made direct conflict suicidal, requiring a delicate combination of deterrence and diplomacy. Kissinger notes that the United States often struggled with this ambiguity. Americans preferred clear victories, not open-ended containment. Yet containment succeeded precisely because it was patient and disciplined. Kissinger devotes careful attention to the Korean War and the Vietnam War, two conflicts that challenged America's confidence. Korea taught the United States that limited war was possible, even in the nuclear age, but Vietnam dealt a deep blow to American self-belief. Kissinger argues that the U.S. entered Vietnam without fully understanding the region's historical and cultural forces, leading to a war that consumed vast resources without producing strategic clarity. The trauma of Vietnam created a persistent tension in American foreign policy: the fear of overcommitment versus the fear of abandoning global leadership. The chapter then turns to the Nixon era, a period Kissinger personally helped shape. He argues that Nixon attempted to restore strategic equilibrium after the turmoil of the 1960s. Through détente with the Soviet Union and rapprochement with China, the United States sought to transform bipolar confrontation into a more flexible system. Kissinger presents these policies as efforts to build stability through balance, not ideological confrontation. Yet domestic turmoil, especially Watergate, weakened America's ability to sustain a coherent long-term strategy. With the arrival of Ronald Reagan, Kissinger sees a shift from defensive caution to assertive confidence. Reagan revitalized America's military and ideological posture, challenging the Soviet Union both strategically and morally. According to Kissinger, Reagan's approach, often dismissed as simplistic, played a decisive role in accelerating Soviet decline. When the Cold War ended, the United States stood alone as the world's preeminent power, seemingly capable of shaping global affairs according to its ideals. But Kissinger warns that this moment of dominance carried hidden dangers. Without a rival superpower, the United States increasingly believed that its values and institutions could be universalized without regard to regional conditions or historical constraints. This contributed to post-Cold War interventions that overestimated the power of American ideals and underestimated the complexities of local realities. Kissinger highlights the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq as examples where military success did not translate into sustainable political order. As the chapter concludes, Kissinger reflects on the paradox of America's power. The United States became the leading architect of world order, yet often struggled to define the boundaries of its mission. Its moral convictions made it a force for global good, but also left it vulnerable to overreach. Kissinger argues that America must recognize that even a dominant power cannot reshape every society or resolve every conflict. The challenge is to align American ideals with a realistic appraisal of what global stability requires. Ultimately, Kissinger portrays the United States as a nation whose greatest strength, its belief in universal principles, can also be its greatest strategic challenge. To lead effectively, America must combine moral purpose with historical insight and power with humility. Only then can it sustain the order it helped create. Chapter 9: Technology, Equilibrium, and Human Consciousness. In Chapter 9, Henry Kissinger steps beyond the traditional domains of diplomacy and geopolitics to confront a new and unprecedented force shaping world order: modern technology. He argues that humanity now stands at a turning point similar in magnitude to the birth of the nation-state or the Industrial Revolution, but far more rapid and destabilizing. Nuclear weapons, cyber warfare, artificial intelligence, and the manipulation of information challenge not only the balance of power, but the very foundations of human judgment and political legitimacy. Kissinger's tone is that of both historian and philosopher, warning that technological change is outpacing the ability of societies to understand or govern it. He begins with the nuclear age, which introduced a paradox into international affairs: weapons so destructive that they could never be fully used, yet so powerful that they permanently altered strategic calculation. For the first time in history, war between great powers became not just costly, but potentially suicidal. Kissinger argues that nuclear deterrence, a doctrine built on fear, probability, and rationality, created a fragile equilibrium. Peace depended less on goodwill than on leaders' ability to calculate risk with extraordinary precision. He stresses that nuclear stability is not inherent. It is the product of discipline, restraint, and an acute awareness that a single misstep could annihilate civilization. From there, Kissinger moves into the rapidly expanding domain of cyber warfare. Unlike nuclear weapons, cyber capabilities are diffuse, inexpensive, and often anonymous. They blur the boundary between war and peace, state and non-state actors, military and civilian targets. A cyber attack can cripple economies, disrupt critical infrastructure, or manipulate political systems, all without a clear declaration of hostilities. Kissinger warns that traditional concepts of deterrence fail in this environment. One cannot deter a threat without being able to identify its source. This ambiguity, he argues, is eroding the idea of state responsibility and weakening the foundations of international order. The chapter then turns to artificial intelligence, which Kissinger sees as perhaps the most transformative force of all. AI does not merely extend human capabilities, it introduces a fundamentally different form of reasoning. Human decision-making has always relied on experience, intuition, and moral judgment, elements shaped by history. AI, by contrast, operates through patterns, data, and statistical inference. It may reach conclusions that humans cannot anticipate or fully understand. Kissinger raises a profound question: what happens when decisions of immense political consequence are influenced or even made by systems that do not share human values, emotions, or a sense of historical continuity? He argues that as AI becomes integrated into military planning, economic management, and governance, the risk of unintended escalation grows. Autonomous systems may respond to threats faster than humans can intervene, possibly triggering confrontations no one intended. At the same time, AI can be used to shape public perceptions, manipulate information, and erode trust, striking at the legitimacy of democratic systems. For Kissinger, the danger is not only what AI can do, but how it alters the environment in which human beings think and make decisions. Kissinger concludes the chapter with a reflection on human consciousness. Throughout history, major transformations in technology, from the printing press to industrialization, have reshaped how societies understand truth, authority, and the world itself. But he believes the current revolution is deeper. Technology is transforming the structure of thought. If societies lose their ability to evaluate information, exercise judgment, and maintain coherent narratives, political legitimacy itself may crumble. To preserve world order, he argues, humanity must cultivate a new philosophy of technology, one that anchors innovation within the limits of responsibility, ethical reflection, and historical awareness. Ultimately, Chapter 9 is Kissinger's warning that the greatest challenge of the 21st century will not come from competing states or ideologies alone, but from the speed and scale of technological change. Without a conscious effort to align power, legitimacy, and human judgment, the world risks entering an era where technology advances but order disintegrates.
Conclusion: World order in our time. In the concluding chapter, Henry Kissinger brings together the sweeping historical, cultural, and strategic threads of the book and asks the central question that has guided his lifelong thinking: can humanity construct a stable world order in an age defined by fragmentation, upheaval, and unprecedented technological change? His tone is reflective, at times somber, yet ultimately grounded in the belief that understanding history is the first step toward shaping the future. Kissinger begins by reminding the reader that world order has never been a natural state. It has always been crafted through painful experience. Every major system, whether the European balance of power, the Islamic conception of religious community, the Chinese hierarchical worldview, or the American ideal of universal liberty, emerged from specific historical circumstances. None has ever commanded universal acceptance. This diversity of foundational assumptions is, for Kissinger, the greatest obstacle to a truly global order. The modern world is more interconnected than ever, yet the various regions still adhere to incompatible ideas of legitimacy and governance. Europe, once the birthplace of the Westphalian system, now aspires to transcend power politics through law and integration. The United States marries its material strength with a belief in universal moral principles. China sees its rise as the restoration of a civilizational role interrupted by foreign intrusion. The Islamic world continues to struggle between traditional religious identity and the modern state. These divergent visions increasingly collide in an era when crises are global in reach and rapid in impact. No single power is strong enough to impose order, yet no comprehensive international structure exists to harmonize their aspirations. Compounding these historical tensions is the accelerating force of technology. Kissinger warns that nuclear weapons, cyber warfare, artificial intelligence, and the manipulation of information are transforming the conditions under which political order can exist. Traditional concepts of deterrence, sovereignty, and legitimacy were not designed for a world where a small group or even an algorithm can disrupt entire societies. Technology, he argues, is reshaping not only power structures, but also the way human beings think, judge, and perceive reality. Without philosophical grounding, technological change could outstrip humanity's capacity to manage it. Yet Kissinger is not fatalistic. Throughout the conclusion, he emphasizes that world order has always required two essential ingredients: power and legitimacy. Power establishes the boundaries of what is possible. Legitimacy creates the sense of justice necessary for stability. Systems fail when either element is ignored, when power is unchecked, or when legitimacy becomes detached from reality. The task for the 21st century is to rediscover this balance at a global scale, despite the unprecedented diversity of cultural and political perspectives. Kissinger argues that a viable world order will require an attitude of strategic humility. Major powers must recognize that their own values, however deeply held, cannot simply replace those of other civilizations. Stability will depend on an acceptance of pluralism, not the relativism of abandoning principles, but the realism of acknowledging that different societies may organize themselves according to different historical experiences. Dialogue among civilizations, grounded in mutual respect rather than coercion, is essential. He also stresses the need for leaders capable of long-term thinking. World order cannot be built through crisis management alone. It requires a vision that combines moral purpose with an understanding of limits and an ability to act with both prudence and imagination. Kissinger laments that contemporary politics, often driven by speed, emotion, and technological amplification, works against this kind of leadership. Nevertheless, he insists that the responsibility remains.
Statesmen must guide the world through a period where the old structures are fading and new ones have yet to be born. In his final reflections, Kissinger suggests that humanity stands at a watershed moment. If nations cling rigidly to their own definitions of order, the world may drift toward confrontation, fragmentation, or technological destabilization. But if they rise to the occasion by balancing power with legitimacy, national interest with global responsibility, and technological progress with ethical reflection, a more inclusive and stable order may yet emerge. The conclusion ends not with certainty, but with a call to wisdom. For Kissinger, the future of world order will depend on whether humanity can summon the foresight, restraint, and empathy required to navigate an age unlike any before, an age where the survival of order itself may be the greatest challenge.
Hello, dear friend. Welcome back to Books and More, your quiet corner where we distill the core essence of the world's most influential books. Our mission is to help you save time while ensuring you never miss the heart and soul of a great story. Have you ever stopped to look at the smartphone in your hand and wondered about the hidden forces that make our modern lives possible? Today, we are embarking on a journey that is both grand and microscopic through the pages of Chip War. This is not just a book about technology. It is a gripping tale of power, ambition, and the silent struggles that shape our global reality. Could a tiny sliver of silicon be the ultimate decider of which nation leads the world? In this invisible race for supremacy, who truly holds the power over our collective future? And behind these complex circuits, what are the human stories of persistence and vision that brought us to this moment? Dear friend, in a world that feels increasingly vast and fast-paced, it is easy to feel like we are just small parts of a giant machine. But just as a single microchip can run an entire civilization, never underestimate the power of your own small steps and your commitment to learning. Each new insight you gain is a building block for a wiser, more resilient version of yourself. You are far more powerful than you know. I wish you a day filled with wonder and a heart that remains open to new perspectives. Now, let us settle in and begin our journey into the world of Chip War together. Introduction: The World Built on Silicon. On August 18, 2020, the destroyer USS Mustin sailed into the northern end of the Taiwan Strait. As its guns pointed south, the ship's computers were processing a flood of data from drones, planes, and satellites tracking every move across the Pacific. In past eras, the American military protected its interests through the threat of raw nuclear force. Today, that power rests on microelectronics and the capacity for precision strikes. While the Mustin moved through international waters, leaders in Beijing were occupied with a different kind of threat. They were watching the US government tighten the rules on the export of computer chips to Huawei, the Chinese tech giant. They realized that their entire modern infrastructure, from smartphones to cloud computing, depended on foreign-made chips. In fact, China now spends more money importing semiconductors every year than it spends on oil. We often forget that computing power is the new oil. World War II was won with steel and aluminum. The Cold War was defined by the balance of atomic weapons, but the rivalry between the United States and China is being decided by the microscopic circuits that power everything from missile systems to the stock market. Globalization as we know it would not exist without the trade in semiconductors. The military superiority of the United States has long been rooted in its ability to apply these chips to the battlefield, and the economic rise of Asia over the last half-century was built on a foundation of silicon. Today, the world's most advanced processing power is concentrated in a few buildings on a single island.
Companies like Apple design incredibly complex chips, but they cannot actually make them. No company in America, Europe, or China can. That task falls to a single firm in Taiwan, TSMC. In their most advanced facility, Fab 18, they carve patterns onto silicon at a scale smaller than a virus, or 1/100th the size of a mitochondria. It is the greatest technical challenge of our time, and they have mastered it at a scale never before seen in human history. Only 60 years ago, a cutting-edge chip held just 4 transistors. Now they hold billions. This incredible rise was made possible by brilliant scientists and Nobel Prize winners, but it is also a story of manufacturing experts, supply chain managers, and visionary entrepreneurs. They pushed Moore's Law forward, ensuring that the cost of processing and remembering data dropped by billions of times. I spent years researching archives across 3 continents and interviewing over 100 experts to understand this history. Semiconductors have defined the world we live in, shaping international politics, the structure of the global economy, and the balance of military power. To understand how our world is defined by these tiny components and the small number of irreplaceable companies that make them, we must look back at the origins of the Silicon Age. Part 1. The Cold War, the birth of the Silicon Age. World War II ended in what many described as a storm of steel. Victory had been won through industrial attrition, measured in tons of copper, aluminum, and oil. But as the smoke cleared, a new era was beginning. One that would be defined by a material far more common but vastly more powerful than steel: silicon. I look back at the lives of men like Akio Morita, Morris Chang, and Andy Grove, who all came of age amidst the ruins of that war. They understood early on that while industrial power had decided the past, computing power would decide the future. In those early days, computers were monsters. The military's ENIAC computer occupied an entire room and used 18,000 vacuum tubes, which were essentially light bulbs that functioned as electronic switches. They were hot, concave, and deeply unreliable. If a single moth flew into the machine, it could short-circuit the entire system. To make computing practical, we needed a smaller, faster, and more durable switch. This challenge led William Shockley and his colleagues at Bell Labs to the discovery of the transistor. Shockley was a brilliant physicist, but an impossible manager. His ego eventually drove 8 of his most talented engineers to quit and start their own company, Fairchild Semiconductor. This act of rebellion effectively founded Silicon Valley. While these young rebels were setting up shop in California, a quiet engineer at Texas Instruments named Jack Kilby was working on the tyranny of numbers. Even with transistors, connecting thousands of components with hand-soldered wires created a forest of complexity that was impossible to manage. Kilby realized that if you could make all the components, the transistors, resistors, and capacitors, out of a single piece of semiconductor material, the wires would disappear. Robert Noyce at Fairchild came to a similar conclusion almost simultaneously, using a more practical method of printing metal tracks directly onto the silicon. The integrated circuit, or the chip, was born. The early chip industry would have likely collapsed without the massive support of the American government. The Cold War provided the ultimate motivation. When the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, it sent a shockwave through Washington. We realized that we could not win the arms race by simply building more tanks or bigger bombs. We had to build smarter ones. NASA became Fairchild's first major customer, betting the success of the Apollo moon missions on Noyce's integrated circuits to make the guidance computers light enough to fly. Simultaneously, the Air Force used Texas Instruments chips to give the Minuteman II missile unprecedented accuracy. Military necessity provided the funding that allowed these companies to refine their manufacturing processes. However, a chip is only useful if you can make millions of them reliably. The breakthrough in mass production came from J. Lathrop, who realized that instead of using physical masks, he could use light and lenses to print circuits onto silicon, a process called photolithography. This allowed us to shrink transistors to a scale that was previously unthinkable. It was during this period that my former colleague, Gordon Moore, observed that the number of components on a chip was doubling every year. This wasn't just an observation, it became a mandate for the industry. By the mid-1960s, the pioneers of Silicon Valley realized that the military market, while lucrative, was not the ultimate goal. Robert Noyce understood that to truly change the world, chips had to be cheap enough for everyone to own. He made the radical decision to slash prices, sometimes selling chips below cost to drive demand in the civilian market. He wanted to see a computer in every office and every home. This shift from military specialty to mass market commodity set the stage for the global digital revolution. The foundation was laid, a world where power was no longer just about the strength of a nation's steel, but about the number of transistors it could pack onto a tiny sliver of silicon. The circuitry of the American world, a global web of power. As the integrated circuit moved from the laboratory to the factory floor, a vast international network began to form, with the United States positioned firmly at its center. This era was defined by a critical realization. The struggle for global supremacy would not be fought just with missiles and tanks, but through the mastery of the microscopic. While the Soviet Union poured its energy into a secret city of science, the rest of the world was being pulled into a supply chain that bound the security of Asia and the prosperity of the West to the same slivers of silicon. I have spent a great deal of time looking into the Soviet attempt to match the American miracle. They understood the stakes perfectly. They sent their best students to Stanford and built Zelenograd, a purpose-built city for microelectronics. But their fatal mistake was a strategy dictated by Alexander Shokin, the order to copy everything. By forcing their engineers to reverse engineer American designs, they guaranteed they would always be at least a step behind. In the world of Moore's law, being a few years behind is a death sentence. Stealing a design is not the same as mastering the incredibly complex chemistry and precision of the manufacturing process. While the Soviets tried to build a wall around their technology, we were busy building bridges to Japan. I look at men like Akio Morita of Sony, who saw the transistor not as a military tool, but as the heart of a consumer revolution. Washington encouraged this, believing a strong capitalist Japan was a better vet than a weak one. Japan became the world's transistor salesman, proving that these tiny components could be made efficiently and sold to the masses. This wasn't just business, it was a Cold War strategy to bind the Pacific to the American-led order. To keep costs down and production high, the industry began its long migration across the ocean. Leaders like Charlie Spork at Fairchild looked to Hong Kong, Malaysia, and Singapore. They found thousands of workers, mostly young women, whose dexterity and discipline became the engine of the digital age. These transistor girls in Asian factories were the ones who truly made the computer revolution affordable. This offshoring was also used as a political tool. In Taiwan, the brilliant K.T. Lee realized that if he could convince American companies like Texas Instruments to build factories on the island, he was essentially buying an insurance policy against Chinese aggression. The more American silicon was produced in Taiwan, the more invested the United States became in the island's survival. Back in California, a new kind of revolution was brewing at Intel. Robert Noyce and Gordon Moore were moving beyond simple components to create memory chips that would replace old-fashioned magnetic cores. But their greatest triumph was the microprocessor. By putting the general-purpose logic of a computer on a single chip, they turned the computer from a specialized tool into a universal machine. It was a Gutenberg moment for the digital world.
and it happened in the small towns of Palo Alto and Mountain View.
On the battlefield, the lessons of the Vietnam War were changing the way we thought about power. We saw that dropping thousands of tons of unguided bombs was often useless against a determined enemy. Engineers like Weldon Word at Texas Instruments turned to microelectronics to create the first laser-guided bombs. These weapons proved that a single precise strike was worth more than an entire campaign of carpet bombing. This led to the Pentagon's offset strategy, led by William Perry and Andrew Marshall. They gambled that American computing could offset the Soviet Union's massive lead in the number of tanks and soldiers. By the end of this period, the circuitry of the American world was complete. We had created a global system that was efficient, profitable, and increasingly essential to the way wars were won and peace was kept.
Part 3. Loss of Leadership. The Japanese Challenge. The 1980s began as a decade of hell for the American semiconductor industry. We had grown up believing that Silicon Valley was the undisputed king of technology, but suddenly we found ourselves facing an existential crisis. The moment that crystallized this fear was on March 25, 1980. Richard Anderson, an executive at Hewlett-Packard, stood on a stage in Washington and shared a dataset that sent shockwaves through the room. HP had tested memory chips from both American and Japanese suppliers, and the results were devastating. Japanese chips weren't just cheaper, they were significantly more reliable. The worst-performing Japanese firm was still many times more reliable than the best-performing American one. This wasn't just a matter of price anymore, it was a total failure of manufacturing excellence. The rise of Japanese giants like Toshiba, Hitachi, and NEC pushed our companies to the brink. We could no longer laugh at the idea of Japanese engineers just being copycats. While our engineers were focused on the freedom to innovate and the thrill of the next big thing, the Japanese had applied a relentless military-style discipline to the mass production process. They turned their factories into perfect, optimized machines. This competition felt personal and brutal. We began to call it an economic war, a struggle where our jobs, our heritage, and our national pride were all on the line. I saw this decline most clearly in the story of GCA Corporation. GCA had once owned the market for stepper machines, the incredibly complex tools used to print circuits onto silicone. But GCA became a victim of its own arrogance. Under the leadership of Milt Greenberg, the company focused more on stock prices and political connections than on the reliability of its machines. While GCA ignored its customers' complaints, Nikon and Canon in Japan were listening. They perfected their equipment, making it more precise and far more durable. When the biggest American chip makers started buying Japanese machines to stay competitive, it was a clear sign that our technological foundation was rotting. This forced the titans of Silicon Valley to do something they had avoided for decades. They turned to the government for help. At Ming's restaurant in Palo Alto, former rivals like Robert Noyce, Jerry Sanders, and Charlie Spork sat together to craft a strategy for survival. Jerry Sanders famously argued that semiconductors were the crude oil of the 1980s. He believed whoever controlled the microchip would control the entire electronics industry and ultimately global power. However, back in Washington, this idea met with fierce resistance. Many free market economists argued that a chip was no different from a potato chip, just another commodity. They believed that if the Japanese could make them cheaper, we should simply buy them and enjoy the savings. But the fear of dependency was growing, especially within the military. The publication of the book, The Japan That Can Say No, co-authored by Sony's Akio Morita, was a wake-up call. The book's co-author, Shintaro Ishihara, argued that Japan could fundamentally change the global balance of power by selling its advanced chips to the Soviet Union instead of the United States. He pointed out that the precision of American missiles and the functionality of our stealth technology were now dependent on Japanese silicon. For the first time, leaders at the Pentagon and the White House
realized that the death spiral Robert Noyce warned about was real. We were losing our companies, our manufacturing base, and our strategic edge. This part of our history was defined by that terrifying question: had we lost the ability to lead the very revolution we had started? Part 4. America Resurgent: The Triumph of Silicon over Steel. The rebirth of the American chip industry after the brutal Japanese onslaught of the early 1980s was not a foregone conclusion. It was a victory won through a combination of sheer paranoia, the unconventional wisdom of a potato billionaire, and a radical rethinking of how we design and build technology. As I pieced together this history, I realized that while Silicon Valley appeared to be in a death spiral, a new kind of survival instinct was taking hold. One of the most unlikely heroes of this resurgence was Jack Simplot, an Idaho billionaire who made his fortune selling French fries to McDonald's. Simplot didn't know the first thing about physics, but he understood the brutal economics of a commodity market. While the giants of Silicon Valley were fleeing the memory chip business in the face of Japanese competition, Simplot bet on a small startup in Boise called Micron. By applying the same low-cost, high-efficiency mindset he used in farming, Micron became the only American firm that could match the Japanese at their own game. They survived by being leaner and more aggressive than anyone else, proving that American manufacturing wasn't dead, it just needed a new kind of discipline. At Intel, Andy Grove was performing his own version of emergency surgery. Grove, a refugee who survived both the Nazis and the Soviets, famously believed that only the paranoid survive. He made the agonizing decision to abandon the memory chip market, the very business Intel had founded, to focus entirely on microprocessors for the emerging PC market. To fix their quality issues, his deputy, Craig Barrett, enforced a copy-exact strategy, forcing factories to replicate every single detail of a successful production line. This shift from creative chaos to industrial rigor allowed Intel to dominate the heart of the computer revolution. At the same time, a quiet revolution in design was unfolding. Carver Mead and Lynn Conway realized that as chips became more complex, we couldn't keep designing them by hand with colored pencils. They developed a set of mathematical rules that allowed computers to design other computers. This Mead-Conway revolution effectively decoupled the architecture of a chip from its manufacturing. It paved the way for a new era where companies could design world-changing technology without ever owning a factory. We also found a powerful new ally in our struggle against Japanese dominance: South Korea. I found that the rise of Samsung was actually encouraged by American firms. The logic was simple: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. By sharing technology with Lee Byung-chul and Samsung, we created a low-cost competitor that could undercut the Japanese giants. This wasn't just a business move, it was a strategic realignment that pulled the center of gravity toward new players who were eager to integrate with the American system. While the West was reinventing itself, the Soviet Union was collapsing under the weight of its own stagnation. I examined the files of Vladimir Vetrov, a KGB spy who revealed just how much the Soviets relied on our secrets. But stealing a design is not the same as mastering the process of making it. As our transistors shrank to the nanometer scale, the Soviets found that their copy-it strategy had reached its limit. They could steal the blueprints, but they couldn't build the machines or the clean rooms needed to make them work. The ultimate proof of this technological gap came in January 1991. The Gulf War was the first real-world test of the Pentagon's long-term bet on microelectronics. As I watched the footage of laser-guided bombs and Tomahawk missiles striking their targets with pinpoint accuracy, the message was clear. A Soviet-equipped army was decimated in weeks by a force that fought with information rather than just mass. It was the triumph of silicon over steel. When Mikhail Gorbachev visited Stanford in 1990, he essentially conceded defeat. He walked through the heart of Silicon Valley and admitted that the ideas and technology of tomorrow were being born in California. The Cold War was over, and it was the microchip that had finally tipped the scales. Part 5. Integrated Circuits, Integrated World. the concentration of global power. What happened next? When in 1985, a single phone call from Taipei changed the trajectory of the digital world, Morris Chang, a man who had spent nearly 3 decades helping build the American chip industry at Texas Instruments, was invited by Minister K.T. Lee to lead Taiwan's nascent electronics sector. What happened next was the realization of an idea that Chang's former bosses had once dismissed, the foundry model. I found that by founding TSMC, Chang didn't just start another company. He created a new logic for the entire industry. Instead of designing and manufacturing its own chips, TSMC would only build chips designed by others. This allowed an explosion of fabless companies like NVIDIA and Qualcomm to emerge, but it also placed Taiwan at the absolute center of the global supply chain. Across the strait, the People's Republic of China was desperate to achieve a similar feat. The history of the Chinese chip industry was littered with the wreckage of Mao Zedong's radicalism, an era when he believed that any worker could forge a semiconductor at home. This led to massive waste and a profound technological lag. By the early 2000s, another man named Chang, Richard Chang, brought his expertise from the United States to Shanghai to found SMIC. I've looked closely at those years, and it's clear that while the Chinese government poured billions into these efforts, they struggled to replicate the success of Taiwan. They were trapped between a desire for self-sufficiency and a reality where they remained deeply dependent on foreign tools and expertise. The most difficult technical challenge of this era was happening in a small town in the Netherlands. The lithography wars had narrowed the field until only one company remained capable of pushing the limits of physics, ASML. As transistors shrank to the size of a few atoms, the industry realized that the only way forward was extreme ultraviolet lithography, or EUV. I was struck by the sheer scale of this gamble. Creating the most complex machine in human history required a global network of thousands of suppliers. Even rivals like Intel, Samsung, and TSMC had to join together to fund ASML's research. It was no longer possible for one nation to hold all the pieces of the puzzle. The world was integrated, but the most vital tools were now in the hands of a single firm. While these shifts were happening globally, the American champion, Intel, began to suffer from its own success. In a moment that would haunt the company for years, Intel's management turned down a request from Steve Jobs to design the processor for the first iPhone. They were trapped in the innovator's dilemma, making so much money from high-margin PC chips that they couldn't see the potential of the smartphone. This mistake allowed the low-power architecture of ARM to take over the mobile world. It was a sign that the culture in Silicon Valley was changing, moving from the relentless engineering focus of the Andy Grove era to a more cautious, managerially driven mindset. By the end of the 2000s, the world had arrived at a dangerous paradox. We talked about a borderless world where technology spread everywhere, but the reality was that manufacturing was becoming more concentrated than ever. A single earthquake in Taiwan in 1999 had shown us just how fragile this integrated world really was. We had built a global economy that was incredibly efficient but structurally vulnerable. The strategy of simply running faster was no longer enough for the United States. We were beginning to realize that our rivals and our allies were controlling the very points of the supply chain that we could not live without. The circuitry of the world was integrated, but the power was pooling in places that were increasingly difficult to protect. Part 6. Improving offshoring, the Great Decoupling. For decades, there was a mantra that echoed through the boardrooms of Silicon Valley: real men have fabs. Jerry Sanders, the flamboyant founder of AMD, famously used that phrase to argue that a semiconductor company wasn't legitimate unless it owned its own factories. He compared owning a fab to keeping a pet shark in your swimming pool. It was incredibly expensive and potentially lethal, but it was a status symbol you simply couldn't give up. However, as I looked at the industry entering the 21st century, I saw this masculine bravado collide with a brutal economic reality. Every new generation of chips was becoming exponentially more expensive to produce, making the old model of integrated design and manufacturing a luxury that few could afford. The person who saw this coming before anyone else was Morris Chang. By building TSMC as a pure-play foundry, he didn't just start a company, he triggered a fabless revolution. I watched as this model allowed a new breed of tech titans to emerge. Companies like NVIDIA and Qualcomm began their journeys not in massive industrial complexes, but in offices and even diners, focusing entirely on the complex logic of design, while leaving the messy, capital-intensive work of manufacturing to Taiwan. NVIDIA, in particular, realized that the world didn't just need faster processors, it needed parallel processing. They turned the GPU from a tool for video games into the engine for the future of artificial intelligence. This great decoupling of design and manufacturing reached its peak with Apple. Steve Jobs understood that to truly own the user experience, Apple had to control the silicon inside its devices. But Apple never had any intention of building its own pet shark. Instead, they became the ultimate fabless company, designing some of the most sophisticated processors in history and relying exclusively on TSMC to etch them into silicon. Today, every iPhone is a testament to this global division of labor, conceived in California, but physically realized through the unmatched precision of Taiwanese manufacturing. The heart of this new world order now rests on a technology that many thought was impossible: extreme ultraviolet lithography, or EUV. I spent a long time tracing the history of ASML, the Dutch firm that eventually won the lithography wars. To shrink transistors to the size of a few atoms, we needed a light source so difficult to manage that it required blasting drops of molten tin with the world's most powerful lasers, 50,000 times a second. It is a process that creates temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun inside a vacuum. The industry reached a point where there was no plan B. Every major player, Intel, Samsung, and TSMC, had to bet their entire future on a single machine made by a single company in the Netherlands. While the rest of the world was specializing and integrating, the old champion, Intel, began to falter. I noticed a subtle but profound shift in the company's culture. The engineers who had once ruled the halls were gradually replaced by managers focused on the bottom line. Intel became so comfortable with its monopoly in the PC and server markets that they missed the mobile revolution entirely. They were too focused on the high profit margins of today to risk the messy transitions of tomorrow. As they struggled with the move to smaller and more complex transistors, the manufacturing lead they had held for decades slipped through their fingers. By the end of this era, the landscape of power had been completely redrawn. The idea that a single American company could design and manufacture the world's most advanced technology was dead. We had moved into an era of extreme specialization, where a few points in the supply chain, a foundry in Taiwan, a lithography plant in the Netherlands, had become the most valuable and vulnerable real estate on Earth. The digital world was more powerful than ever, but its foundation was now concentrated in a handful of indispensable companies that the United States no longer fully controlled. Part 7. The Chinese Challenge. The Siege of the Silicon Fortress. For years, I have watched as the People's Republic of China moved from the periphery of the tech world to its very center. But it wasn't until I looked into the internal speeches of Xi Jinping that I truly understood the depth of their ambition. Xi often says that there is no national security without cybersecurity, and no modernization without informatization. This isn't just about software or hackers, it's about the fundamental hardware of the digital age. China has realized that its entire modern state, its surveillance systems, its economic growth, and its military power is built on a foundation of imported silicon. I was stunned to find that China consistently spends more money every year importing chips than it does on oil. This dependence is, in Beijing's eyes, a strategic vulnerability that must be eliminated at any cost. In my research, I saw the birth of a new kind of industrial warfare. Unlike the decentralized innovation of Silicon Valley, China's approach is a state-led charge. Xi called on his officials to attack the fortifications of core technology and to call out the charge. They created the Big Fund, a massive pool of state capital worth tens of billions of dollars, specifically designed to bypass the market and build a domestic chip industry from the ground up. This isn't venture capital as we know it. It is a national mobilization, a total effort to displace the foreign technology that currently powers the Chinese dream. I spent a long time tracing how China used its massive domestic market as a lever against Western firms. They told giants like IBM and Qualcomm that if they wanted to continue selling to Chinese customers, they had to share their blueprints and enter into joint ventures. I watched as companies, often focused on short-term profits or facing declining market share at home, agreed to deals that essentially trained their future Chinese rivals. I also followed the trail of Zhao Weiguo, the aggressive head of Xinhua Uni Group. Zhao operated like a corporate hunter, backed by the state, attempting to buy up the command heights of the global industry. He tried to buy Micron, he tried to buy into TSMC, and he even tried to seize control of the world's leading lithography and design firms. While many of these deals were eventually blocked by regulators, they revealed a clear and multifaceted strategy. If you cannot build the technology, buy it. If you cannot buy it, force them to share it. The ultimate symbol of this challenge is Huawei. I looked into the history of its founder, Ren Zhengfei, and the wolf culture he instilled in the company. Huawei isn't just a smartphone manufacturer, it is a global champion of telecommunications infrastructure. Through its high silicon division, it became one of the world's most sophisticated chip designers, rivaling the best firms in Silicon Valley. But even a giant like Huawei had a secret weakness. They were still almost entirely dependent on TSMC in Taiwan to actually manufacture their most advanced designs. This dependency remains the central drama of the modern era. As we move into the age of 5G, the stakes have never been higher. 5G is the nervous system of the future economy, connecting everything from autonomous vehicles to industrial robots and smart cities. Huawei's dominance in 5G equipment means that for the first time in history, the backbone of global computing could be built on Chinese hardware rather than American or European designs. And this has profound military implications. I've studied the internal documents of the Chinese military that speak of intelligentization, a plan to use artificial intelligence and massive computing power to negate the American military's traditional advantages. They aren't just trying to catch up to the West, they are trying to leapfrog us by redefining how wars are fought in the digital age. When I look at the upgraded air bases and the missile batteries along the Chinese coast, I see a nation that has moved far beyond the copycat strategy of the 1980s. They have integrated themselves into the global supply chain while simultaneously plotting to dominate it. The struggle for the microchip is no longer just a competition between companies, it is a struggle for the rules of the 21st century. The Chinese challenge is a siege of the current technological order, and the outcome will decide who wields the most powerful weapon of our time, the ability to process information faster and more precisely than any rival. Part 8. Chip Choke: The Geopolitics of Interdependence. In 2015, I noticed a profound shift in the atmosphere in Washington. Brian Krzanich, then the CEO of Intel, met with senior officials from the Obama administration with a palpable sense of dread in his eyes. He wasn't there to lobby for the usual tax breaks. He was there to warn that the American semiconductor industry was facing an existential threat. He watched as China used massive state subsidies to wipe out competitors in the solar and steel industries, and he feared that semiconductors were next. For decades, we had lived with the comfortable assumption that globalization was a force for peaceful integration, but we were finally waking up to the reality that the global supply chain was not just a marvel of efficiency, but a series of high-stakes choke points that could be weaponized by whoever held the keys. This realization led to a new kind of industrial warfare, one I saw play out most clearly in the case of Fujian Jinhua. When this Chinese firm attempted to build a domestic memory chip industry using stolen secrets from the American company Micron, the response from Washington was unprecedented. Instead of a long, drawn-out legal battle, the U.S. government simply cut off Fujian Jinhua's access to the specialized American tools they needed to run their factory. Within months, the company was decimated. It was a demonstration of a power we had held for a long time but had never truly used, the ability to strangle a rival's high-tech ambitions by controlling the very machines that make the chips. We took this strategy to a whole new level with the attack on Huawei. Huawei wasn't just a telecommunications giant, it was the symbol of China's technological rise and its primary designer of advanced chips. By placing Huawei on the entity list and later cutting off its access to TSMC in Taiwan, we proved a terrifying truth to the world. Almost every advanced chip on the planet, regardless of where it is designed or cast, is made using American software or American equipment. We had weaponized our interdependence, forcing Huawei to retreat and divest from its most successful business lines. It was a victory for silicon in a geopolitical struggle, a reminder that in the 21st century, power is measured in nanometers. Beijing, of course, viewed these moves as a Sputnik moment. I have watched as they poured tens of billions of dollars into their big fund, desperately trying to achieve self-sufficiency. Yet, as I investigated their efforts, I found that money alone cannot buy innovation. For every success, there were massive failures and scams, like the one in Wuhan where con artists lured the local government into investing in a fake high-tech facility. The reality is that the technology is now so complex that no single nation, not even China with all its resources, can easily replicate the global ecosystem of expertise and precision that has taken us 70 years to build. Then came the COVID-19 pandemic, which served as a brutal reminder of just how fragile our integrated world really is. I watched as car factories across the globe shut down because they couldn't get the simple chips used for power windows or brakes. It was a shock to the system that forced even the most skeptical politicians to care about semiconductors. President Biden holding up a silicon wafer in the White House was the visual proof that chips had moved from a niche technical concern to the very top of the national security agenda. But all these paths eventually lead back to one place, the Taiwan Strait. This is the ultimate dilemma of our age. Taiwan produces more than a third of the world's new computing power every year, and TSMC is the most indispensable company on Earth. Yet, as I look at the satellite images of Chinese military exercises and the rhetoric coming from Beijing, I see a risk that is impossible to ignore. The silicon shield that Taiwan hopes will protect it from invasion is the same thing that makes it the most valuable prize in the world. If those factories are damaged or fall under the control of a rival power, the global economy would face a catastrophe far worse than anything we saw during the pandemic. We have built a world that is brilliantly interconnected, but we have also placed its entire future on a foundation that is as fragile as it is vital. We are living in the era of the chip choke, and the stakes have never been higher. If you like this video, please hit the like and subscribe button so that more people can know about it. Thank you for your support. Wishing you a pleasant evening and happiness with your family. Goodbye, and see you in the next videos.
Welcome to Books and More, where knowledge meets curiosity and every page opens a new world of ideas. In today's episode, we dive into Currency Wars by Song Hongbing, a powerful exploration of how money, power, and global politics intertwine behind the scenes. This book reveals the hidden battles that shape economies, influence nations, and define the course of history. Whether you're passionate about finance, strategy, or world affairs, this journey will change the way you see money forever. Stay tuned and let's uncover the secrets of global finance together. Chapter 1: Waterloo of Napoleon and the Triumph of Rothschild. In the great game of power and money that shaped modern Europe, no event symbolized the dominance of financial intelligence more vividly than the Battle of Waterloo. Not because of Napoleon's defeat, but because of the rise of Nathan Rothschild. While the cannons thundered on the Belgian plains, another kind of battle was being fought, one of information, speed, and cunning. Nathan Rothschild, the third son of Mayor Amschel Rothschild, had already built an intricate web of couriers, traders, and informants across Europe. To him, information was wealth, and timing was power. When Wellington's forces clashed with Napoleon's army, Nathan's network moved faster than any government's. His agents witnessed the decisive moments, and within hours, he knew that Napoleon had been crushed. By dawn, while the rest of Europe still trembled in uncertainty, Nathan was already on his way to London with the news that would make him the most powerful man in Britain. Arriving in London ahead of all official messengers, Nathan entered the stock exchange with a face of cold composure. He said nothing, but his movements spoke volumes. Quietly, he began selling British government bonds. The room froze. The man whose intelligence was always reliable seemed to be signaling defeat. Panic spread like wildfire. Traders rushed to sell, convinced that Wellington had lost and that Britain was doomed. In a matter of hours, the price of British bonds collapsed to a fraction of their value. Then, in absolute silence, Rothschild's agents began buying back everything they had just sold, at prices so low they bordered on theft. When, a day later, the official news arrived that Wellington had triumphed, the market exploded upward. Rothschild, who had purchased nearly all available bonds, now controlled the financial heartbeat of the British Empire. With one audacious maneuver, he had turned intelligence into an empire. From that day forward, the Bank of England, and indeed much of Britain's economy, would move to the rhythm of Rothschild's will. The lesson of Waterloo was clear. Wars are not won only with armies, but with money. And money answers to those who control its creation and flow. The Rothschilds had mastered this truth. Through their international network, with brothers in Frankfurt, Paris, Vienna, and Naples, they became the first truly global financial power. Each brother acted as a node in a vast private banking empire, bound not by contracts, but by blood, loyalty, and secrecy. Their correspondence, delivered by private couriers, moved faster and more securely than any government dispatch. They financed wars, stabilized governments, and dictated the fate of monarchs. While kings ruled territories, the Rothschilds ruled credit, the invisible force that sustained nations. From this foundation arose a new kind of empire, one that needed no army, no flag, no borders. It was built on debt, interest, and influence. The Rothschild understood that controlling a nation's money supply was far more powerful than controlling its laws. "Give me control of a nation's money," Nathan is said to have declared, "and I care not who makes its laws." And indeed, by controlling the issuance of bonds, the lifeblood of government finance, the Rothschilds could determine the rise or fall of any kingdom. The taxes of British citizens, the debts of European monarchs, even the wars of empires, all became tributaries flowing into their vaults. In this first chapter, I reveal not merely a story of wealth, but the birth of financial warfare, a conflict fought with information, credit, and confidence rather than soldiers and cannons. It marked the dawn of a new age where bankers, not generals, decided the destiny of nations.
The world has long celebrated the victory of Wellington and the defeat of Napoleon, but few realize that the true victor of Waterloo was not on the battlefield. He sat quietly in the London Stock Exchange, orchestrating a financial symphony whose echoes still shape our world today. From that day forward, the Rothschild family stood as the unseen monarchs of Europe, the architects of modern money, and the shadow emperors of economic power.
Chapter 2: The Rise of the Rothschild Empire. The true power of the Rothschild family did not emerge overnight. It was the product of centuries of financial evolution, sharpened by intelligence and secrecy. To understand their rise, one must first understand the transformation of money itself. In the 17th century, England, drained by wars and extravagance, faced an empty treasury. When King William III needed funds for his campaigns against France, he accepted a revolutionary idea: a private central bank that would lend money to the government in exchange for the right to issue paper currency. Thus, the Bank of England was born in 1694, the first of its kind, privately owned yet controlling the nation's money. The government borrowed £1.2 million, paying interest to private bankers, and in return allowed them to print money backed by this debt. From that moment, the power to create money, once the privilege of kings, passed into the hands of financiers. It was the beginning of a system where nations would forever live in debt to private banking interests. The Rothschilds entered this world of emerging paper money with perfect timing. Mayer Amschel Rothschild, the patriarch, was a shrewd and disciplined man who understood both the psychology of rulers and the mechanics of finance. Born in the Jewish ghetto of Frankfurt, he began as a coin dealer but soon turned his small shop into a financial hub. His genius was not in gold or silver, but in trust. He earned the confidence of powerful men, especially Prince William of Hesse-Kassel, one of the richest monarchs in Europe. When revolutions shook the continent, Prince William entrusted Mayer with his immense fortune for safekeeping. Mayer did not merely guard the money, he multiplied it. Using the prince's capital as leverage, he financed trade, lent to governments, and laid the foundation of an international financial network that would one day dominate Europe. Mayer understood a truth that few grasped. Money grows not by hoarding it, but by moving it, quickly, quietly, and across borders. To achieve this, he needed agents he could trust absolutely. So he turned to his 5 sons, whom he trained with almost military precision. Each was sent to a different European capital: Amschel in Frankfurt, Salomon in Vienna, Nathan in London, Kalman in Naples, and James in Paris. Together, they formed an invisible empire, 5 brothers controlling 5 banks, connected by coded letters and couriers faster than any government messenger. They created the world's first international financial communication network capable of transferring information and funds across Europe in days rather than weeks. It was this speed and coordination that gave them power beyond measure. The brilliance of the Rothschild strategy lay in its unity. While kings and ministers changed with the tides of politics, the 5 brothers acted as one. When wars broke out, they lent to both sides, not out of malice, but because they understood that conflict was profitable only when credit survived it. They sold arms, funded armies, and insured governments, yet remained untouched by the chaos they financed. Their loyalty was not to nations, but to stability, because in the ruins of every war lay the opportunity to rebuild with interest. By the early 19th century, the Rothschilds had become indispensable to Europe's rulers. Their letters could save a kingdom from bankruptcy or plunge a rival into economic despair. Their reputation for discretion and efficiency made them the first choice for monarchs in need of funds. But their true weapon was the bond market, the tool that allowed them to control entire economies without firing a shot. Governments issued bonds. The Rothschilds decided the terms, the buyers, and the prices. In doing so, they became the gatekeepers of credit, the silent arbiters of destiny.
The second chapter of this story reveals a profound shift in human history, the transformation of wealth from tangible gold into invisible promises of repayment. The Rothschilds mastered this new reality, turning debt into power and money into influence. They proved that the pen could indeed be mightier than the sword, not the pen of politicians or philosophers, but of bankers, writing loan agreements that bound nations for generations. What began in the cramped quarters of a Frankfurt ghetto had become an empire without borders, governed not by bloodshed, but by balance sheets. The Rothschilds had unlocked the secret of modern empire building. Whoever controls credit controls the world. Chapter 3: The Birth of the Federal Reserve, a Private Empire of Money. In this chapter, I reveal one of the greatest secrets in modern history: how the world's most powerful democracy surrendered its monetary sovereignty to a small circle of private bankers. The creation of the U.S. Federal Reserve System in 1913 was not an act of public service, but a masterpiece of financial deception. It was the culmination of centuries of strategy by international banking dynasties led by the Rothschilds and their American allies, the Morgans, Rockefellers, and Warburgs. While the American people believed they were gaining a central bank to stabilize the economy, what they truly received was a privately owned institution that would control interest rates, manipulate credit, and profit from the nation's debt. At the dawn of the 20th century, America was in turmoil. Financial panics, particularly the crash of 1907, had shaken public confidence. But behind these crises, the powerful bankers saw opportunity. The panic had been engineered, or at least amplified, by J.P. Morgan himself to create a sense of urgency for reform. Newspapers screamed for stability, and politicians echoed the call. The solution seemed clear: a central authority to manage the nation's money supply. Yet the true question was, who would control this authority? The answer was determined not in the halls of Congress, but in secrecy, on an isolated island off the coast of Georgia, Jekyll Island. There, in 1910, 7 men representing a quarter of the world's wealth gathered in the shadows. Among them were Senator Nelson Aldrich, Paul Warburg, Henry Davidson of J.P. Morgan & Co., Frank Vanderlip of National City Bank, and Benjamin Strong, who would later head the New York Federal Reserve. They traveled under false names, claiming to be on a duck hunting trip. Behind closed doors, they drafted a plan that would forever change the American Republic, the blueprint for the Federal Reserve System. It was a private cartel masquerading as a public institution. Its design ensured that while the government appeared to oversee the system, real control rested with the bankers themselves. The mechanics of this scheme were elegant and sinister. The Federal Reserve would be authorized to issue money, but not money backed by gold or silver, rather by government debt. Whenever the U.S. Treasury needed funds, it would issue bonds. The Federal Reserve would purchase them with money created from nothing, pure credit. This cycle of borrowing and lending made the bankers indispensable. The government, once master of its own currency, became a permanent debtor. The more it borrowed, the more interest it paid, and the more power the bankers gained. Inflation and deflation could now be manipulated at will, allowing financial elites to transfer wealth invisibly from the public to themselves. When the Federal Reserve Act was passed in 1913, it was sold to the public as a safeguard against crisis. President Woodrow Wilson, persuaded by advisors deeply connected to Wall Street, signed the bill into law. Yet years later, he would express bitter regret, writing that the country had been placed under the control of an invisible government, owing no allegiance and acknowledging no responsibility to the people. His lament was not an exaggeration. From that point onward, the destiny of the American economy would be decided not by elected officials, but by unelected bankers sitting in private boardrooms. The consequences were immediate and profound. The Federal Reserve's manipulation of interest rates fueled both the prosperity of the 1920s and the Great Depression that followed. Wars, too, became more profitable, financed not by taxes but by loans. Every conflict, from World War I onward, enriched the same financial houses that had designed the system. The Rothschilds' formula, control the credit of nations and you control their destinies, had now reached its ultimate form in the heart of America. In this chapter, I do not merely recount a historical event. I reveal the architecture of a silent empire, one that replaced the visible role of monarchs with the invisible role of money. The Federal Reserve was not just a bank. It was a declaration of financial independence from democracy itself. From that moment, every dollar printed became a note of debt, and every citizen, knowingly or not, a servant to the same global power that had mastered Europe a century before. This was not just the rise of a new institution. It was the coronation of the bankers as the true emperors of the modern world.
Chapter 4: Wars and Depressions, the Bankers' Invisible Hands. The fourth chapter unveils the dark symbiosis between war, economic collapse, and the invisible power of finance. History is often told through the lens of generals and politicians, but behind every battlefield, behind every flag and ideology, there stands an even greater force: the flow of money. Wars are not only fought with bullets and blood, they are financed, designed, and prolonged by those who profit from both victory and defeat. This chapter exposes how the great banking families, through their control of credit and currency, turned global conflicts into instruments of immense wealth and domination. When the First World War erupted in 1914, the ink on the Federal Reserve Act was barely dry. Yet it was precisely this new financial mechanism that enabled the United States to become the world's largest creditor while Europe bled itself dry. The Rothschilds, Morgans, and Warburgs, though divided by nationality, were united by interest. They financed both sides of the conflict through loans, bonds, and weapons contracts. The British borrowed billions through J.P. Morgan & Co., which acted as the official purchasing agent for the Allied forces. Meanwhile, German industry was supported by banks connected to the same international network. Money, as always, had no allegiance. It sought only profit and power. By controlling the issuance of war bonds and manipulating interest rates, these bankers made fortunes while nations descended into ruin. Every shell fired and every ship sunk was paid for by future generations through debt. Governments promised their citizens that victory would bring prosperity, yet what followed was a world shackled to the banks that had financed the destruction. When the war ended in 1918, the winners were not the nations who had fought, but the financiers who held their IOUs. The Treaty of Versailles, with its crushing reparations imposed on Germany, was less a peace treaty than a financial trap, a means to guarantee the continuous flow of interest payments across borders. The 1920s appeared to bring recovery, but the prosperity was an illusion, a house of credit built on sand. The Federal Reserve expanded the money supply, flooding the markets with cheap loans and speculation. Stock prices soared, consumption exploded, and optimism blinded the masses. But behind the euphoria, the bankers were already preparing the next act. When the time was ripe, they tightened credit, raised interest rates, and watched as the entire structure collapsed. The crash of 1929 was no accident. It was the culmination of deliberate monetary manipulation. Millions lost their homes, their savings, and their livelihoods, while the same banking elites bought back real assets, land, factories, and companies at a fraction of their former value. The Great Depression was, in truth, a controlled demolition of the global economy. As the world starved, a new opportunity emerged. War, once again, would become the great engine of recovery. The financiers understood that destruction is the most profitable form of investment. It demands reconstruction, and reconstruction demands credit. Thus began the massive rearmament of the 1930s, financed through loans and bonds orchestrated by the same banking institutions that had caused the collapse. When World War II erupted, the machinery of finance whirred into motion once more. The same formula repeated: lend to governments, sell them arms, control their currencies, and reap the profits of chaos. Nations were reduced to debtors, their sovereignty mortgaged to those who printed the money they fought with.
This chapter reveals that neither war nor depression are natural cycles. They are engineered instruments of control. The bankers learned that fear and scarcity create the perfect conditions for obedience. When people are desperate, they don't question who controls the money, they only beg for more of it. The invisible empire of finance feeds on crisis, for in crisis lies the opportunity to tighten its grip. Wars destroy nations, but strengthen empires, not empires of territory, but empires of debt. From this perspective, the 20th century was not merely a sequence of political conflicts, but a continuous financial war, one waged in the shadows by those who understood that the surest path to global dominion is not through conquest of land, but through conquest of money. And as the world would soon learn, those who control credit do not need to raise armies. They already command them.
Chapter 5. The New Policy of Cheap Money. The fifth chapter marks the dawn of a new age in the global financial war, the era of cheap money. This was not merely an economic policy, but a deliberate strategy by international bankers to reshape the world's financial order. The idea was simple yet devastating. Flood the market with credit, lower interest rates, and make borrowing irresistibly easy. To the public, this seemed like prosperity. To governments, it appeared as recovery. But beneath this glittering illusion, the architects of finance were building an invisible empire, one based not on gold or production, but on endless debt and dependency. After the devastation of the Great Depression, the world was desperate for stability. Politicians and economists looked for a way to revive growth, and the bankers offered their familiar prescription: expand the money supply, stimulate spending, and let credit flow freely. The Federal Reserve led the way, slashing interest rates and opening the floodgates of liquidity. What followed was an era of apparent recovery, but one sustained entirely by borrowed money. Nations rebuilt their industries not with real wealth, but with paper promises. And just as a patient addicted to morphine feels relief while the poison spreads, the global economy became addicted to easy credit, unable to function without it. The theory behind cheap money was cloaked in noble rhetoric. Economists claimed that low interest rates would encourage investment, create jobs, and prevent future crises. But in truth, it was a weapon of control. By manipulating credit, central banks could direct the flow of money to favored corporations, industries, or governments. Those aligned with the financial elite received unlimited capital. Those who resisted were starved of funds. Money became not a neutral medium of exchange, but a tool of power, one that could reward obedience and punish independence. The most chilling aspect of this policy was how it eroded real value. When governments print money faster than wealth is created, inflation becomes inevitable. Prices rise, savings lose meaning, and the middle class, the foundation of every stable society, is quietly impoverished. Wages could not keep pace with the cost of living, and the illusion of prosperity masked a growing chasm between the rich and the poor. Yet while ordinary citizens suffered, those who owned the means of credit thrived. Bankers could create money from nothing, lend it at interest, and reclaim real assets, land, resources, and companies when the inevitable defaults occurred. The cycle of lending, inflation, and foreclosure became the invisible machinery of conquest. Lenin once said that the best way to destroy capitalism is to debauch its currency. Ironically, the international financiers achieved exactly that, not to destroy capitalism, but to dominate it. By turning money itself into a commodity, they created a system in which every transaction, every salary, every loan ultimately flowed through their hands. Nations no longer needed to be invaded or colonized, they could be captured through credit. The debt of a country became the leash of its sovereignty. The chapter also reveals how this strategy laid the foundation for a global order centered on the US dollar. After World War II, America held most of the world's gold, and its currency became the standard of exchange. The Federal Reserve's policy of easy money spread worldwide through institutions like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, both designed, as the author argues, to export the same system of debt dependence to the developing world.
Poor nations were lured with soft loans that promised development but delivered servitude. In exchange for funding, they surrendered their resources, policies, and autonomy. Debt became the new form of colonization. The age of cheap money transformed the world's financial landscape. It created the illusion of abundance while draining the real wealth of nations. It allowed the few to live like gods while billions toiled in the shadow of inflation and debt. What began as a policy of recovery became a weapon of domination. And as Song Hongbing warns, the true danger lies not in the visible wars fought with guns, but in the invisible wars fought with currency, wars that enslave not bodies, but entire economies. The chapter closes with a haunting truth. When money is cheap, freedom is expensive, and the world was already paying the price.
Chapter 6: The Elite Club That Rules the World. In this chapter, the veil of secrecy is lifted on the invisible network that dictates the fate of nations, a small, powerful group often called the financial elite. While the world believes it is governed by presidents and parliaments, the true architects of global policy operate from private meeting rooms, hidden foundations, and unaccountable institutions. These men, bankers, industrial magnates, and political strategists, see themselves not as citizens of any country, but as custodians of a global empire built on finance. Their ultimate goal is not mere wealth, but control of money, markets, media, and minds. The story begins in the aftermath of World War II, when the old world order lay in ruins and a new one was being constructed. Under the guise of peace and cooperation, the elite formed a network of organizations to consolidate their influence. The Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, in the United States, the Bilderberg Group in Europe, and the Trilateral Commission linking North America, Europe, and Asia. These were not democratic forums, but private assemblies where the most powerful figures in banking, business, and politics coordinated strategy. Behind closed doors, they decided who would lead nations, what policies would be implemented, and how crises would be used to advance their agenda. The public saw treaties and conferences. The insiders saw blueprints for a new kind of empire. Their method was subtle and systematic. By controlling money through central banks, they could steer economies. By funding both sides of political debates, they ensured that no matter who won elections, the same interests prevailed. And by shaping education and media, they molded public opinion to accept their vision of a globalized world, a world where borders blur, currencies unify, and sovereignty dissolves under the authority of international finance. To many, this was presented as progress. To the author, it was the quiet emergence of a financial dictatorship. At the heart of this system lies the Rothschild legacy, not merely a family fortune, but a philosophy of control through debt and information. The Rockefellers extended it across the Atlantic, weaving it into the corporate fabric of America. Through institutions like Chase Manhattan Bank, the Rockefeller Foundation, and their deep influence in energy and media, they transformed economic power into cultural dominance. Together with allies like the Morgans and the Warburgs, they created a transnational alliance of capital that no government could easily defy. The chapter describes the 1954 meeting at the Hotel de Bilderberg in the Netherlands, a moment that symbolized the birth of modern global governance. Politicians, bankers, and media tycoons gathered not to debate, but to align. They discussed how to manage the Cold War, stabilize markets, and control the flow of resources. The agenda was never published, the minutes were never released. Yet from that point forward, many key global decisions, from monetary policy to wars in distant lands, seemed to echo the interests of those present. Nations became instruments in a symphony conducted by unseen hands. This elite network also perfected the art of manufacturing crises to consolidate power. Economic collapses, oil shocks, and even environmental movements became tools for financial expansion. Under noble slogans like sustainability or world cooperation, new institutions were born.
global banks, funds, and green financial mechanisms, each tightening the web of dependency around developing nations. The debt for nature swaps and IMF restructuring plans were not acts of charity, but acts of acquisition. Through debt, they acquired land, minerals, and influence, often in countries too weak to resist. The author's tone in this chapter is one of warning. He sees the modern world drifting toward a centralized system of financial control, disguised as democracy. National leaders appear to govern, but true power lies elsewhere, in the boardrooms of the few who control credit, currency, and the channels of communication. The elite club does not march with armies. It rules through contracts and loans. Its empire has no borders, only balance sheets. This chapter leaves the reader with a haunting realization. The world is not governed by chance, but by design. Every boom and bust, every election and treaty serves a higher purpose: the slow transfer of sovereignty from nations to networks of capital. The war for power has moved beyond the battlefield. It now unfolds in markets, media, and minds. And those who do not understand this silent war risk becoming its most obedient soldiers, paying, obeying, and believing while never knowing who commands them.
Chapter 7: The Real War of Money. This chapter exposes the most sophisticated and silent form of warfare ever created: the financial war, fought not with guns, but with currencies, interest rates, and international debt. Unlike the wars of the past that left cities in ruins and soldiers dead, the new wars are waged in boardrooms, stock exchanges, and central banks. Their victims are nations stripped of sovereignty, and their conquerors are bankers who never fire a shot. After World War II, the traditional empires had crumbled, but a new empire arose, one ruled by credit. The United States, armed with the dollar and the Bretton Woods system, assumed leadership of this global financial order. Gold became secondary, while paper money, backed only by the promise of the U.S. Treasury, turned into the new weapon of domination. The dollar was no longer just a currency, it was a claim on the world's wealth. By controlling the flow of dollars, America, and the banking elites behind it, could manipulate global trade, debt, and even political outcomes without direct conquest. But as the system expanded, it became clear that not all nations could bear the burden. Developing countries, desperate for modernization, turned to the IMF and the World Bank for help. They were offered loans under the banner of economic assistance, yet each loan came with invisible chains, conditions that forced them to open their markets, privatize assets, and surrender control of their currencies. Debt became the new colonialism. By the 1980s, many nations in Latin America, Africa, and Asia were caught in what Song Hongbing calls the debt trap, an endless cycle of borrowing to repay previous loans with interest accumulating faster than development could proceed. The chapter introduces one of the most cunning instruments of this modern empire, the debt for nature swap. It was presented to the world as a humanitarian and environmental initiative, a way to forgive debt in exchange for protecting nature. But behind the green rhetoric was a sinister design. Under this scheme, developing nations transferred vast tracts of land and natural resources to international environmental banks controlled by Western financiers. As the author notes, more than 50 million square kilometers of land, nearly a third of the Earth's surface, was effectively pledged as collateral. Under the guise of saving the planet, the bankers were seizing its most valuable real estate. These environmental banks and global funds were the evolution of institutions like the IMF and World Bank. Their loans were labeled as soft, but their impact was hard and irreversible. Nations unable to repay found themselves legally bound to surrender forests, mines, and oil reserves. What began as a financial relationship transformed into de facto ownership. The author argues that this system was designed not to save the poor, but to harvest them, to extract wealth through mechanisms invisible to ordinary people, but devastating in their effect.
Song Hongbing describes this as the real war of money, where governments and corporations are mere instruments in a larger strategy. Wars are no longer necessary when one can conquer through currency. Inflation, debt crises, and financial sanctions replace armies and bombs. The invisible battlefield stretches across the world's financial markets, and victory belongs to those who control liquidity and credit. Even global movements, environmentalism, humanitarian aid, sustainable development become tools to expand the reach of this new empire of debt. The chapter concludes with a stark warning. As financial power concentrates further into the hands of a few, the sovereignty of nations erodes. The same families and institutions that orchestrated the Federal Reserve and dominated European finance now govern the destiny of entire continents. The war of money is quiet, patient, and bloodless on the surface, yet it enslaves billions. While politicians speak of democracy and globalization, the true rulers of the modern age are those who can print the world's currency and decide who deserves to use it. This, the author declares, is the essence of the New World Order, a system where wars are fought in silence and the victors do not wear uniforms, but suits.
Chapter 8: Currency Wars, Battles Without Declaration. In this chapter, the author reveals how the 20th century's most powerful empires learned to wage war without ever declaring it, through the manipulation of currencies and the architecture of global finance. Traditional wars left destruction visible to all. Currency wars are silent, fought in markets, debt agreements, and exchange rates. Yet their consequences are no less devastating. Economies collapse, industries vanish, and nations surrender sovereignty, all without a single bullet being fired. Song Hongbing calls this the invisible battlefield of modern geopolitics, where power is measured not in tanks or missiles, but in the ability to control the money that nations depend on. The narrative begins in the 1970s when the US abandoned the gold standard. This single decision severed the link between money and real value, unleashing a world where currencies floated freely and could be manipulated at will. It was a calculated move. By decoupling the dollar from gold, the United States transformed its currency into the ultimate weapon. Every country that traded, borrowed, or saved in dollars became a participant in America's monetary empire. With the petrodollar system tying global energy prices to U.S. currency, the world was forced to hold and use dollars, giving Washington an unprecedented ability to print wealth and export inflation. The rest of the world, particularly developing nations, paid the hidden cost. Song Hongbing then turns to the financial crises that followed, showing how they were not accidents of economics, but deliberate acts of warfare. The Asian financial crisis of 1997 serves as a chilling example. International hedge funds, armed with insider information and supported by global financial institutions, attacked the currencies of Thailand, Indonesia, and South Korea. They shorted their currencies, spread fear through the media, and watched as entire economies crumbled within weeks. The IMF, stepping in as a supposed rescuer, imposed structural reforms, privatization, austerity, and open markets that effectively handed national assets to Western investors at fire sale prices. In Song's eyes, this was not assistance but conquest. The nations of Asia had not lost a war, yet they found themselves occupied economically, their central banks and fiscal policies dictated by foreign creditors. The chapter emphasizes that such tactics have become the standard method of global control. Currency devaluation, sanctions, speculative attacks, and debt restructuring are the modern equivalents of blockades and invasions. They destroy confidence, crush local industries, and allow financial elites to acquire real assets, land, energy, and infrastructure for a fraction of their value. The victims are told they are being rescued, but the outcome is the same as defeat: subordination to the global financial order. Unlike the empires of old that relied on soldiers, the new empire rules through spreadsheets and stock indices.
At the center of this new warfare is the alliance between central banks, Wall Street, and supranational institutions like the IMF and World Bank. These entities operate beyond the reach of any democratic government, yet they dictate policies that shape the destiny of billions. The author describes them as financial armies without flags, advancing the interests of their sponsors under the language of reform and globalization. Nations that resist, whether by protecting their currency or pursuing independent development, face immediate punishment through capital flight, currency collapse, or sanctions. The message is clear: sovereignty in the 21st century belongs only to those who can defend their money. The author warns that these wars will intensify as global debt mounts and resources dwindle. The next battleground will not be land or oil, but the digital and monetary systems that underlie civilization itself. Countries that fail to build independent financial defenses, such as diversified reserves, alternative payment systems, and sound currencies, risk becoming financial colonies. For China and other rising nations, the lesson is urgent. To survive the next century, they must master the art of monetary warfare and create a new balance in the world's financial order. In closing, Song Hongbing's voice becomes prophetic. The true danger of currency wars lies in their invisibility. People see peace and trade on the surface, while beneath, their savings, industries, and freedoms are quietly stolen. The world no longer needs armies to be conquered. A single financial crisis can achieve the same result. The modern battlefield is the global economy, and the new soldiers are not generals, but bankers.
Chapter 9: The Danger of the US Dollar and the Return of Gold. In this chapter, Song Hongbing dissects the fragility of the modern financial system built on the supremacy of the US dollar. He argues that the dollar, once a symbol of strength, has become the world's most dangerous illusion, a currency detached from value, sustained only by political influence and global dependency. When the United States severed its tie to gold in 1971, money ceased to represent wealth and instead became a tool of control. Through the petrodollar system, Washington ensured that oil, the lifeblood of the global economy, could only be traded in dollars, forcing every nation to hold and circulate U.S. currency. It was a silent coup, turning the dollar into a global necessity and giving America the unique power to print prosperity at will. However, this power came at a cost. The dollar's dominance depends not on productivity or savings, but on confidence, a fragile trust that the rest of the world will continue to believe in American paper. As debt piled up and the U.S. consumed more than it produced, this confidence became increasingly artificial. The Federal Reserve, rather than preserving stability, acted as an engine of speculation, creating waves of liquidity that inflated asset bubbles across the world. When crises struck, as in 1929, 1987, or 2008, the solution was always the same: print more money, cut interest rates, and deepen global dependency on the dollar. Each rescue saved the system temporarily, but weakened it structurally, spreading its risks to every economy tethered to the greenback. Song exposes how this monetary hegemony effectively enslaves other nations. Countries that hold dollar reserves are, in truth, lending their wealth to sustain the very empire that exploits them. Every U.S. Treasury bond they buy finances more debt, more wars, and more inflation that devalues their own savings. The dollar, he explains, is both a currency and a weapon, one that extracts tribute through invisible means. Inflation acts as a hidden tax on the world, transferring real value from the global economy to America. The rest of the world works, produces, and exports goods, while the U.S. merely prints the money to buy them. But every empire built on paper eventually faces reality. As the United States expands its debt beyond redemption, confidence erodes and nations begin seeking alternatives. Song warns that when the dollar loses its credibility, the global financial structure will collapse like a pyramid of sand. History, he reminds us, has seen this pattern before. From the Roman denarius to the British pound, every dominant currency falls when its issuer abuses power. The dollar's fate is sealed by the same logic: too much debt, too little discipline, and too much arrogance.
Against this bleak backdrop, gold reemerges as the only trustworthy anchor of value. Gold is eternal. It cannot be printed, inflated, or manipulated by decree. Throughout history, every paper currency has eventually returned to gold once confidence was lost. For Song Hongbing, gold is not merely a metal, but a moral principle, a reminder that real wealth must be tied to reality, not promises. He predicts that the next global crisis will trigger a massive revaluation of gold, as nations and investors flee from paper into tangible security. In that moment, those who still hold gold, physically, not on paper, will regain independence, while those who rely on fiat money will be crushed under its collapse. The author's conclusion is stark and prophetic. The age of the dollar is ending. Its reign, built on war, oil, and credit, cannot last forever. The world stands on the verge of another transformation, a return to honest money and real value. Song warns that when the illusion of infinite credit finally shatters, the fall will be swift and brutal. Yet, within that collapse lies the hope of renewal, the rebirth of a financial order grounded not in manipulation, but in truth. The future, he suggests, belongs not to those who print money, but to those who understand its real worth.
Chapter 10: The Long-Term Conspiracy. In this final chapter, Song Hongbing unveils the grand design behind centuries of financial manipulation, a plan not born from chance, but from deliberate, calculated intent. He describes the long-term conspiracy as a multi-generational project by the world's most powerful banking families to dominate not only the flow of money, but the destiny of nations. The book's earlier chapters have traced how wars, crises, and financial collapses were tools in this strategy. Now, Song concludes by showing how all these threads converge toward a single goal: a global financial empire controlled by a handful of elites. The author begins by reminding the reader that true power is never visible. Governments rise and fall, political ideologies shift, but the same forces remain in control: those who issue and regulate money. The financial oligarchy understands that by controlling credit, they control economies. By controlling economies, they control politics. And through politics, they control the lives of billions. According to Song, this hidden hierarchy operates above nations, using central banks, international institutions, and global corporations as its instruments. Its methods are subtle: debt dependency, monetary inflation, speculative attacks, and the erosion of national sovereignty through financial cooperation. The chapter portrays the post-Cold War era as the moment when this invisible empire reached its most ambitious phase. Under the banners of globalization and free trade, financial capital flowed freely across borders, dissolving economic independence. Developing nations, eager to modernize, opened their markets only to find themselves trapped in cycles of debt and dependency. Through the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and World Trade Organization, Western financial elites imposed structural reforms that dismantled protectionist policies, privatized state assets, and exposed vulnerable economies to the volatility of global markets. What was presented as liberalization was, in Song's view, a new form of colonialism, the colonization of credit. Song warns that even developed nations are not immune. The United States, once the symbol of industrial might, has become both the wielder and the victim of its own monetary empire. Its prosperity rests on printing the world's reserve currency, but this privilege is a double-edged sword. The ever-growing mountain of debt has transformed America into a debtor nation, hostage to its own financial system. When the dollar finally collapses under its own weight, the consequences will be catastrophic, not only for the US, but for the entire world that depends on it. In this way, Song argues, the long-term plan of the global financiers has reached its endgame: to centralize financial control through crisis, paving the way for a unified world currency and a single system of economic governance. The author envisions this coming order as a financial world government, a system where global monetary policy is dictated by unelected technocrats serving private interests.
Paper money will gradually be replaced by digital currency, making every transaction traceable, every citizen monitorable, and every government subordinate to global finance. Freedom will no longer be lost through war, but through convenience, the slow surrender of privacy and autonomy in exchange for security and stability. Song sees this as the final evolution of monetary warfare, from visible conquest to invisible enslavement. Yet, despite the grim tone, the chapter also carries a warning and a call to action. Song insists that understanding this system is the first step toward resisting it. Nations must reclaim control over their currencies, rebuild real economies based on production rather than speculation, and establish financial systems rooted in transparency and sovereignty. China, in particular, he argues, must prepare for this confrontation by strengthening its reserves, diversifying away from the dollar, and promoting the yuan as a credible alternative in global trade. The battle for the future will not be fought with weapons, but with monetary policies, digital platforms, and public trust. The chapter closes with a haunting reflection. Humanity has reached a crossroads. One path leads to a future ruled by algorithms, bankers, and invisible empires. The other to a world where money once again serves mankind rather than enslaving it. The long-term conspiracy is not inevitable, but to defeat it, people must first recognize that the war for freedom is no longer fought on battlefields, but in banks.
Hello, my dear friends. Welcome back to Books and More, your quiet corner for reflection. Here, we carefully distill the core messages of significant books, helping you absorb their true value without the weight of time pressing down on you. In the relentless rhythm of our daily lives, it is often difficult to pause and truly see the world, or even ourselves, with clarity. We crave understanding and a mindful presence amidst the noise. Today, we invite you to explore a thought-provoking work by George Soros titled Open Society: Reforming Global Capitalism. This is far more than a financial text. It is a deep philosophical inquiry into how our imperfect perceptions shape the reality we live in. It challenges us to look beyond the market to the human heart of our global community. I ask you to consider this. Does the pursuit of self-interest truly serve the common good? And how can admitting that we might be wrong actually be the key to making things right? As we walk through these pages, know that you are not alone in your questions or your uncertainties. Embracing our shared imperfections is often where true connection begins. I hope this journey brings you a sense of calm and a fresh perspective. Take a deep breath, relax, and let us begin this exploration together. Introduction. This book represents a form of practical philosophy. It provides a conceptual framework that has guided me not only in my financial success, but also in my philanthropic efforts to foster open societies around the world. Through my network of foundations, I have seen firsthand the struggle to establish democracy and the rule of law in countries transitioning from communism or dictatorship. These experiences have reinforced my belief that we urgently need principles to guide a global open society. We are currently living in a global economy characterized by free trade and the free movement of capital. However, our political arrangements remain firmly rooted in the sovereignty of the state. This mismatch between an international economy and national politics is the central challenge we face today. We often assume that capitalism and democracy are inextricably linked, but this is a false assumption. History shows us that repressive regimes can thrive economically while denying freedom to their citizens. Capitalism is excellent at creating wealth, but it is not designed to ensure justice, liberty, or the common good. I am deeply concerned by the rise of what I call market fundamentalism. This is the widespread belief that the public interest is best served when individuals are allowed to pursue their own self-interest without restriction. This idea is seductive but dangerous. Markets are amoral. They are meant to facilitate exchange, not to look after social values like peace, environmental protection, or human rights. Furthermore, financial markets are inherently unstable. They do not tend toward a perfect equilibrium, but are prone to chaotic boom and bust cycles that can devastate nations. To address these dangers, I propose an alliance of democratic nations. The goal of this alliance would be to foster the development of open societies within individual countries and to strengthen international law. This requires a shift in how powerful nations, particularly the United States, behave. We cannot simply impose our will unilaterally. A true open society is based on the recognition that our understanding of the world is inherently imperfect. We do not possess the ultimate truth. Therefore, we must create institutions that allow for the peaceful correction of our mistakes. I must acknowledge my own fallibility in this regard. In my previous work, I predicted that the global financial crisis of the late 90s would lead to a system-wide collapse. I was wrong about the outcome, largely because I underestimated the ability of financial authorities to keep the center stable while the periphery suffered. However, the structural flaws in the global capitalist system remain. By admitting our lack of perfection and rejecting the dogmas of both totalitarianism and market fundamentalism, we can strive for a society that remains open to improvement.
Thinking reality and the flaws of economics. The concept of an open society rests on a very simple yet profound admission that our understanding of the world is inherently imperfect. If we acknowledge that we can never hold the ultimate truth, we realize that we must create a society that allows for different views and constant improvement. This philosophy begins with the relationship between our thinking and the reality we live in. We often assume that our minds passively observe the world, like a mirror reflecting an image, but the truth is far more complex. We are not just observers, we are participants. When we participate in a situation, our thinking affects the outcome. I call this two-way connection reflexivity. It works like a feedback loop. We try to understand the world to make decisions, but our decisions then shape the world we are trying to understand. Since our understanding is always incomplete and often biased, our actions introduce an element of uncertainty into the course of events. This means that in human affairs, unlike in the movement of planets, the future is not determined by timeless laws. It is shaped by our misconceptions and our fallible attempts to improve our condition. This philosophy brings me to a crucial distinction between natural sciences and social sciences. In nature, facts exist independently of what we think about them. The laws of gravity work whether we understand them or not. This independence allows scientists to test theories and establish reliable knowledge. But in human society, our theories actually change the facts. If people believe the market will go up, they buy, and the market goes up. This creates a short circuit between thinking and reality. It means that social theories act more like alchemy than physics. They can change the lead of society into gold or into dust, not because they are scientifically true, but because people believe in them and act upon them. I have adopted what I call radical fallibility as a working hypothesis. It suggests that all human constructs are flawed. This sounds pessimistic, but it is actually liberating. If everything we build is imperfect, then everything can be improved. This is the foundation of the open society. It stands in contrast to closed societies which claim to possess the ultimate truth and impose it by force. History is not a predetermined path, but a process of trial and error. We make decisions based on fertile fallacies, ideas that might be wrong but produce results for a while until their flaws are exposed and we must change course. This philosophical framework forces me to be deeply critical of modern economic theory. Economics has tried too hard to imitate the certainty of Newtonian physics. To make their mathematical models work, economists rely on the concept of equilibrium. They assume that supply and demand are independent forces that naturally find a balance point. They assume that participants act on rational expectations and perfect information.
My experience in financial markets tells me this is simply not true. Financial markets are not constantly seeking equilibrium. They are prone to excess. They are characterized by boom and bust cycles that are driven by the biases of the participants. Prices do not just passively reflect the underlying value of assets. Instead, prices affect those values. If a company has a high stock price, it can borrow money cheaply and grow, which in turn justifies the high price. This is reflexivity in action. It creates a dynamic disequilibrium, not a static balance. By ignoring this, mainstream economics has built a theoretical house of cards that fails to explain the real world of financial instability. The danger arises when these flawed economic theories are elevated into a political ideology. I call this market fundamentalism. Just as communism tried to abolish the market mechanism to serve a collective truth, market fundamentalism tries to abolish collective decision-making in favor of market values. It argues that the common interest is best served when everyone pursues their own self-interest. This is a seductive idea, but it is false. Markets are amoral. They are designed to facilitate exchange, not to uphold social values. They do not distinguish between right and wrong, only between profitable and unprofitable. If we allow market values to dominate all aspects of life, we lose our moral compass. Markets can tell us the price of everything, but the value of nothing. They cannot provide for public goods like justice, honesty, and stability. These require deliberate political choices and a moral sense that goes beyond the bottom line. We must recognize that while the market is a brilliant mechanism for creating wealth, it is not capable of governing a society. We need politics, and we need a recognition of the common good. We are social animals, not just isolated economic units. Our sense of right and wrong, our traditions, and our social cohesion are vital for our survival. When we treat labor, land, and money merely as commodities to be traded, we undermine the social fabric. Therefore, we find ourselves in a world where global capitalism has triumphed, but it is an incomplete and distorted form of an open society. We have unleashed the dynamic power of markets, but we have neglected the political and social institutions needed to keep them stable and just. We rely on a false belief in equilibrium and the perfection of markets, ignoring the reality of reflexivity and human fallibility. To move forward, we must abandon the arrogance of certainty. We must accept that our economic models are flawed and that our social values cannot be priced in dollars. Only by embracing our fallibility can we hope to build a global society that is not just efficient, but also open, just, and humane.
Reflexivity in finance and the course of history. I have made a rather bold claim that economic theory has fundamentally misrepresented how markets operate. To understand the world, and specifically the financial markets where I made my fortune, we must abandon the idea that markets are rational or that they always tend toward equilibrium. The prevailing wisdom suggests that financial markets passively reflect the underlying economic fundamentals, much like a mirror. I argue the opposite is true. Markets are active. They do not merely reflect reality, they help shape it. This two-way connection between our thinking and the situation we are thinking about is what I call reflexivity. In the financial world, we act on imperfect understanding. We try to predict the future, but the future depends on our decisions today. Because we cannot know everything, we introduce a bias into our decisions.
This bias influences prices, and those prices, in turn, influence the so-called fundamentals. When this feedback loop becomes self-reinforcing, we get a boom-bust cycle. It starts when a prevailing trend and a prevailing bias reinforce each other. Prices rise, confidence grows, and the fundamentals actually improve briefly because of the influx of capital and confidence. But eventually, the gap between perception and reality becomes too wide to sustain. The illusion shatters, and the process reverses itself just as violently. I saw this clearly in the conglomerate boom of the 1960s, where companies used high stock prices to buy growth only to collapse when the music stopped. We saw it again in the recent internet boom. These are not anomalies, they are the nature of the beast. Markets are always in a state of flux, rarely in equilibrium. This concept of reflexivity extends far beyond the stock exchange. It is the driving force of history itself. Just as in finance, participants in history act on imperfect knowledge. We are not merely observers of history, we are its creators. Our misunderstood ideas shape events, and those events reshape our ideas. It is a constant dialectic, a shoelace pattern where one side is reality and the other is our interpretation of it. They are tied together, but they never quite match. I apply this framework to understand the rise and fall of the Soviet Union. The Soviet system was an attempt to fix history, to impose a rigid dogma upon reality. I call this static disequilibrium. The dogma was far removed from the actual lives of the people, but the system used force to bridge the gap. It was a closed society. It refused to acknowledge change or correct its errors. Eventually, the divergence between the dogma and reality became unsustainable. When the system finally attempted to reform, it could not handle the pressure. It did not transition smoothly, it collapsed into chaos. This is dynamic disequilibrium. This analysis leads me to distinguish between three states of history, much like water can be found as liquid, ice, or steam. There is the normal state of near equilibrium, where our perceptions and reality are close enough to allow for gradual correction. This is the hallmark of an open society. Then there is the frozen state of a closed society, where error is entrenched by force. Finally, there is the chaotic state, where events move so fast that our understanding cannot keep up, leading to a breakdown. In studying these patterns, I realized that the models of natural science do not fit human affairs. Atoms do not have opinions, people do. Our values and our biases matter. In a closed society, the state dictates values. In a chaotic revolutionary period, values break down entirely. But in an open society, we accept that we might be wrong. We allow for trial and error. We understand that perfection is unattainable, so we settle for the second best option, which is a society that remains open to improvement. This philosophical stance is not just an abstract theory for me. It guided my actions as a fund manager, helping me recognize when a trend was unsustainable. And it guides my philanthropy today, as I work to foster open societies in a world that is often hostile to them. We must recognize that our understanding is inherently flawed, and upon that humility, we can build a more stable and free world. Part 1. The Open Society Ideal and the Problem of Social Values. If my argument that we suffer from a deficiency of Part 1. The Open Society Ideal and the Problem of Social Values. If my argument that we suffer from a deficiency of shared social values is correct, then the greatest challenge of our time is to establish a set of fundamental values that applies to a global society. I propose the concept of the open society as the ideal that our global society should aspire to. This might sound like a utopian project, especially since many people are not even aware of the concept, but it is grounded in reality. The open society is based on the recognition that our understanding is inherently imperfect. Since a perfect society is beyond our reach, We must content ourselves with the second best, which is an imperfect society that holds itself open to improvement. When I look at the current state of the world, I see that the promotion of market principles has gone too far. Market fundamentalism, the belief that the common good is best served by uninhibited pursuit of self-interest, has become a dominant and dangerous ideology. It creates a distortion. Unlike communism, which was the opposite of an open society, market fundamentalism is a distortion of it. It exaggerates the value of the market mechanism and ignores the need for non-market institutions to protect the common interest. To build a global open society, we need shared values. In the past, the Enlightenment tried to base universal values on reason, imagining a detached, rational individual. But this individual does not exist. I suggest we replace this with the concept of the encumbered individual, a person whose thinking is influenced by their social environment and who is not endowed with perfect knowledge. We need to base our universal values on our shared fallibility and our mutual dependence. We need a global society to support the global economy, but this does not mean a global state. It means an alliance of democratic nations, fostering the development of open societies and establishing international law.
This brings me to the difficult relationship between market values and social values. The problem is not establishing that there is a difference between them, but in deciding when we should be guided by one and when by the other. Market fundamentalists try to abolish social values by arguing that they are expressed in market behavior. I know from my own experience that this is false. As an anonymous participant in financial markets, I never had to weigh the social consequences of my actions. I played by the rules and tried to maximize my profit. The market is amoral. It allows people to act without moral considerations as long as they follow the law. This amorality is exactly what makes markets efficient, but it also means markets cannot be trusted to look after the common good. The danger arises when market values penetrate into areas where they do not belong, such as politics, law, medicine, and education. We are moving toward a transactional society, where relationships are replaced by transactions. This erodes social values and loosens moral constraints. If the profit motive is allowed to dominate the political arena, society is deprived of its moral anchor. I propose a crucial distinction to solve this dilemma. We must separate our role as market participants from our role as political participants. As market participants, we are entitled to pursue our self-interest. But as citizens and rule-makers, we must be guided by the public interest. The profit motive that guides us in business is not appropriate for making the laws that govern business. When these two roles are confused, when political influence is bought and sold, the system becomes corrupted. We cannot rely on the market to correct these moral and political failures, because the market is not designed to care about justice or stability. We must recognize that while markets are indispensable for individual freedom and wealth creation, they are not sufficient to hold a society together. We need to deliberately cultivate social values and collective decision-making mechanisms to ensure that our global society remains human and open.
The crisis of global capitalism and the tragedy of Russia. As I examine the architecture of our modern world, I am struck by a profound distortion. The global capitalist system we have constructed is in many ways a warped version of the open society I champion. We have allowed the values of the marketplace to penetrate areas of life where they do not belong, elevating the pursuit of profit above all other considerations. We have built a unified global economy where capital flows freely across borders, yet our political and social institutions remain stubbornly tethered to the nation-state. This disconnect is the root of the instability that plagues us. The system acts like a giant circulatory pump, sucking capital into the financial center, primarily the United States and Europe, and pushing it out to the periphery. When the circulation is robust, the periphery prospers. But capital is fickle. It flees at the first sign of trouble, leaving developing nations to face ruin while the center remains largely insulated. This asymmetry is not just an economic quirk, it is a fundamental flaw that makes the playing field dangerously uneven. This instability revealed itself with brutal clarity during the financial crises that began in Thailand in 1997. I watched as the markets, rather than acting as a rational pendulum swinging toward equilibrium, behaved like a wrecking ball. The crisis was not merely the result of corrupt Asian values or crony capitalism, as some Western observers smugly claimed. It was a failure of the international financial system itself. The flawed currency pegs in Asia encouraged reckless borrowing, but it was the international lenders who fueled this boom.
When the bust inevitably arrived, the response from the international authorities, particularly the International Monetary Fund, was deeply misguided. They applied a medicine designed for the public sector to a disease rooted in the private sector. By raising interest rates and enforcing austerity, they pushed economies into deep recession. Worse, their intervention protected the foreign lenders, shielding them from the consequences of their bad risks, while the populations of the debtor nations bore the full brunt of the pain. This created a moral hazard, teaching international banks that they could lend without fear.
It was only when the contagion threatened the center itself, through the near collapse of long-term capital management, that the double standard became undeniable. The Federal Reserve intervened to rescue the U.S. markets, preventing the meltdown that had decimated the periphery. I must admit that in my previous analyses of these events, I underestimated the resilience of the American consumer and the responsiveness of the Fed. I predicted a global collapse that did not materialize in the center, though for those in Indonesia, Thailand, or Brazil, the devastation was all too real. However, the most tragic casualty of this era was Russia. The collapse of the Soviet Empire offered a historic opportunity to transform a closed society into an open one, yet the Western democracies failed to rise to the occasion. We treated Russia as a financial problem to be managed, rather than a political transformation to be nurtured. We sent economic experts who preached market fundamentalism, ignoring the fact that a functioning market requires the rule of law and strong institutions. The result was not a transition to a legitimate market economy, but a descent into robber capitalism. A chaotic privatization process allowed a handful of oligarchs to seize the state's most valuable assets for a pittance, while the government failed to perform its most basic duties, such as collecting taxes or paying wages. The system became characterized by a monstrous incestuous relationship between business and politics. I was deeply involved in trying to support Russian reform through my foundations, and I witnessed the unraveling firsthand. By 1998, the situation had become untenable. The government was financing itself through short-term debt that it could not possibly repay. I attempted to intervene, advocating for a modest currency board supported by Western aid to stabilize the ruble, but the political will in the West simply did not exist. The subsequent default and devaluation were catastrophic. It was not just a financial failure, it was a psychological blow that destroyed the Russian people's faith in Western democracy and market reform.
We effectively lost Russia. The devastation of the middle class and the humiliation of the state created a vacuum that demanded a strong hand, leading away from the ideals of an open society and toward a new form of authoritarianism. This failure rests heavily on the conscience of the West. We allowed the logic of the market to dictate our foreign policy, forgetting that markets are amoral and cannot provide the values necessary to sustain a free society. If we continue to rely solely on the mechanism of the market to solve political and social problems, we will only perpetuate this cycle of instability and lost opportunities.
Building a new architecture for a global open society. The global financial crisis of the late 90s has now passed into history, yet I remain convinced that the system responsible for it remains fundamentally unstable. We have created a global economy where capital moves freely, but we have failed to build the political and social institutions necessary to keep it from tearing societies apart. The conventional wisdom suggests that financial markets tend toward equilibrium, and that the crisis was merely a hiccup caused by corrupt practices in developing nations. I strongly disagree. The architecture of global capitalism is lopsided. It favors the center, the rich, capital-exporting countries, while punishing the periphery. If we do not address these structural defects, we risk a backlash that could destroy the benefits of global trade. My proposal for a new financial architecture is modest but essential. We must reform the International Monetary Fund so that it acts less like a stern schoolmaster and more like a true lender of last resort. Currently, the system protects lenders while imposing harsh austerity on borrowers. This creates a moral hazard where banks lend recklessly, knowing they will be bailed out, while ordinary citizens in debtor nations suffer the consequences. I suggest a system where countries that follow sound policies are pre-qualified for assistance. This would act as a preventative measure, stopping panics before they begin. By offering these credit lines, we can lower the cost of capital for developing nations and level the playing field.
Furthermore, the World Bank should shift its focus from lending to giving grants, concentrating on poverty reduction, education, and legal reform, the building blocks of an open society. However, fixing the financial plumbing is not enough. We face a glaring discrepancy between our sophisticated economic cooperation and our chaotic political disarray. We lack a global political architecture to match our global economy. The United Nations, constrained by the sovereignty of its member states and the veto power within the Security Council, has failed to maintain peace or protect human rights effectively. We saw this failure tragically unfold in the Balkans. The disintegration of Yugoslavia and the carnage in Bosnia and Kosovo demonstrated that without a proactive, united front of democratic nations, we are powerless to stop atrocities. The intervention in Kosovo, while necessary, was a reactive measure that came too late. We must shift our focus from crisis management to crisis prevention.
This brings me to my central political proposal, the creation of an Open Society Alliance. This would be a coalition of democratic nations working together to promote the principles of open society both within their own borders and internationally. This alliance would not replace the United Nations, but would work to strengthen it, acting as a caucus to push for more effective international laws and standards. The alliance would have two main objectives. First, it would foster the development of open societies in individual countries. We must recognize that democracy cannot be imposed from the outside, but it can be nurtured. We should use a combination of incentives, such as access to markets and financial aid, and political pressure to encourage governments to respect the rule of law and human rights. The Stability Pact for Southeastern Europe serves as a model for this regional approach, offering the prospect of European integration as a powerful incentive for reform. Second, the alliance would establish and enforce international codes of conduct. We need rules that govern how states treat their citizens and how they interact with each other. This includes enforcing labor standards and environmental protections so that the global market does not become a race to the bottom. It also means establishing a functioning international judiciary to hold tyrants accountable. The leadership for this alliance must come from the United States and Europe. Unfortunately, the United States is currently suffering from a crisis of identity. We are the world's sole superpower, yet we are reluctant to accept the responsibilities that come with that power. We oscillate between isolationism and unilateralism, often refusing to abide by the very international rules we seek to impose on others. This arrogance undermines our legitimacy. To lead the world toward an open society, the United States must stop acting as a solitary sheriff and start acting as a partner in a community of nations.
Ultimately, this transformation requires a shift in our own values. We have allowed market values to penetrate into areas of life where they do not belong. We must distinguish between our role as market participants, where we legitimately pursue self-interest and profit, and our role as citizens, where we must uphold the public good. The market is amoral. It cannot distinguish between right and wrong. Society, however, must be moral. We cannot rely on the invisible hand to solve problems of social justice or political stability. I realize these proposals may sound ambitious, perhaps even utopian to some. When I look at the hurdles, the entrenched interests, the political inertia, the seductive simplicity of market fundamentalism, I feel a mix of anxiety and hope. Yet I also look at what we have achieved in the past. We have built open societies that, while imperfect, offer the best form of social organization humanity has yet devised. The task now is to extend those principles to the global stage. We need to create a global society that reflects not just our economic interests, but our moral aspirations. It is a project that requires the active engagement of civil society to push governments toward this vision. It is, I believe, the only way to ensure a future that is not only prosperous, but also just and free. Hello, dear friend. It is so wonderful to have you here in this quiet sanctuary of books and more. We believe that even in our fast-paced lives, we shouldn't lose the profound wisdom hidden within great books. That's why we are here, to distill the original core ideas of masterpieces, helping you save your precious time while ensuring you never miss the depths and resonance of the author's true message. Today, we turn our gaze toward a subject that shapes every breath of our collective lives, the intricate world of politics.
But this is not a story of dry laws or distant leaders. It is a journey through the very soul of human society, a breathtaking tapestry of big ideas that have built civilizations and redefined our destiny. Have you ever paused to ask where the true boundary lies between power and your own personal freedom? Why do visions of a perfectly just society still haunt our dreams after thousands of years? And amidst the immense, ever-moving gears of history, how does one individual truly find their place? Exploring these grand questions is often a way to heal our own confusion about the world. It reminds us that we are not alone in our search for meaning, but part of a long, courageous human lineage. Understanding the past is how we find the strength to build a kinder, more thoughtful future. May the insights we share today bring a sense of clarity to your mind and peace to your heart. I invite you now to step into this journey of discovery with me. Let's begin. Understanding the nature and evolution of political thought. If everyone could have everything they wanted whenever they wanted, there would be no such thing as politics. Human experience simply never provides us with every resource we desire. And because of this, we are forced to compete, struggle, and find ways to compromise. This reality is what gave birth to political language, a necessary tool to explain and justify our claims while answering the claims of others. Whether we use the language of individual interests or the language of values like rights, liberty, and justice, these concepts help us defend our place in the world. I see this complex activity as much more than just a struggle over who gets what, where, and how. The ancient Greek thinker Aristotle taught that it is natural for man to live politically. He argued that politics is not merely a response to scarcity, but a noble activity where we decide the rules we will live by and the goals we will collectively pursue. This approach, known as political moralism, treats political life as a branch of ethics. For moralists, our social arrangements should be organized to protect substantial goals like justice, equality, and fraternity. At its most radical, this line of thinking produces utopias, descriptions of ideal societies that serve as a process of striving towards something better, even though such visions have sometimes been used to justify historical violence. However, another major tradition rejects the idea that politics exists to deliver moral values. Realists argue that politics is fundamentally about power. In their view, power is the essential means by which ends are achieved, enemies are defeated, and compromises are sustained. Without the ability to exercise power, even the most noble values are useless. Thinkers such as Niccolò Machiavelli and Thomas Hobbes, who both lived through periods of deep civil disorder, remind us that human nature can be fickle and that the state of nature is often a war of all against all. For them, a sovereign must exercise absolute power to save society from its own brutish instincts. We must also recognize the rise of ideology, a way of thinking that emphasizes how ideas are tied to specific historical periods and social classes. Philosophers like Hegel and Marx explained that the significance of certain ideas changes across history as institutions and practices evolve. This led to the great isms of the modern world, such as communism, socialism, and fascism. While these frameworks provide structure, they also face criticism. Some worry that when politics becomes a purely ideological struggle, passion replaces reason, and the ends are seen to justify brutal or unjust means. As I look toward the future, I am reminded of Hegel's observation that the owl of Minerva only takes flight at twilight. This means that true understanding often comes only in retrospect. It is easy to view ourselves as the most progressive age, but we cannot truly predict how we will appear to future generations.
The last few decades have seen a strange tension between the rise of new nation-states and the move toward complex federations and globalization. To make sense of our present, we must understand the variety of political theories conceived throughout history. These ideas explain our current possibilities and warn us against overconfidence in our own values. Because new ways of exercising power will always emerge, we must remain engaged in the debate about how that power is controlled and held accountable. Ancient political thought, the quest for the good life and the just state. In the centuries before the Common Era, specifically between 800 BCE and 30 CE, I see the very first ripples of what we now call political theory. It began with a fundamental shift in human consciousness in ancient China and Greece. Thinkers started to look beyond the heavens and myths to ask a groundbreaking question: how should we organize our societies to ensure not just survival, but a life that is truly good? At first, this wasn't seen as a separate field. It was simply a part of moral philosophy or ethics. These early philosophers examined the structure of society to find the best way to foster happiness and security for everyone. My exploration of this period begins in China during the spring and autumn period. This was a time of relative prosperity and scholarship that gave rise to the 100 schools of thought. The most towering figure of this era was undoubtedly Confucius. He developed a framework for a just government based on traditional moral values rather than raw force. I believe his most significant contribution was the idea of the Junzi, or the superior man. This was a ruler or administrator who led by example. Confucius taught that if a leader's desire is for good, the people will be good. He used a beautiful metaphor to explain this. The moral character of the ruler is the wind, and that of the subjects is the grass. When the wind blows, the grass must bend. For Confucius, the state was like a large family, held together by 5 constant relationships and the principle of reciprocity. He was innovative in suggesting that a meritocratic class of scholars should advise the hereditary rulers, ensuring that those in power were the most able and educated. Shortly after Confucius, I find another fascinating thinker named Mozi. While he agreed with the idea of meritocracy, he felt Confucius was too tied to the traditions of noble families. Mozi proposed that administrators should be chosen purely for their aptitude and virtue, regardless of their background. He envisioned a society built on universal love, where a strong and ethical system of government would unite people under a coherent moral code. However, as China moved into the more violent warring states period, these idealistic views were challenged by the legalists, such as Han Fei-tzu. They took a much darker, more cynical view of human nature, arguing that people act only out of self-interest. To them, the only way to control this was through strict laws, harsh punishments, and a focus on the well-being of the state over the rights of the individual. During this same era of conflict, the military general Sun Tzu applied the tactics of warfare to the business of the state. In his famous work, The Art of War, he made it clear that military strategy and intelligence were critical elements of governance. For Sun Tzu, a stable and prosperous state was one that knew how to defend itself and punish those who threatened it. Yet he shared with Confucius the belief that a ruler should lead by example and that war should always be a last resort. He famously argued that the best victory is the one won without a single shot fired, often through deception and superior intelligence. Across the world in Greece, a different kind of political experiment was unfolding. In the city-state of Athens, a form of democracy had been established where citizens participated directly in government. This environment produced Socrates, whose constant questioning of justice and virtue eventually led to his death sentence. This tragedy profoundly influenced his student, Plato. In his masterpiece, The Republic, Plato expressed a deep suspicion of democracy, which he saw as a path toward disorder and eventually despotism. He argued that the role of rulers is to ensure the people follow the good life, and that this requires an intellectual ability that only philosophers possess. To explain why philosophers should lead, he used the metaphor of the ship of state. Just as a ship owner with no knowledge of the sea needs a skilled navigator to steer a proper course, a state needs a philosopher king to rule justly. Plato even suggested that these leaders should be separated from their families and reared in communes so their only loyalty would be to the state. I see a shift toward a more practical approach in the work of Plato's pupil, Aristotle. He famously stated that man is by nature a political animal. For Aristotle, it is our innate power of reason and speech that drives us to form social groups and city-states. He believed the purpose of these communities is to enable us to live according to virtue. Unlike Plato, who reasoned theoretically about an ideal state, Aristotle analyzed hundreds of existing regimes to find out what actually worked. He identified 6 types of government that came in pairs: monarchy and its corrupt form tyranny, aristocracy and its corrupt form oligarchy, and finally polity and its corrupt form democracy. Aristotle concluded that a polity, a form of constitutional government, was the most practical way to run a state. He believed that while an individual might lack the wisdom of a great ruler, the collective many might actually prove to be better guardians of liberty. As I look toward India, I encounter Chanakya, a thinker who helped transform the subcontinent into a unified empire. His work, the Arthashastra, is a remarkably dispassionate and sometimes ruthless analysis of politics. Chanakya believed in a pragmatic approach, where the welfare of the people was the ultimate goal, but he didn't flinch from describing how to use underhanded methods like espionage and assassination to maintain power. He saw the state as a chariot that needs 2 wheels to move, the sovereign and the ministers. For Chanakya, governance was only possible with assistance, and he warned that a single wheel cannot move the state forward. Finally, the period of ancient political thoughts concludes with the rise of Rome and the contributions of Cicero. He was a staunch defender of the Roman Republic and its mixed constitution, which combined elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. Cicero believed that this balance was the only way to provide stability and prevent the government from being bandied about like a ball between different factions. He warned that without these checks and balances, power would inevitably pass from a king to a tyrant, then to the people, and finally to oligarchs in a destructive cycle.
When I look back at these ancient foundations, I am struck by how many of our modern debates were already taking shape. Whether it was the Chinese focus on virtue and merit, the Greek search for the best form of government, or the Roman emphasis on checks and balances, these early thinkers set the stage for everything that followed. They taught us that the way we choose to live together is not just a matter of convenience, but a reflection of our deepest values and our shared search for justice. These ideas were the first steps on a long journey to understand the complex and often messy reality of political life.
Medieval politics, the struggle between faith and the state. As I look back at the 1,000-year span between the 1st century and the early 1500s, I see a political landscape that was fundamentally reshaped by the power of belief. For centuries, the Roman Empire had dominated the known world with its emphasis on stability and imperial culture. But as the empire began to crumble, 2 new forces emerged that would define the Middle Ages: Christianity in Europe and Islam in the Middle East. During this long era, political thinking was rarely a separate field of study. Instead, it was deeply woven into the fabric of religious theology. One of the first significant voices I encounter in this period is Augustine of Hippo. Living as the Roman world was falling apart, Augustine asked a question that still rings true today. If justice is taken away, what are governments but great bands of robbers? He believed that while we all desire order and peace, most human societies are inherently sinful. He distinguished between the city of God and the city of earth, arguing that the church must influence the state to ensure that the laws of the land are aligned with divine law. Augustine also began to think seriously about the morality of conflict, introducing the idea of a just war, a war fought not for glory or plunder, but to restore peace and defend the innocent. While Europe was entering what many call the Dark Ages, a different political tradition was taking root in Arabia. Muhammad was not only the prophet of Islam, but also a sophisticated political and military leader. He created the Constitution of Medina, which I consider one of the world's first formal constitutions. It established a unified state that recognized the rights and duties of different religious groups, obliging them to fight as one if the community was threatened. This Islamic influence grew rapidly, and unlike the early Christian world, it remained very open to secular political thinking. In Baghdad, scholars in the House of Wisdom preserved and translated the works of Plato and Aristotle. I find the work of Al-Farabi particularly fascinating here. He used Greek philosophy to imagine a model state ruled by a virtuous leader, a philosopher-prophet, who could guide his people to true happiness. Back in Europe, the 13th century brought a monumental shift in the way we think about the power of rulers. In 1215, the barons of King John forced him to sign the Magna Carta. This document was a turning point because it established that no free man should be imprisoned except by the law of the land. It was a clear, bold statement that even the king was subject to the law. It pioneered the idea that the freedom of the individual must be protected from the arbitrary abuse of power, laying the groundwork for the parliaments and bills of rights we see today. Around this same time, the Italian scholar Thomas Aquinas was performing a different kind of intellectual heavy lifting. He sought to reconcile Christian theology with the rational arguments of the newly rediscovered Aristotle. Aquinas believed that the universe is ruled by an eternal, divine law, but he also argued that humans have a unique gift, the power of reason. Through reason, we can deduce natural law, which guides our moral behavior. For Aquinas, justice was the prime political virtue. He argued that laws are only legitimate if they are based on reason and serve the common good. If a law is unjust or serves only the interests of the ruler, he believed it should not be considered a law at all. He also refined the theory of just war, insisting that it could only be waged under the authority of a sovereign, with a just cause and a rightful intention to restore peace. As the Middle Ages began to wane, new challenges to the authority of the Church emerged. I see this clearly in the writings of Marsilius of Padua. As an academic, he was able to speak more openly than the clergy, and he argued that the Church should devote itself entirely to spiritual matters and give up its secular power. He believed that effective government should originate with the people, and that management of human affairs is best conducted through legislation made by the people themselves. This was a radical departure from the idea of divine right and a significant step toward the secular states of the modern era. I also must highlight the brilliant insights of the North African thinker Ibn Khaldun. He looked at politics through the lens of history and sociology, focusing on the concept of asabiya, or community spirit. He observed that this social cohesion is what allows governments to form and prevent injustice. However, he also identified a recurring cycle where societies become more civilized, their leaders become more opulent and self-interested, and they eventually collapse to make way for a new, more cohesive group. He was ahead of his time in recognizing the economic consequences of overtaxation and the inherent dangers of a decadent ruling elite. Finally, we reach the end of this period with Niccolò Machiavelli, a man whose name has become synonymous with manipulation, though I believe his work is often misunderstood. Writing during the turbulent Renaissance in Florence, Machiavelli moved away from the idea that politics should be a branch of moral philosophy.
He wanted to look at the effectual truth of how things really are, not how we imagine they should be. In The Prince, he proposed that the well-being and security of the state are the primary responsibilities of a ruler. If that required deceit or the use of force, he argued it was justifiable for the common good. By divorcing morality and ideology from the actual practice of governing, Machiavelli effectively launched modern political science. This long journey through medieval politics shows us a world in constant tension between the sacred and the secular. It was a time when the roots of democracy, human rights, and political realism were all being nourished by a complex mix of religious faith and rational inquiry. These thinkers left us with the enduring lesson that for a society to prosper, it must find a way to balance power with justice and law with the common good. These questions remain at the very heart of our political lives today.
Rationality and enlightenment, the birth of modern political thought. The roots of the modern political world are buried deep in the scholarship of what I call the Age of Reason. This period, following the Middle Ages in Europe, saw a fundamental shift in how we understand power and society. A combination of factors, including the invention of the printing press, the rise of nation-states, and the discovery of the Americas, influenced the transition away from religious dogma toward pure reason. I see this era as starting with a profound questioning of religious orthodoxy, famously prompted by Martin Luther in 1517. In the absence of a single religious authority to dictate order, people needed a new way to organize and legitimize political life. In France, I look at the work of the jurist Jean Bodin, who argued for a strong central power with absolute sovereignty. Having lived through the French Wars of Religion, Bodin was terrified by the chaos of competing power structures like the church and the nobility. He believed that to avoid conflict, a single sovereign must hold absolute and perpetual power. While he believed this power came from God, he insisted the sovereign must be free to make and break laws for the Commonwealth to prosper. This idea became an intellectual pillar for the rise of absolute monarchy. However, a different approach emerged from the school of Salamanca. Theologians like Francisco de Vitoria and Francisco Suarez began to use rationality to interpret human rights. Vitoria was one of the first to criticize colonial conquests, arguing that all humans share the same nature and therefore the same rights to life and liberty, regardless of their faith. Suarez went further by distinguishing between man-made laws and natural laws, eventually introducing the notion of a social contract. He proposed that a ruler governs by the consent of the people, who have a legitimate right to withdraw that consent if the ruler fails to respect natural law. Perhaps the most famous and stark articulation of the social contract comes from Thomas Hobbes. Writing during the bloody English Civil War, Hobbes portrayed the theoretical state of nature as a terrible world where everyone was at war with everyone else. In his view, life in this state was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. To avert a descent into such chaos, he argued that rational men must enter into a social contract and submit to an absolute ruler with indivisible power. For Hobbes, the chief evil was an unlimited government, but he saw it as a necessary evil to keep the destructive impulses of individuals in check. I contrast this with the views of Johannes Althusius, who paved the way for modern federalism. He rejected absolute sovereignty as repressive and argued that power should move upward through various associations, from families to cities to states. In his theory, sovereignty belongs to the people, and government is simply a part of a symbiotic social contract meant to protect those people. This focus on human agency was shared by Hugo Grotius, whom I consider the father of international law. Grotius placed liberty and rights firmly in the possession of individuals,
arguing that these were intrinsic qualities and not gifts from a sovereign. The Enlightenment reached a new peak with John Locke, who articulated the liberal principles that still define many of our societies. Unlike Hobbes, Locke believed that the state of nature could be relatively harmonious but lacked a neutral judge to settle disputes. He argued that the purpose of government and law was to preserve and enlarge human freedom, specifically protecting our natural rights to life, liberty, and property. Locke's insistence that government can only rule with the consent of the people and that we have a right to revolt against illegitimate rule provided the intellectual foundation for many modern revolutions. I also examined the architectural design of government through Montesquieu. He recognized that anyone with power is likely to abuse it, so he advocated for a separation of powers. By dividing administrative duties into executive, legislative, and judicial branches, he believed a balance could be created where each body restricts the others from becoming too powerful. Finally, I look at the practical side of these ideals through Benjamin Franklin. He saw that the health of a nation depends on the virtue of its citizens. He believed that independent, hard-working entrepreneurs were the real driving force of society, and that a prosperous nation is built on individual productivity rather than the privileges of an unproductive aristocracy. Human rights, checks and balances, international law, and representative democracy are all modern concepts that were first truly explored by the thinkers of this age. They moved beyond the guidance of others to use their own intelligence, creating the framework for the political world we inhabit today.
Revolutionary thoughts, the era of ideals, upheaval, and the birth of modern liberty. The transition from the scientific progress of the 17th century to the political explosions of the late 18th century marks one of the most vibrant chapters in human history. I see this era as a great intellectual movement that aimed to clear away centuries of scholasticism and reform society using the power of reason. This was a time when the early efforts of thinkers like Hobbes and Locke to rationalize social structures were taken up and sometimes subverted by a new generation of writers who believed that the people, not monarchs, were the true source of sovereignty. I must begin with Jean-Jacques Rousseau, whose voice resonates with a radical new view of how politics could function. Rousseau turned the ideas of his predecessors on their heads. While Hobbes saw the state of nature as a war of all against all, Rousseau viewed it in a romantic light, a time of innocence where humans were free and happy. He famously stated that man was born free, but was everywhere in chains. For him, the advent of private property was the moment harmony ended and inequality began. In his version of the social contract, the state should not be a burden but a positive extension of our freedom. He introduced the concept of the general will, suggesting that we find our true humanity by obeying laws we prescribe to ourselves. This wasn't just theory, it became a movement for the masses, inspiring the very people who would eventually storm the Bastille. As these ideas crossed the Atlantic, I see them crystallized in the American Declaration of Independence. Thomas Jefferson, heavily influenced by Locke and the radicalism of Thomas Paine, articulated the then staggering idea that all men are created equal and endowed with inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Jefferson added a layer of republicanism that made a clean break from the old world of absolute monarchies and corrupt oligarchies. Yet, I am always struck by the paradox of Jefferson's own life, a man who owned slaves while writing the most influential defense of human freedom. Thomas Paine brought a unique, fiery energy to this period. His pamphlets, like Common Sense, demanded a total break from the British Empire. He argued that virtue is not hereditary and therefore monarchy is fundamentally unnatural. Paine believed every generation has the right to remake its political institutions as it sees fit. His later work, The Rights of Man, defended the French Revolution against the sharp criticisms of Edmund Burke. I view Edmund Burke as the necessary counterweight to this revolutionary zeal. Burke was one of the first to provide a cogent criticism of the violence in France. He argued that society is like a complex organism that grows over time, inheriting traditions and habits that shouldn't be destroyed overnight. For Burke, the social contract is a partnership between the living, the dead, and those yet to be born. He warned that ignoring tradition and relying on abstract rights would lead to bloodshed and terror, a prediction that earned him a reputation as a seer when the Reign of Terror actually occurred. During this same era, James Madison was working on the practical architecture of the new American state. While he shared the Enlightenment's belief in natural rights, his approach was more pragmatic. He was nervous about the power of the majority, which he famously described as potentially being nothing more than mob rule. He formulated the Bill of Rights as a protective barrier to ensure that the majority could not trample on the rights and property of the minority. I must also highlight the groundbreaking work of Mary Wollstonecraft. Writing in 1792, she pointed out the glaring omission in the Enlightenment's talk of rights, half of humanity. She argued that women are not intellectually inferior by nature, but by the lack of education. For her, respectable women were often the most oppressed because they were conditioned to rely on sexual allure rather than being granted the autonomy to earn their own living. She proposed that the rejuvenation of the world could only happen if women were truly free and educated. In Britain, I see Jeremy Bentham taking a much more mathematical approach to society. He dismissed the idea of natural laws as nonsense and instead proposed utilitarianism. For Bentham, morality and public policy should be simplified to one question: does an action produce the greatest happiness for the greatest number? He viewed laws as necessary evils and argued that government should act like a doctor, only intervening when it is certain that the treatment will do more good than harm. This period also saw the rise of a new kind of identity. Johann Gottfried Herder argued that each nationality contains its own center of happiness. He believed that a community is forged by a national spirit, or Volksgeist, which emerges from shared language and customs. While this was intended to celebrate cultural diversity, I recognize that it also laid the groundwork for the rising tide of nationalism that would sweep through Europe in the 19th century. I cannot conclude this summary without mentioning Georg Hegel. His complex philosophy explored the development of human consciousness. Through his famous master-slave dialectic, he showed that our sense of self is a social process. He argued that the slave, through work, actually achieves a form of self-realization that the idle master cannot hope to emulate. Hegel saw freedom not as a lack of law, but as something only possible within a fully developed civil society. Finally, the era of 1770 to 1848 was also marked by the harsh realities of power and war. Karl von Clausewitz reminded us that war is never just an adventure, it is a political act, the continuation of policy by other means. In South America, Simón Bolívar fought for the independence of new republics, though he eventually realized that large states were prone to decay and despotism. When I look back at these decades, I see the crucible in which our modern political language was formed. It was a time of immense optimism and deep fear, where the struggle between liberty and authority was fought not just with pens, but with swords. These thinkers collectively shifted the axis of the world, teaching us that society can be reshaped for the better, but also warning us of the chaos that ensues when we forget the complexity of human nature and tradition. The Rise of the Masses, 1848 to 1910. The revolutions of 1848 swept across Europe like a storm, leaving behind a world that would never be the same. Although many of those uprisings failed to achieve their immediate goals, they signaled a profound shift in the political landscape. I see this era as the moment when politics moved out of the narrow circles of the elite and into the hands of the great mass of the people. Driven by industrialization and the rapid growth of railways and telecommunications, a new social force had emerged, the industrial working class. For the first time, millions were joining political organizations and demanding a say in how they were governed. At the heart of this transformation were the ideas of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. In their Communist Manifesto, they pointed to a new class of propertyless workers who, despite gaining some political freedom, were suffering under a form of economic slavery. I find Marx's analysis of capitalism particularly ambitious because it sought to uncover the very laws governing human history. He developed the concept of alienated labor, describing how workers in a capitalist system become disconnected from what they produce, from their own human identity, and from one another. To Marx, communism was the solution to this riddle, a way to reconnect humanity by abolishing private property and returning the worker to himself as a social being. However, the rise of these socialist ideas was met with deep suspicion by others. Alexis de Tocqueville warned that socialism might simply be a new system of serfdom. He feared that by focusing on material passions and the generation of wealth, socialism would ignore the loftiest human virtues and stifle individual initiative. To Tocqueville, democracy and socialism were opposites. While democracy enhances personal autonomy, he believed socialism reduces it. I see a similar concern for the individual in the works of John Stuart Mill. He famously defended individuality as the foundation of a healthy society, but he also identified a new danger, the tyranny of the majority. Mill warned that even an elected government could become oppressive if it sought to enforce a social tyranny of public opinion. He argued that society should only interfere with individual liberty to prevent harm to others, a principle that remains a cornerstone of liberal thought. The era also saw a radicalization of the concept of property. While Pierre-Joseph Proudhon famously declared that property is theft, arguing that it undermines the fundamental rights to liberty and equality, the anarchist Mikhail Bakunin took the critique of authority even further. Bakunin believed that the privileged man is a man depraved in intellect and heart. He argued that all authority, whether of the state or religion, must be rejected for humans to be truly free and fulfilled. He even rejected universal suffrage, seeing it as just another way for the state to impose its laws and enslave the people. In the United States, the struggle for mass participation took the form of a bloody civil war. Abraham Lincoln's assertion that no man is good enough to govern another without that other's consent became a rallying call for the North. He argued that the foundation of the nation on individual liberty overrode the right of states to maintain their own laws regarding slavery. This was a pivotal moment where the Republic was rebuilt on the principles of liberty and equality rather than political convenience. As the century progressed, the demand for inclusion expanded to include half of the human race. In Britain, Emmeline Pankhurst and the suffragettes engaged in militant action and civil disobedience to win the vote for women. Pankhurst's grim choice that either women were to be killed or women were to have the vote showed an implacable determination to claim the moral authority of a just cause. Meanwhile, in the realm of social welfare, Beatrice Webb was arguing for a welfare state that would provide protection against unemployment and illness. She believed that a nation could not be saved if its workers were allowed to decay in squalor, and that social problems could only be solved by benevolent planners administering society in the best interests of all. Near the end of this period, the very foundations of morality and social order were challenged by Friedrich Nietzsche. He spoke of the will to power as the endless striving after higher goals that motivates human behavior. Nietzsche railed against what he called slave morality, which he believed had replaced the life-affirming virtues of strength and vitality with a celebratory view of weakness and meekness. I see his work as a radical call for the individual to master himself and seek his own truths, rather than being trapped by the preferences of ancient aristocratic or religious orders. As we moved into the early 20th century, the rise of the industrial masses led Max Weber to provide a new approach to studying society. He described the individual as a single cog in an ever-moving, rationalized mechanism. Weber noted that while social structures and collective understandings like religion provide order, they can also act as constraints that limit human freedom. Finally, I must recognize that the rise of the masses was not just a Western phenomenon. In Japan, Ito Hirobumi helped draft the Meiji Constitution to provide a central axis for his nation's modernization. In Latin America, José Martí warned that the disdain of a formidable neighbor like the US was the greatest danger to the region's hard-won independence. And Theodor Herzl, convinced that assimilation would never end anti-Semitism, began the movement for a Jewish state. This era, from 1848 to 1910, was a time of immense growth and conflict, where the voices of the many finally began to drown out the voices of the few, setting the stage for the ideological clashes that would dominate the century to come.
The Clash of Ideologies, 1910 to 1945. The first half of the 20th century saw a dramatic erosion of the old imperial powers and the birth of new republics across the globe. This was a period defined by widespread political instability and the two world wars that fundamentally reshaped human society. In the process of replacing the old European order, a wave of extreme nationalist and authoritarian parties emerged, and political thinking among the major powers became intensely polarized between the ideologies of fascism, communism, and the social democracy of liberal free market capitalism. It was an era where ideas were not just debated in salons or universities, but were fought for in the streets and on the battlefields, often with devastating consequences. The revolutions that sparked this massive shakeup did not actually begin in Europe. I see the start of this era in the decade-long Mexican Revolution beginning in 1910 and the Xinhai Revolution in China in 1911, which replaced the ancient Qing dynasty with the republic founded by Sun Yat-sen. However, the most influential revolutionary events of this period took place in Russia. After years of questioning politics and society under a repressive Tsarist regime, Vladimir Lenin led the Bolsheviks to victory in the 1917 October Revolution. Lenin understood that for a revolution to be successful, it required the leadership of a vanguard party made up of resolute individuals who could inspire the masses into action. He famously declared that politics begin where the masses are, believing that a united proletariat could transcend national borders to create a borderless, classless state. Yet, even within the socialist movement, there were deep disagreements about the nature of this revolution. Rosa Luxemburg articulated a different vision, arguing that the mass strike results from social conditions with historical inevitability rather than being ordered from above by a professional vanguard. She believed that political organization would develop naturally from within the working class, and warned that the path Lenin was taking would lead to the brutalization of public life and eventually to dictatorship. Her warnings proved tragically prophetic, as the revolution was transformed into the personal dictatorship of Joseph Stalin. Stalin accelerated the transition to a socialist system through forced collectivization, arguing that wealthy farmers must be deprived of the sources of their existence. He framed the mass murder of millions as the liquidation of a class, and under his rule, the Bolshevik Party became a hulking, institutionalized instrument of terror. During this same period, Leon Trotsky no less to maintain a truly Marxist position, advocating for a strategy of permanent revolution. He grappled with the difficult question of whether the end justifies the means,
suggesting that any action is moral if it ultimately advances the abolition of the power of man over man. However, he eventually found himself a victim of the very centralizing tendencies he had helped create, ending his life in exile, hunted by Stalin's assassins. He left us with a reminder that when the ends justify the means, one must always ask what justifies the end itself. While the East was grappling with the rise of communism, Italy and Germany saw the emergence of fascism. Giovanni Gentile, the foremost philosopher of Italian fascism, rejected individualism and argued for an all-embracing state where the law and will of the nation take precedence over individual will. He believed that all human and spiritual values must lie within the state, and that all individual action should serve to preserve and expand it. In Germany, Carl Schmitt provided a legal and political framework for this authoritarianism by focusing on the extrajudicial power of the leader. Schmitt famously claimed that the sovereign is he who decides on the exception, arguing that a ruler must be able to operate above the law in times of crisis to save the state. He saw the political sphere as an inherently antagonistic world of friends and enemies, and used his theories to justify the violence of the Nazi regime. In the face of these rising Bauquin, Winston Churchill emerged as a voice of non-appeasement. In the mid-1930s, when many European powers were following a policy of conciliatory diplomacy, Churchill warned that an appeaser is one who feeds a crocodile, hoping it will eat him last. He recognized that making concessions to a tyrant only makes them stronger while making the defender weaker. His radical but reasoned defiance, choosing war over the dishonor of a false peace, became the core idea that would eventually bring down the Nazi regime. The spirit of resistance and the quest for self-determination were also boiling over in the colonized world. In India, Mahatma Gandhi launched a campaign of civil disobedience that would change the course of history. He believed that nonviolence was the first article of his faith and developed the method of satyagraha, or adherence to truth, as a purely spiritual weapon. Gandhi taught that we should meet our enemies with truth and love, arguing that the means used to achieve an end are just as important as the end itself. To the north, Mao Zedong was also looking to revolutionize his nation, but he drew a very different conclusion from his environment. Mao believed that in a semi-feudal society like China, peasants were the truly revolutionary class, and that military struggle was the only way to achieve victory. He famously stated that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, asserting that in order to get rid of the gun, it is sometimes necessary to take up the gun. Other thinkers during this time were exploring the deeper structures of power. Antonio Gramsci, writing from a fascist prison, developed the notion of cultural hegemony. He argued that the ruling class maintains control not just through force, but by developing systems of thought and culture that reinforce their position through the consent of the masses. He saw the state as an educator and believed that the development of intellectuals among the working class was essential to counter this dominance. I also see the rise of movements for racial liberation and national identity. Marcus Garvey called for the 400 million Africans around the world to unite and liberate the African continent from racial oppression, promoting a sense of Black selfhood and nationhood. In Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta melded anti-colonialism with anti-communism, believing that the threats posed by Soviet influence could be as restrictive to self-determination as old-fashioned colonial rule. In Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk transformed the ruins of the Ottoman Empire into a modern, secular nation-state, driven by the belief that sovereignty is not given, but is taken by force through the sovereignty of the people. As the period drew to a close in 1945, the political lines of the world were being redrawn once again. The Allied victory over fascism led to a new standoff between the communist East and the capitalist West. setting the stage for the Cold War. The first half of the 20th century left us with a legacy of extreme struggle and a profound understanding of how ideologies can both mobilize and manipulate the masses. We learned that while the quest for a better society can lead to extraordinary acts of courage, it can also lead to the darkest chapters of human history when the rights of the individual are sacrificed to the all-consuming will of the state or a single party. The ideas of these decades, from Gandhi's non-violence to Mao's armed struggle, and from the call for international revolution to the defense of national sovereignty, continue to haunt and inform our political landscape to this day. Post-war politics, reimagining freedom, justice, and power in a globalized world. The end of World War II did not simply bring peace, it ushered in an era of staggering transformation that forced us to re-evaluate every aspect of human organization. In the wake of such immense tragedy, the world needed new prescriptions for human development. I observed that this period was defined by the decline of great colonial powers and an intense ideological battle between communism and free market capitalism. While Western Europe developed a new political consensus through mixed economies and the modern welfare state, the shadow of nuclear weapons and the onset of the Cold War created a platform for a global collision of ideas. One of the most powerful voices in the immediate post-war years was Friedrich Hayek. He warned us that the chief evil is unlimited government. To Hayek, central planning, no matter how well-intentioned, leads to a road of serfdom, because no planner can ever possess the omniscience to account for the changing needs of every individual. He believed the free market acts as a spontaneous order, much like language, revealing knowledge through prices. His ideas eventually became the rallying point for neoliberal leaders who sought to roll back the state in favor of individual liberty. This focus on the individual was echoed by Ayn Rand, who promoted objectivism. She argued that there is nothing to take a man's freedom away from him, save other men, and that unfettered capitalism is the only system compatible with our rational nature. Robert Nozick later reinforced this by stating that only a minimal state, restricted to protection against force and fraud, can be justified. To Nozick, any more extensive state necessarily infringes on individual rights, and he famously described taxation as a form of forced labor. In contrast to this focus on absolute liberty, I find a profound alternative in Michael Oakeshott's skepticism of rationalist politics. He saw ideologies as a fog obscuring the practical art of governing. For Oakeshott, political activity is like sailing a boundless and bottomless sea where there is no harbor, and our best guide is practical knowledge rooted in history rather than abstract theories. The quest for social justice also took a central role in our modern debates, most notably through the work of John Rawls. He proposed that justice is the first virtue of social institutions. Rawls asked us to imagine a social contract designed behind a veil of ignorance, where no one knows their own social position or talents. In such a state, he argued, we would rationally choose to protect the least advantaged members of society. His theory provides the intellectual foundation for a capitalist system tempered by strong social institutions. The nature of power itself was reconsidered during these decades. Michel Foucault suggested that we need to cut off the king's head in political theory, meaning we must stop seeing power as something centered solely in the state. Instead, he showed us that power is diffused across microsites throughout society, such as schools, workplaces, and families. This concept of governmentality explores how we are controlled through discipline and the collection of knowledge. Noam Chomsky pointed toward a different kind of control, arguing that in modern societies, dominant institutions like the media and banks ensure that the rich folks are happy to maintain economic stability. He believes this concentration of power in unaccountable institutions makes meaningful dissent nearly impossible. I have also witnessed this period as a time of powerful voices for liberation. Simone de Beauvoir asked the fundamental question, what is a woman? She argued that woman is not a natural category, but a product of civilization, famously stating that one is not born, but rather becomes a woman. Her analysis of woman as the other compared to man as the subject became a catalyst for second-wave feminism. Around the world, movements for racial equality and decolonization challenged the old order. Nelson Mandela stood against white supremacy in South Africa, moving from nonviolent protest to armed struggle to achieve a democratic and free society. In the United States, Martin Luther King warned that nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance. He committed to nonviolence, believing that the moral purpose of protesters would be eroded if they turned to force. However, Malcolm X offered a different path, focusing on self-determination and suggesting that if the ballot did not work, the bullet might be necessary. In the colonial world, Frantz Fanon articulated the reality that colonialism is violence in its natural state. He believed that decolonization requires a total movement of the masses and the creation of a new national identity. Che Guevara echoed this belief in the power of the people to liberate themselves, championing guerrilla warfare in rural settings to topple oppressive regimes. Yet even as these movements fought for independence, Jomo Kenyatta reminded us that communism could be just as restrictive to self-determination as imperialism, advocating instead for a pro-Western mixed market approach for a new Kenya. As we looked toward the environment, Arnie Nace introduced deep ecology, asserting that no natural object is solely a resource. He argued that mankind is merely part of a fragile ecosystem and that we must shift from a human-centric view to a spiritual realization that all life has intrinsic value. He believed that profound social and political change is the only way to avert environmental disaster. In the later 20th century, the landscape shifted again. Mikhail Gorbachev attempted to unite socialism with democracy through perestroika and glasnost, hoping to boost a stalled Soviet economy by increasing transparency and freedom. Although his reforms led to the breakup of the Soviet state, they signaled the end of the Cold War. In the Islamic world, thinkers like Abul Ala Maududi and Ali Shariati sought to eliminate un-Islamic systems and restore Islamic roots as the basis for society, while Shireen Ebadi argued that Islamic law does not actually require the violation of women's rights. Finally, our understanding of modern conflict has been shaped by Robert Pape's research on suicide terrorism, which he concluded is mainly a strategic response to foreign occupation rather than religious fundamentalism. This challenges us to think differently about international intervention. Meanwhile, Michael Walzer has struggled with the ethics of warfare, noting that the hellishness of modern war, especially with nuclear weapons, often drives us to break with every restraint, requiring a constant reappraisal of what constitutes a just war. Looking back, I see that post-war politics is a complex tapestry of struggles for liberty, equality, and meaning. We have moved from the grand ideological battles of the mid-century to a more fragmented, globalized world. These ideas remind us that politics is an ongoing debate about how we should live together, and as new possibilities for power arise, so too must new demands for accountability. Our descendants will judge our common sense today just as we have judged the past, but the variety of theories we have explored provides us with the tools to navigate our uncertain future. If you like this video, please hit the like and subscribe button so that more people can know about it. Thank you for your support. Wishing you a pleasant evening and happiness with your family. Goodbye and see you in the next videos.